The age of the world had collapsed, leaving nothing but ruin behind. Everything was finished. No one had ever dared to picture such an outcome, yet defeat proved to be unavoidable. People had speculated endlessly about how the finale might arrive, but the reality was simple. It had already ended. Among the last warriors, Tate, the celestial rebel known as the Great Sage, cried out with fierce conviction that hope had not vanished entirely. Hercules, a famed champion of Olympus, countered his words, cautioning that before an external god, even eternal life could not justify reckless confidence. Their hiding place would soon be uncovered, and once that happened, no choices would remain. When Kim emerged, he instantly understood that he was standing alone. All the others had already fallen. At that instant, a strange orb rolled onto the battlefield. Stupid Chaos, one of the deities from beyond. In that moment, a single truth became clear to all. The outer gods could, in fact, be opposed. Stupid Chaos began to move. It soared into the heavens, swelling at an alarming rate, threatening to engulf everything within sight. Just then Kronos arrived, the one blessed with dominion over time itself. He summoned his ability, the intricate mechanism called Kronos clockwork. Existence itself started to unravel. Kronos could not foresee what form the world would take afterward, yet the outcome no longer mattered. Kim struggled to grasp who exactly was being carried back through the ages. Perhaps the choice had fallen upon Tate, one of the mightiest combatants. Yet because Kim had entered the tower later than anyone, the burden was placed on him. Despite his late arrival, he had adapted swiftly, fighting as fiercely as the rest. Beings from the higher levels were bound by restrictions when they descended. But the tower itself could only be reshaped starting from its very foundation. Kim knew this path would not be simple, yet he swore to make the attempt. Guided by Kronos, he was cast backward in time. His body, however, reverted to an untrained state, stripped of power, mana, and all strength. It was not his flesh that traveled backward, but the flow of time itself that had been reversed. He now faced the task of beginning everything anew. At that moment, a sudden fist slammed into his face. A second strike followed, though this time Kim narrowly dodged it. The aggressor's fury burned brighter, but Kim was already bracing himself to retaliate. December 31st, 8 p.m. The Hongdae district swelled with revelers awaiting the new year. Hong, a student of sports science, rushed toward a bar where his companions had been waiting. His tardiness stretched to a full hour, and the agreed penalty was a fine of 50,000 won. Without complaint, he seized a glass of beer and emptied it in one swallow. His friends teased him, pointing out his dark mood, as if he had come only to shake off his burdens. Their jest triggered a memory of the gym when Kim had struck him not long ago. Recalling it, he cursed himself for not having beaten Kim senseless then and there, enough to keep him down forever. As he sipped his drink, he caught fragments of their gossip, that without parents, he had nothing to lose. No consequences would ever follow. The chatter soon drifted back to the festival itself. With the year's final seconds slipping away, someone called for another round. At that very moment, Kim stepped onto the street. Hong couldn't fathom why he was there, but he wasn't going to miss the chance to settle scores. Yet before he could act, Kim spoke first. He remarked that midnight was moments away and warned them that true hell would unfold afterward. Kim set a suitcase on the pavement and flipped it open, revealing an arsenal of blades inside. Hong's companions faltered, unease quickly spreading into panic. The crowded street made Kim's timing appear disastrously misplaced. The clock ticked relentlessly forward, leaving a single second before the year's end. A deafening blast shattered the air. The ground shook as explosions thundered, and then the invasion of zombies began. Order disintegrated instantly. The denser the crowd, the harder the nightmare became. Terror consumed the streets and blood was sure to follow. A glowing system interface materialized before Hong's eyes. Checking it, he saw his status. He possessed only a crude, weathered knife. Shrieks of panic echoed everywhere. No one knew how to withstand zombies with such pitiful arms. Kim, however, sprang forward, slicing down the first zombie without hesitation. Instantly, the system credited him with 100 points, his experience soaring upward. He continued, mercilessly cutting through the undead and building his strength. His speed and precision seemed impossible to the onlookers. Witnessing his efficiency, others began to believe the monsters were not unstoppable. One bold fighter swung an axe at them, but quickly realized his mistake. Before he could retreat, the horde overwhelmed him, tearing him apart in a frenzy. Kim, however, knew exactly what he faced. Zombies felt nothing, withstood enormous damage, and their bites carried a lethal venom. For most, reaching the tower's upper floors through this trial was a dream far beyond reach. Yet he knew their one frailty. Salt alone could bring them to certain death. Armed with that knowledge, Kim advanced, annihilating every creature in his path. Before long, the system chimed, awarding him an achievement for slaying 100 zombies within 10 minutes. Such a feat was astounding. He now needed to locate a secure refuge. Looking back, he spotted Hong still locked in combat with a zombie. Hong could not fathom how Kim dispatched them so effortlessly. Accepting their own helplessness, Hong's friends prepared to flee. One argued that their only chance was to stay near Kim, whose survival instincts seemed unmatched. While Hong hesitated, another zombie staggered before him. He tried to strike it down, but his blade snapped in two. Panic flooded him. He knew he was finished. Suddenly, pale grains cascaded from above, freezing the zombies mid-step. Tasting them carefully, Hong realized it was salt. Perched high above, Kim emptied salt from his pack, obliterating the remaining undead. Thus the first trial concluded. But victory came at a heavy price. Countless lives were lost. Then the system's voice echoed aloud. It declared that too many survivors remained, a number that risked destabilizing the balance. Fear spread. People demanded to return home. Yet the system pressed on, laying down the rules. From now on, points existed, usable in two manners. The first, access to a store where vital items could be bought. The second, points could act as a trading currency, exchanged through simple handshakes. Kim already understood the store's critical role in this world. Here began the true struggle, for points, for levels, for survival. As soon as the proclamation ended, a new trial commenced. In the center of each district, a safe zone materialized. The participants' foremost goal was now to reach it. A strange field appeared nearby, its protective boundary uncertain and unseen. Hong and his companions stumbled in confusion, unable to make sense of it all. To his shock, Hong realized that one of his friends had died. Stricken with terror, they set out in search of Kim, hoping his knife would carve them a path. When Hong finally spotted him, he noticed Kim avoided walking inside the safe zone. It seemed bizarre since that circle was supposedly the most secure haven. But Kim knew he needed to travel elsewhere. He urged Hong not to sacrifice himself for others' approval. Only survival mattered inside the circle. Hong obeyed, stepping into the boundary. At that instant, someone stumbled against an unseen wall. The system announced the zone had reached its capacity. Anyone left outside was condemned. Immediately, colossal worms erupted from the ground, slaughtering those stranded beyond. Kim appeared suddenly, striking down the first beast. For his kill, he gained another level in 300 points. He quickly discerned the creature's greatest danger, their stealth beneath the soil. Invisible to sight, they could be tracked only by quieting one sense and sharpening the rest. Using that focus, Kim anticipated another worm strike, cut it down and leveled again. Discovering that the beast burrowed through vast underground nests, he ventured into the subway. It became the perfect hunting ground. One by one, he eradicated them at their source. His ambition was fixed, to rise to level 20. Each worm bore rows of jagged teeth, capable of tearing humans apart with ease. Yet Kim, armed only with his blade and honed skill, dispatched them without faltering. Amid the hunt, he uncovered a mysterious bead, fueling his determination to continue. Meanwhile, pandemonium erupted above ground. Those outside the safe zone tried to flee but were picked off one by one. Those sheltered within the circle looked on helplessly, gripped by horror. After some time, the system granted a reward of 100 points. Suddenly, the red boundary dissolved and the restrictions on population vanished. But this change birthed a new terror. Surplus numbers now caused random expulsions from safety. Panic escalated into frenzy as people turned on each other, fighting for their place within. Soon, Hun declared that a sacrifice had to be made. Someone else must die in his stead. Hong pressed forward, determined that if he persisted, escape remained possible. To survive, he would need to kill, and some already plotted to dispose of the elder for their gain. Kim, meanwhile, continued slaying worms within the subway tunnels. His level climbed rapidly as he wiped them out completely. From their corpses, he gathered numerous beads, unveiling a statue that embodied mana. Investing his free points, he raised its value by 5, bringing it to 18, a powerful beginning. Turning back, Kim stared into the void, sensing an unseen presence. Soon, a 6-armed overseer materialized, amused that he had turned her monotonous work into something entertaining. She had not appeared without reason. He was searching for a particular skill, yet the one he sought could not be found. To avoid drawing attention, he settled on acquiring monkey eyes instead. Alongside that, he purchased a lesser-grade enchanted sword, intended to cover the weak striking power of new challengers. The 6 overseers bid him an enjoyable trial and vanished. Their particular fascination with Kim ensured he would now be observed constantly, treated as a subject of special scrutiny. What gnawed at him most was the issue of his return. He had no certainty whether others would uncover it. The mechanism of return had been crafted jointly by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. Among them, Kronos was the pivotal figure, erased from existence as punishment for using the clock. Kim invoked monkey eyes, his perception stretching outward, his five senses sharpened beyond normal limits. Yet he realized the true worth of those eyes lay in something deeper, and he needed to raise their mastery swiftly. Soon he came upon another nest crawling with worms. This time he chose the lesser magic blade, its edge wrapped in mana. The second tutorial's target stood before him, slaughtering worms. Unlike ordinary flesh-eating beasts, this one clung fiercely to her young. Her fury blazed when she witnessed Kim butcher her brood without mercy. Without hesitation, she lunged straight for him. Kim had already braced himself. With a single bound, he prepared to deliver the killing strike. His blow fell with ruthless precision, aiming to split the worm matriarch apart. But she was not so easily ended. Her enormous frame twisted violently, refusing to die. Still, Kim knew the window of time to finish her was slipping away. In a desperate gambit, the mother worm gaped her mouth wide, intent on swallowing the tormentor whole. Kim remained cold and focused, ending the battle by cleaving her body open. Elsewhere, Hong scrambled for safety. No survivor was willing to lay down their life for another. Furious, he threatened to kill anyone who blocked his path. 30 seconds remained before the safe zone shrank again. Terror-stricken, the crowd realized their survival odds were vanishing fast. But abruptly, the countdown halted. The system declared the contraction suspended, leaving 15 hours until the second tutorial concluded. Kim bore several shallow wounds from the fight. The 6 spectators offered healing, but he turned them down. They were astonished that one man had progressed so far through only 2 trials. The death of the mother worm, keystone of the tutorial's ecosystem, far exceeded their expectations. For this triumph, Kim was granted 3 choices. First, skip ahead directly to the 5th tutorial, gaining rewards and information from the 3rd and 4th by default. Second, accept raw points with no additional conditions. Third, forge a bond with Olympus, one of the tower's dominant forces. With their patronage, he would gain security once the tutorial ended. After weighing the options, Kim selected the second, points. The 6 attempted to sway him, offering another chance to reconsider. It became obvious this decision hadn't been sanctioned by the other organizers. Nevertheless, he held firm. Through their chatter, he also gleaned what remained for him to do before leaving the second trial. He asked for a private audience with the manager. To his surprise, the manager agreed. It was indeed the same steward who governed the lower levels of the tower. The manager regarded Kim intently and questioned him. How had he known of his presence, and how dared he demand such a meeting? By the rules of the tutorial, this was forbidden. All knowledge was meant to be earned by players alone, without tower interference. Yet Kim knew the manager could never accuse him falsely. The steward had access to every truth and lie within his bounds. Moreover, Kim remembered it was the manager himself who had first broken protocol by meddling. The dialogue's tone shifted when the steward turned toward the 6. He revealed that the offer of Olympus protection had been slipped in as part of the reward. The 6 stammered excuses, but the manager already understood the scheme. His gaze burned with fury, and without hesitation, he struck one of the 6 dead on the spot. Then he faced Kim, expressing gratitude for the information he had provided. After a swift inspection, the steward confirmed no irregularities existed among the lower challengers. That fact itself puzzled him greatly. Though Kim had not killed the 6 himself, their death within the trial was nonetheless attributed to him. The manager took this as proof of Kim's remarkable potential and began deciding what gift to grant. After brief consideration, he chose to bestow it through a handshake. Thus, Kim obtained a new skill, Mana Master. Pleased, the manager noted he must return to training the lesser beings. He promised they would meet again once the 3rd tutorial ended. Kim was astonished at the prize he had received. Never had he imagined a skill of such caliber could be given within a tutorial. Driven by curiosity, he set out to test it immediately. Channeling mana into his hand, he attempted to bend its current, but without practice, he failed to rein it in. The energy surged out of control, scattering wildly across the plaza. Knowing he needed more training, Kim resolved to continue hunting worms until he mastered it. Meanwhile, panic swept through the others. None could say if a 3rd tutorial awaited or what followed beyond it. Then from afar, a figure appeared. The crowd froze just as a colossal earthworm erupted from the ground, charging straight for Kim. Yet he leapt upon it effortlessly and slew it in a single motion. The bystanders were left stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Hoon rushed about in search of Kim, anxious over his disappearance. He looked long and hard, but Kim was nowhere to be found. Around him, bedlam continued. People, consumed by fear, gathered whatever supplies they could, desperate for survival. Hong explained grimly that under such conditions, morality and law had no place. Here, only merciless selfishness and cruelty could keep one alive. The second tutorial drew to its close. Those who perished lost not just their lives, but all their belongings. Kim, however, rejected Hoon's philosophy of survival and warned him not to step over the line. The third tutorial began, the new task: slay monsters and gather 50 essences within 72 hours. Failure meant the district would be destroyed and the gate forced open. The crowd panicked, though the presence of safe zones offered a shred of comfort. Hung realized he didn't need to harvest all 50 essences alone, only to contribute. Kim, meanwhile, laid down the beads he had already amassed. Surrounded by monsters, he chose to unleash his mana. Focusing his energy into one palm, he fired a blazing beam into the horde. The technique drained his mana entirely, and control was difficult. Afterward, he began gathering the beads scattered from fallen beasts. But then the corpses began to quiver unnaturally. Kim wasted no time speculating and immediately resumed the slaughter. On the second day, 3 survivors chose to take shelter in the subway. Kang and Han had both advanced to level 10. In a world overturned, the tunnels felt like relative safety. Suddenly, Karen, the third of their party, also level 10, spotted a glow in the dark. A 24-hour shop shimmered like a beacon. They rejoiced, believing they could finally resupply. Their relief was short-lived. A monster loomed suddenly above one of them. The beast struck at once, biting his head clean off. More hulking creatures began to appear from the shadows. Kang and Karen froze in terror. Karen was seized by a giant rat, while Kang was swarmed by a zombie. She swung her knife and drove one rat back. But another latched onto her arm, its fangs tearing into her flesh. Kang fought the undead, but his blows had no effect. Karen battled desperately, realizing survival was slipping away. Another rat lunged at her, and she braced herself for death. At the last instant, someone struck it down. Kim stood before her, appearing out of nowhere, muttering that their noise had interrupted his sleep. Karen stared in disbelief. That he had felled a rat with nothing but a can was incomprehensible. Kim casually drew a knife smeared with semolina and continued forward. Spiders awaited him deeper inside, yet to him they posed no challenge. He dispatched them swiftly, their limp forms scattering across the floor. Karen and Kang watched in awe, recognizing his overwhelming strength. They thanked him fervently for saving them. Suddenly, Kang collapsed, stricken with weakness. His condition worsened rapidly, and Kim tossed him a vial of medicine. It was potent, yet even with it, his bitten hand might never recover fully. Kim had only rested 6 hours, but fatigue still clung heavily to him. For the first time in 3 days, he had allowed himself proper sleep, his body pushed to its limits. Karen asked if he hunted here constantly, since the underground was far more perilous than the surface. He replied that he only came occasionally, for the cafe and its rest spot. His main hunting grounds lay elsewhere. Soon he led them to a 2-level dungeon, entirely different from the earlier locations. But he questioned why they had ventured here, knowing the danger. Karen explained that chaos reigned above. People had abandoned trust and slaughtered each other for survival, forcing them below. Suddenly, a violent gust shook the chamber with an eerie sound. Though grateful for his help, Karen and Kang wondered uneasily if Kim might kill them for their essences. Doubt lingered, despite his having already saved them. Still, they understood that even if he left them untouched, their odds of survival were slim. Karen asked what he truly wanted from them. He proposed a bargain. If they could pass the upcoming trial, the essences would be shared equally. The trial came quickly. A colossal green serpent slithered out of the dark. Panic seized Kang and he bolted. Kim shouted for him to move faster. The sight was grimly mesmerizing. The serpent coiled, chasing Kang, its jaws gaping wide. Just as it lunged for him, Kim intercepted. His sword flared, and with one flawless strike, he severed the monster. The serpent dropped, only for another beast to emerge in its place. Kim wasted not a heartbeat, his speed dazzling to behold. He cut this creature down as well. Kang watched in disbelief at the spectacle. He realized Kim existed on an entirely different plane. If he killed this quickly, how many essences had he already gathered? From the corpses spilled glittering essence beads. Kang darted forward to collect them. At that moment, he understood Kim was a predator of a completely higher order. Kim handed him one of the 6 beads. Kang wondered about Kim's level, for such hunting speed should have made him unimaginably strong. Kim replied that his level had nearly plateaued, though he would raise it properly in the next tutorial. The answer unsettled King. Kim then cautioned, "Never ask about another's stats, nor reveal your own." Suddenly, Karen raced back, pursued by a swarm of monsters. Kim and Kang had no time to rest. The attack was upon them. Kim rushed to her side. Kang followed, hammer swinging to hold the beast at bay. In the clash, he managed to slay one, and his level jumped immediately. Karen too felt her strength surge. She had leveled up. Soon the two of them had gathered 50 essence beads. Karen was astonished at how swiftly it had happened and thanked Kim. He returned the thanks, admitting their presence had doubled his hunting pace. But the moment of gate activation loomed closer. They climbed upward, hearts lifted by success, yet unsettled by the others waiting outside. The gates glowed crimson, signaling their imminent opening. Some among the crowd debated whether it was wiser to seize essences from others rather than fight monsters. One schemed to rob foreign challengers quickly and vanish once the gate appeared. Hong approached them, though their relationship was strained at best. He declared that when the gates opened, crimson rain would fall. They were short by 700 essences, a shocking deficit. Hun proposed a deal, hand over 400 essences, and his group would withdraw peacefully. Otherwise, 50 fighters would descend upon their 20, a massacre in the making. Then Kim appeared carrying a simple cardboard box. Inside were more than 1,000 essence beads. Hun kunne ikke forstå, hvordan Kim havde opnået så mange så raskt. He calculated that with their greater numbers, his men could overpower Kim and seize them all. But Kim pointed calmly to a line etched into the ground. Possessing far more essences than he needed, Kim decided to sell them, each at a price of 100 points. Those willing to pay could step inside the boundary. Hung bristled at the arrangement, calling Kim selfish. But Kim had no intention of coercion. He merely placed the offer, and only those who wished to purchase would do so. He even accepted other forms of payment, items or skills in place of points. Hun interpreted it differently, convinced Kim had murdered others, stolen their spoils, and now sought profit. Karen defended him, reminding everyone that it was Hun who had killed their companion, not Kim. Kang agreed with her, saying one could not accuse someone they barely understood. Hun, irritated, saw only those three as real obstacles. He resolved to end the matter and commanded his men to strike them down. Yet his scheme failed. Kim's knife flashed and 2 assailants collapsed instantly. The remaining fighters froze in horror, fear seizing their hearts. Kim gave them one warning: if they wished only to trade across the line, they would live. If not, they faced certain death. Hun refused to yield and urged his fighters to continue the attack. But any who dared step forward were cut down by Kim's blade. Corpses littered the ground until Hun stood alone. Only then did he realize he had forgotten the law of this world. Power alone dictated truth. He chose to flee. Kim knew escape was futile. Outside the zone, greater threats lay in wait. Seeing Hun's nature unchanging, Kim made the inevitable choice, severing his head in one strike. The rest of his group now lay in a heap of lifeless remains. Kim gathered the box of essences and carried it elsewhere. Witnesses understood at last. One individual's sheer strength had toppled the collective. His dominance was unquestionable. A lone man stepped out and asked to buy. He surrendered his sword valued at 500 points in exchange for 7 essences. The system validated the deal with a handshake, confirming the transfer of 700 points. Once they saw the fairness of the trade, others rushed forward to purchase. The sixes reappeared, listing prices of goods people wished to exchange. Through countless trades and handshakes, Kim amassed a fortune. His point total surged past 150,000. Karen noticed he had no intention of leaving and asked why. He answered that he sought no companions. Then he offered advice: depend on no one. Survival here demands self-reliance alone. Having sold all his essences, he could no longer advance further. Kang was bewildered. Kim should have kept at least 50 beads, yet he clung to his own plan. He urged them to move quickly, warning chaos would soon erupt. They obeyed and Kim departed. He knew the 4th tutorial revolved around defense, but he would not remain there. Soon a man hurried to him, asking if all the essences were sold. Kim confirmed, and panic rippled through the crowd. This ground was about to transform into a battlefield, where lives would be gambled for beads. With only 1 hour before the tutorial ended, Kim decided to inspect the store. But instead of a 6, a steward appeared before him. He explained that the number of 6s had been greatly reduced, and so he had come in person. Many 6s had ties to Olympus, causing the rival side's progress to falter. All of it was because of Kim. Over 100 players had visited the shop due to him. His influence threatened the entire balance of the tutorial, which was precisely his intent. The manager admitted it had been ages since he encountered someone like Kim. His audacious confidence made debate meaningless. Opening the shop interface, Kim selected a steel blade forged from ice jade. He spent nearly all his points on such high-grade items, equipment that would still serve him far up the tower. The manager realized no challenger could now harm him. His armor would not even be scratched. Yet that protection extended only against participants. After concluding his purchases, Kim left the store. The 3rd tutorial closed and destruction began. Above him stretched a sky drenched in blood-red light, unlike anything he had seen for ages. His flame-imbued robe bolstered resistance against fire magic, but the outside heat was crushing. The few survivors were driven half-mad by the burning inferno. Vast lances of fire erupted from the ground. Monstrous demons appeared, grotesque skull beasts. But the true terror of destruction was the awakening of the lesser demon, Certra. Kim waited keenly for the fiend's arrival. Once the size of a mountain, Certra now stood only as large as a vast house. The demon declared that another world would be consumed by the tower. If this realm was fated to burn, then it should never have existed. But Kim cared nothing for philosophy. He came to act. Certra noticed his eyes, those of the monkey from the mountain of flowers and fruit. Raising his colossal fire sword, the demon prepared to crush Kim. Skeletons attacked at once, but Kim sliced through them with ease. His fireproof garments had proven a wise purchase, though his true quarry was Certra. To the demon, such boldness seemed arrogance. Kim launched his assault. As he destroyed skulls, his level rose steadily. Activating a magic nullifying shield, he tried to blunt their flames. Even so, the searing heat pressed against him. The blast from each slain monster shook the ground violently. His shield neared its breaking point. Kim demanded Certra face him directly and cease hiding behind minions. The demon acknowledged Kim's potential, that he could one day climb the endless tower and become a ranker. Therefore, Certra chose to battle him in person. Lifting his blazing sword, the demon struck. Kim countered, raising his shield to deflect the fiery blow. Certra seemed to cloak himself in stone, as though preparing for the long war. They clashed hundreds of times, with Kim winning only a scarce handful. The reason was clear. Certra wielded a divine relic that multiplied his might without end, transforming into lightning capable of spanning the universe in an instant. After absorbing the full Heaven Treasure Peninsula, his limitless mana grew even greater. Yet Kim proved troublesome because his monkey eyes had evolved into blazing plasma eyes. The demon sensed the shift. The man's stare brimmed with unshakable resolve. Drained though he was, Kim thanked Certra for the strength their battle had forged and declared he was ready to hunt. To the demon, his words were absurd. How could such a weary mortal be a threat? But Kim had prepared. He swallowed ice crystals bought earlier, cooling his body to extreme levels. The aura around him stood in stark contrast to Certra's inferno. His flame-resistant robe absorbed even more of the blazing magic. The clash unfolding was nothing short of legendary. Kim awakened his fire eye skill, reading his foe's next strikes. He also invoked battle prophecy, slipping past Certra's attacks. But still it wasn't enough. Once more he consumed the ice crystals, driving his body into dangerous cold. He knew he couldn't withstand such strain long. The fight had to end now. He triggered the magic sword skill, wrapping his blade in mana. Channeling every last shred of energy, he aimed the strike at Certra's skull. The battle reached its decisive instant. Kim seized the opening and struck swiftly, slashing at the enemy's back. Yet the toll of wielding such devastating powers began to show. Scorch burns surfaced across his skin. Though racked with pain, he refused to yield. Tightening his grip on the sword, he poured his last reserves of strength into one decisive strike. The blade cut clean through the demon's neck, piercing flawlessly. The system registered the kill. The tutorial's destruction phase was over, and the monster lay defeated. Kim was rewarded with a surge in levels, along with notice that an impossible achievement had been triggered. Its prize still pending calculation. His body, overwhelmed by burns, collapsed briefly into unconsciousness. The lingering chill inside him was no illusion. He truly hovered at the edge between life and death. Yet he had reached the transitional stage of awakening golden flame eyes, a sign his power was still rising. When the fire dissipated, the fallen demon looked almost pitiful. Even so, its corpse remained priceless. Its remnants carried unique worth. Amid the remains, Kim uncovered a giant's heart, a legendary restorative treasure. He longed to consume it at once, but knew his body lacked the endurance to handle it yet. At that moment, the manager appeared before him. The steward raged, declaring the trial's balance had been shattered and that higher administrators had already reprimanded him for Kim's disruptions. No one could fathom how a single challenger had caused such chaos. The scolding ended quickly. The manager ordered Kim onward as the fourth tutorial neared its close. Only 4 hours remained, sufficient to reach the final zone. The administrators debated long over what reward was appropriate. At last, Kim received both a stat increase and a rare advanced ability, Fate of Heaven. Though unfamiliar with it, he instinctively knew the skill's potential was immense. After the ceremony, he asked for one more thing, a pill to boost stamina and mana. The manager complied, cautioning him to rest briefly after consuming it. As soon as the pill dissolved, vigor flooded him, his strength returning and wounds sealing. He understood the fifth tutorial would demand endurance and speed. It was a race. When he next opened his eyes, the stage had already begun. Around him gathered countless challengers from many worlds. The tower named this stage the Gathered World. On the island of Veraganda, the ground was slowly sinking. Only by escaping could anyone prove their right to live. But before leaving, they first had to defeat the island's boss at its peak. The deadline was 30 days. Kim knew there was no need to charge recklessly into battles. Yet he also knew that the longer they waited, the more difficult the final fight would become. One contender claimed destiny had brought them together and proposed they form a team. Several agreed, but one man refused. He said a true ally was someone entrusted with one's life, and he would choose such a companion himself. The refusal angered some, and one participant struck at him. With a flick of his hand, the man hurled his attacker aside. He revealed himself as Jonathan, heir of Olympus and bloodkin of Zeus, wielding pureblood might. Kim recognized purebloods as natives of the tower, born immersed in its secrets. From his past life, he remembered Jonathan had been instrumental in clearing the fifth trial. Yet Kim had no reason to linger. This noisy place was a waste of time, and he turned to leave. Before he could depart, Jonathan called after him. Somehow, Jonathan had closed the distance without Kim noticing. He scrutinized Kim's attire, noting the fire spell robe. Such gear could not be obtained through a tutorial, leaving him baffled at Kim's possession of it. Curious about his level, Jonathan pressed him for answers, but Kim declined, saying the question was improper. Jonathan then invited him to join his team, but Kim merely wished him luck and walked away. Jonathan persisted, still trying to recruit him, but Kim showed no interest. Irritated, Jonathan resolved to demonstrate his power by chasing him down. But a monster suddenly blocked his path. He dispatched it easily, yet Kim had already vanished. Jonathan was baffled at how quickly Kim disappeared. He wondered if elven blood explained such speed. There was no other answer. What had seemed a dull trial now stirred his curiosity more and more. Kim, meanwhile, had already advanced far ahead. He knew Jonathan lacked speed, relying instead on raw strength to move quickly. Upon reaching a cavern, Kim began methodically exterminating gnolls, strengthening his Fate of Heaven skill. But his true goal wasn't mere hunting. Having recovered from the cold ordeal, it was time for a greater test. He chose to consume the giant's heart before the tutorial ended, using powder to mask its scent from detection. As soon as he swallowed it, agony tore through him. Demonic blood clashed with his essence, sparking a battle inside, human against giant and demon alike. His muscles writhed, his blood seemed to flow in reverse. In the tutorial, warriors normally smeared themselves with giant blood. Consuming a heart was considered suicide. But meeting the hidden conditions, Kim gained Giant's Flame. He lay writhing helplessly for hours, a skill usually granted only after slaying 10,000 giants and anointing oneself with their blood. He now possessed outright. The system announced that the blood of demon and giant had been perfectly absorbed, the heart fully assimilated. Kim had endured. 4 days after collapsing, he finally awoke. Time was short. The record for this test completion was a single week. That record had been set by Odin, famed gladiator and leader of a vast faction. Checking the rankings, Kim saw Jonathan at the top. Third and fifth place belonged to siblings Jacob and Jean, rankers from a world rich in magic and swordplay. Second place was held by Sarah, another pureblood. In fourth stood Stephen, whose name suggested he was from Kim's own world. Assessing the situation, Kim checked his own stats and set off. Exiting the cavern, the glare of sunlight briefly blinded him. Activating his flame eyes, he scanned the surroundings. In the distance, he spotted an orc tribe, who mistook him for prey. But when he flicked his fingers and summoned Giant's Flame, they realized at once he was no ordinary victim. Drawing his reforged blade, Kim stormed into their ranks, cutting them down one after another. The battle rapidly elevated him to second place on the leaderboard. Jonathan noticed the shift and smiled at Kim's meteoric rise. His reaction caught Stephen's attention, who asked what pleased him. Jonathan couldn't identify Kim yet, but his name was now impossible to ignore. Jonathan's party was strong, though still one member short. He intended Kim to fill the gap. With that in mind, his team continued their hunt. Jacob, carrying the blood of dark elves, used his mana to locate the site they sought. Jonathan, sensing danger, ordered the party to fall back and avoid exposure. Then he widened the area with his strength, creating a secure path, and told his followers to enter. Inside, the place resembled a cavern. But Jonathan grew uneasy. No system notice had marked this as a dungeon. If no message appeared, it meant someone had already discovered it. Stephen suggested checking the rankings, where Kim now held first place. Meanwhile, Jane and others scouted deeper into the cave. Sarah concluded that no one could possibly have slain so many monsters alone. 2 branching paths opened before them, and Jonathan tasked Jean and Jacob with leading the search, ensuring constant communication with the rest. The group then divided. Sarah, Stephen, Jean, Pale, and Typhoon veered to the right. Stephen unleashed his mana concentration ability, widening the passage so the team could advance. Hours of relentless monster fighting wore down their stamina. Eventually, they stood before a colossal gate, most likely the threshold to the boss chamber. Sarah cautioned the team not to grow careless. Danger always struck hardest at such moments. The earth quaked suddenly, a thunderous roar filling the air. Slowly, Sarah pushed the heavy doors open, and the group entered. Yet the anticipated boss fight never came. Astonishingly, the chamber had already been cleared. Kim had arrived before them. At that very moment, he continued a brutal duel with the boss monster. The creature was unbelievably tough, forcing him to draw on every ability at his disposal. The clash dragged on endlessly, refusing to resolve. When the hunting party appeared, Kim merely remarked coolly that they were late. John could scarcely accept that he had faced so many monsters unaided. It seemed unreal. Stephen, recognizing him as someone from his own world, struggled to believe such power could belong to one man. They asked whether he fought with allies, but Kim answered that he stood alone. Stephen realized such a figure, unaligned, posed danger. To mitigate risk, he invited Kim into their party. But Kim knew these alliances were fleeting, formed only for efficiency in hunting. After weighing it carefully, he refused. Sarah was astonished. Was Kim really intent on felling boss Veraganda by himself? The final exam emphasized teamwork. Success hinged on how many companions one could rally. Kim, it seemed, disregarded this entirely. Suddenly, Jonathan appeared like a bolt of lightning. Kim reacted instantly, cutting off his advance. With force, he slammed Jonathan into the ground, leaving him unable to resist. Kim then posed a question to the gathered hunters. Did they wish merely to survive or to become rankers? A ranker was one who had conquered the tower in its entirety, clearing every floor. Kim knew he would eventually reach that height himself, but for him, it was only a stepping stone. His true ambition reached further, beyond even the ceiling of the tower. Regaining his senses, Jonathan struggled to grasp Kim's intent. Yet as Kim halted him, it became clear that his actions carried deeper meaning. Jonathan then proclaimed he would rise to be king of Olympus. His own team gasped at the bold declaration. Kim already knew of his lofty ambitions, hinted at by his Olympus lineage. He offered Jonathan a wager. Each could assemble any number of allies. If Jonathan won, Kim would submit and join his ranks. If Kim triumphed, Jonathan would call him elder brother. Thus the terms were set. Jonathan urged his team to hurry, saying that punctuality was no longer enough. But Kim remarked that there was no sense in rushing seconds. At that instant, everything shifted. Time itself seemed to halt. Confusion rippled among the players. Kim alone understood the truth. Veraganda was no mere island, but a sacred beast lying dormant beneath the sea for ages. The monsters fought so far were parasites draining its strength. Jonathan hesitated, uncertain whether to believe this stranger who claimed knowledge Olympus itself lacked. But the proof was undeniable. The countdown had frozen, and only intervention by the Six or the administrator could resume it. Kim recalled Odin had once shared this hidden knowledge. The only strategy was to suspend time to seize advantage. Once restored, the trial would conclude. Other participants failed to grasp the situation. They decided to exploit the lull to rack up points. Meanwhile, the Six discovered that the parasitic dragon had been slain, a feat unseen since Odin's era. Soon the Red Orc chieftain emerged. He was swiftly brought down by Kim, whose blazing crimson eyes radiated terror. Realizing they could not match him, the orcs fled. At that moment, time resumed. The Six had restored order. But Kim had earned 3 extra days, more than he expected, enough to reach the Tower of the Gods. Players converged at the mountain's summit. By their mana signatures, most had attained level 20. Those raised inside the tower bore the blessings of the system, becoming purebloods. Sarah doubted she could ever defeat the boss alone. Yet when she looked upon their captain, she realized she could not even guess at the limits of his strength. Kim appeared on the horizon, calmly striding toward the gathering. Jean and Stephen stood aside, radiating mana much greater than before. Clear signs of growth. Jonathan greeted Kim, noting his absence of allies and guessing he intended another solo hunt. Several players approached Kim, proposing an alliance to fight the boss together. But before he could answer, Jonathan unleashed his might, scattering them violently. He sneered at them, unable to fathom how such weaklings dared make the offer. Terrified, the crowd scattered. Without pause, Kim advanced. At the cliff's edge, he leapt down into the grand chamber, where the first boss awaited. His task was clear: find the boss and finish the trial. The chamber swarmed with creatures that did not belong. But Kim already knew the boss's lair and pressed forward, wielding his giant sword technique. Onlookers marveled at his speed. From above, he descended with crushing strikes upon the monsters. With ease, his blade pierced the Red Orc's body, a feat far beyond normal comprehension. Stephen realized Kim was as monstrous as their captain himself. Jonathan closed in, loosing arrows across the battlefield. Kim, in turn, wielded his knife with unmatched precision. The scene was dazzling in its deadly elegance, terrifying in its beauty. Sarah remained calm, instructing Stephen to prepare. Meanwhile, the siblings manipulated mana, though in starkly different ways. Stephen focused on mana concentration, surging forward with explosive power. Suddenly, Jonathan spotted something unusual ahead and charged. Before him loomed an immense gate adorned with enigmatic carvings. The artwork seemed to depict a battle scene. Kim instantly recognized the danger sealed within and chose to enter first. As the doors swung wide, a piercing shriek shattered the air. Jonathan's team froze in terror, paralyzed by the sound alone. But Jonathan, mastering his fear, followed Kim inside. There awaited Chimera, the third boss. By the rules, she could either be freed or subdued, bound as a servant. The key lay in the seal stone. Her restraint endured until it was destroyed. Moreover, whoever mastered her would gain points relative to her slaughter. Jean realized she must guard the seal stone not just from Chimera, but also from her own supposed allies. Sarah, too, understood that managing 10 people in such a chaos would be nearly impossible. Kim aimed to seize victory and close the trial, but Jonathan tried to block him. Kim did not hesitate. He drew his blade and shattered the seal stone. In that instant, Chimera was bound to him as her master, though he now faced the challenge of subduing her unleashed fury. Without hesitation, Kim gave his first command: tear down the wall. The Chimera obeyed, demolishing it with brutal force. While Kim controlled the beast, Jonathan's party faced no real opposition. Their true enemy was something far different now. The Chimera was a fusion of countless monsters from across the island. With the wall destroyed, a new passage opened before them. Advancing deeper, they entered a cavern that revealed a horrific sight. Kim immediately recognized it as the hidden fourth chamber of the fifth tutorial, a stage the system had never announced. Beyond it stretched an arena, its walls bound with heavy chains, the fourth boss's domain. At the center stood the Chimera's creator, and the system declared their sole mission: to destroy him. For the first time, the creator realized someone dared claim control of the Chimera, and he moved to confront them. To him, this was an intriguing turn of events. He suspected that among the challengers was one who carried the bloodline of Zeus. At that, Jonathan flared with fury. The being revealed himself as Child, a black magician long vanished from the tower. Kim knew the name. This sorcerer had once served as examiner of the 50th floor, using hundreds of players as unwilling experiments. Jonathan also remembered his disgrace. Defeated, stripped of power, and condemned to serve as a tutorial boss for 1,000 years. Even when that sentence expired, he had never reclaimed his former might. When Child turned his gaze on Kim, something unsettled him. Those eyes stirred half-forgotten memories. He could not fathom where Kim drew such strength. Perhaps he bore a link to Olympus or descended from some forgotten lineage. But Kim sought no explanations. Jonathan's companions, however, stood frozen, uncertain how to respond. Jonathan broke the silence, ordering all monsters in their path destroyed. His allies obeyed, fighting fiercely against the horde. This suited Kim. While they battled, he could focus on Child alone. Suddenly, Child unleashed his dreadful spell, Coffin of Darkness. Even the Chimera could not escape once trapped inside. He sealed Kim within, intending to erase his existence entirely. But soon cracks spread across the coffin's surface. Moments later, Kim burst free without harm. Child staggered back in disbelief. This was impossible. The power emanating from Kim's hand made him suspect a tie to Olympus. This man eclipsed all he knew, resembling the hero he had once worshipped. Kim activated gigantization, his frame swelling with giant's power. His strength and endurance multiplied, though even that had limits. Child snarled, vowing to rip him limb from limb. Olympus blood or not, he was still a mere youth. Kim answered not with words but with a savage charge. In retaliation, Child tripled the force of his Coffin of Darkness. Yet even this mighty spell was shattered by Kim's bare hand. Desperate, Child unleashed his lethal technique, Poisoned Fangs. Kim recalled Hercules' warning. If he lost control of gigantization, killing the Chimera's creator would be disastrous. He knew the danger, yet believed nothing was beyond reach. Even for a kinsman of Hercules, the idea of crushing everything with one arm defied reason. Child, seeing the tide turn, summoned his ultimate defense, the Black Wall of Thorns. But soon fractures spread across the barrier. In the next instant, Kim stood before him, breaking through completely. Kim struck relentlessly, raining devastating blows upon the creator. With fiery eyes blazing and the power of gigantization coursing through him, he resolved to end Child once and for all. Tate writhed in agony, his cries echoing across the battlefield. Hercules had foreseen it. Kim would one day reach the 50th floor and slay the Chimera's maker. Tate could only acknowledge what was plain. Their destiny was sealed. Yet Child, cursed with immortality, fought on stubbornly. Kim understood. Centuries of black magic had hardened his body beyond steel. But such an unnatural shell could never be flawless. With flaming eyes, Kim found the weak point and struck without mercy. Child shrieked, begging for reprieve, but Kim did not falter. After all, Child had torn countless limbs with those very hands. This was justice. Echoes of his comrades rang in Kim's memory. Defeat Certra, claim blazing eyes, devour his heart, and inherit the giant's might. Such feats birthed power beyond mortal comprehension. Now the Chimera's creator was dead, and Kim's level surged higher. Instantly, all the monsters Jonathan's team battled collapsed lifeless. Kim explained that with the boss gone, they no longer had reason to exist. Among the group, Sarah lay injured. Jonathan pulled Kim aside, demanding an explanation. He did not ask about Kim's origins or his knowledge of the rankers, but about the cost. Sarah's wound was the result of Kim's choice. Was it truly necessary to slay the Chimera's creator? Kim admitted the trial could have ended simply by killing the Chimera. Jonathan burned with anger. He could have set a new record without needless excess. Kim pondered how far his solitary path would force him to go. The outer gods existed beyond the tower, belonging to alien realms, horrors such as hopelessness, fallen despair, foolish chaos, and the purple sky. Countless rankers had died facing even one of them. No one knew how many more lurked unseen. Therefore, Kim had no choice but to grow stronger, for the sake of dragging the world forward with him. Yet he still had no idea how long the road stretched. Refusing further talk of teams, he resolved to continue alone. He could not walk with others. At that tense moment, the manager appeared. Jonathan instantly recognized him and bowed. The steward could barely mask his rage. Kim had burdened him with endless problems. Now he would face the wrath of the gods themselves for this chaos. The Chimera's master had died without preparing the next boss, leaving the tutorial in limbo. Kim, uninterested in delay, demanded his prize. The manager handed him the Stone of the Black God, a relic storing infinite dark mana. It was also called the Shard of Hades' Helmet, one of Olympus's mightiest treasures. With conditions fulfilled, the challengers would now advance to the tower proper. This would be their final meeting, and the steward hoped Kim would not repeat such havoc above. Yet he knew the truth. Kim's possession of such an artifact could incite upheaval on a grander scale. Perhaps that was needed. Maybe Kim would be the storm that shook the tower itself. But the reward did not end there. Suddenly, Kim also received an egg. They soon emerged onto the first floor of the tower. This place was called the Step of Beginnings. Here, guild representatives waited eagerly for fresh recruits. Among the gathering, Jonathan recognized familiar faces from Olympus. Nevertheless, he had lost his bet, and he kept his word. Disturbed by recent events, he resolved to uncover the truth of Olympus's dealings with the steward. For Olympus, as Jonathan knew it, had always been just. If he wanted answers, he would have to seek them himself. With that, Kim turned and left. Suddenly, Jonathan was approached by Richard of Olympus, a devotee of Ares who had recently ascended to high ranker. Richard relayed that Ares had forbidden revealing key information to Jonathan until his mother was found. The heavenly Lord cared little for the children. Their mother's identity remained a mystery. These words enraged Jonathan, and he bristled, ready to strike. But Richard only advised him instead to think about starting a family. Jonathan realized that striking a lower-ranked opponent would only worsen his standing with Olympus, so he chose to withdraw. At the same time, Kim sensed pursuit in the step. Around 20 figures shadowed him. To him, they were the perfect opportunity to test the stealth properties of the Black Godstone. Fatayo, the jackal's boss, studied Kim and quickly grasped that this was no ordinary climber, but a top-tier contender. The gang noticed that he walked alone, clad in the robes of the flame spell. Believing him to be easy prey, the jackals prepared to strike. Yet just as they lunged, Kim vanished from sight. In the next instant, someone was already cutting through the jackals. He moved with such speed that they couldn't pinpoint his position. Their leader activated the Hawkeye's skill to track him. Only then did he recognize that this newcomer, fresh to the tower, already commanded concealment. Kim struck with merciless ferocity, his irritation fueling every blow. Fatayo suddenly realized this was not bait but a blade capable of killing them all. Kim posed a single question, answered truthfully, and he would spare them. The Jackal Chief tried to resist, but soon understood he faced overwhelming might. Kim's question was about a man called Cloudless. Fatayo faltered in confusion, and Kim knew he had struck gold. Later, in a transitional district, Kim sat quietly in a cafe sipping tea. Having already extracted the knowledge he sought, he allowed himself a moment of calm. Memories of past comrades left him uncharacteristically wistful. The Black Godstone had worked against the jackals, but its concealment was still far from the perfection of Hades' helmet. His own mastery was not enough yet, nor had he found a craftsman capable of refining such material. He reasoned that if even a single shard's power were fully drawn out, hiding would cease to be an obstacle. Reflecting on Olympus's past, he recalled how Zeus claimed the heavenly throne with the lightning shard, while Hades waged his battles forever masked beneath the helmet. The only one skilled enough to forge such material was his uncle, a master smith. The player's set responded instantly to the flow of mana. Kim reached his destination uncertain whether he would truly find what he sought. A man approached begging for points, insisting his child was starving. Kim ignored him, but the beggar refused to relent. With a flash of steel, the man pressed a knife to Kim's back, hoping for easy spoils. Kim sensed the attack instantly and struck back without hesitation. No sooner had he dispatched the man than he found himself confronted by members of the local gang. Yet they posed no real threat. After dispatching them effortlessly, he turned and finally saw the place he had been looking for. A small chamber radiated intense heat, the stifling air thick with the scent of molten metal. As Kim stepped inside, a gray-haired man emerged to meet him. His eyes fell at once on Kim's robe. Clearly, he was no common thug. Kim declared that he wished to purchase equipment. The man revealed himself as a blacksmith, Uncle Volcaro. He asked where Kim had obtained such garments, but Kim gave no details. He merely said he was a newcomer recently arrived on the first floor. His true purpose was to have an item forged from blackstone. One glance told Volcaro this was no ordinary mineral, but raw artifact material. Though baffled as to how Kim had acquired it, he agreed to attempt the work. Learning it was a reward for clearing the tutorial left him stunned. He knew cheap alloys would only diminish the stone's immense potential. Despite his concerns, Kim trusted him, especially after inspecting the forge's weaponry. Even with humble ores, the sword's flawless balance revealed the smith's masterful hand. Volcaro accepted the commission, vowing to do everything possible. But he imposed one condition. Kim must keep both the artifact and its origin secret. Kim consented, and the forging began. Afterwards, he visited the dining hall. Ordering breakfast for 3 points, he finally allowed himself to rest. Unexpectedly, Jonathan appeared and sat beside him. His vast network had made finding Kim easy. After brief words, he asked for Kim's player number, a request that caught Kim off guard. Over the meal, Jonathan revealed his plan. In 5 days, he would level up in the tower's outer zone. Kim seized the chance and requested a favor. He proposed they exterminate a jackal pack. But he specified just the two of them, he and Jonathan. After a short debate, they arranged to meet that evening. Jonathan took his leave. As Kim resumed eating, he noticed a man at the next table studying him intently. The stranger introduced himself as Richard, a representative of Olympus, and invited Kim to talk. Kim was struck by how Richard had ignored Jonathan, descendant of the celestial ruler. Richard explained that the latest results had shocked the players. The gulf between first and second place was so vast that rumors spread of a monster rising in the tower. Jonathan remarked that he and Kim were something akin to allies. Kim found it odd, but guessed it was meant as a form of leverage. Richard spoke of how rare it was to climb the tower or become a ranker. But Kim, he said, was different. Someone destined for greatness, fit only to walk beside the truly worthy. He urged Kim to meet Mr. Eris, who could grant him anything he desired. Richard then invited him to join Olympus, but Kim cut him short. He politely declined, thanking him for the tea and bowing to show he would not join. Richard's temper flared. Kim's final words, that he would never work with the unworthy, only fueled his anger. Seething, Richard ordered the jackals to be mobilized. His aide assured him that within days enough men could be gathered. But since Kim had shattered records and even surpassed Jonathan, a mere handful of jackals would not suffice. Thus, 100 fighters were to be prepared, ready to strike once the harvest ended. 2 days later, Kim and Jonathan reconvened. Jonathan, noting Kim's red eyes, speculated that he descended from a monkey. The comment alluded to Tate, the great sage equal to heaven, whose innate gifts surpassed all other rankers. Yet Kim bore not only Tate's abilities, but also a fire akin to that of Apollo himself. That only deepened the mystery. If not Olympus, then what faction claimed him? Moreover, Kim wielded gigantism, a skill held only by Hercules, slayer of 10,000 giants. Jonathan reasoned he must be of giant blood and thus distanced from Olympus. Suddenly, Kim summoned him, and they slipped into a small closet. There Kim asked the seller about Cloudless. At once the man bolted. Kim darted after him immediately. Though the seller fought back, Kim subdued him effortlessly and ordered him to stay down. Before them stood none other than John, heaven of cloudless light, a player from Murum who had refused to climb higher. Kim knew this man as the Jackal King. Jonathan, however, refused to leap to conclusions based solely on his flight. Then Kim produced a blade that had belonged to Yang. The floor beneath hissed and melted. The weapon was laced with a high-grade poison. The Jackal King could not fathom how they knew such things. Jonathan observed subtle shifts in Yang's tone and expression. When Yang noticed Jonathan's hair and eyes, he realized he stood before an Olympian. Kim pressed his interrogation. Did the Jackal King serve Richard? He admitted he did. Kim then asked how long he intended to remain on the first floor, chained as Richard's hound. He warned that once the task was over, Zeus himself would personally settle accounts with the jackals. Still, if John succeeded, Olympus might grant him far greater authority than he had ever held before. John explained that their pack numbered close to 1,000 members. Kim ordered them to assemble by the following night and appear at the marked site at midnight. He gave a strict command. No word must reach Richard or Ares. Then he turned to Jonathan, suggesting they move forward together. But Jonathan, burning with anger, demanded an explanation. Kim simply advised him to cast aside his loyalty and feelings for Olympus, and instead prepare himself. The next day, Kim waited for him near the rendezvous point. Jonathan arrived, sharing the turmoil of his thoughts. To him, Olympus was more than a faction. It was his homeland, and his father remained his idol. Memories of his mother were faint. Even her face was hard to recall. Yet her voice lingered, repeating the words that Olympus's name was a source of pride never to be forgotten. After deep reflection, he decided he must either stay true to that oath or be branded a traitor to Olympus. As for the jackals, he concluded they had no right to exist, for they gnawed at the system like parasites, and so he vowed to destroy them all. Meanwhile, the jackals assembled within a cavern. Scattered as they usually were, this was the first time in ages they gathered in one place. Soon their leader, Cloudless, appeared. The moment he entered, every head bowed in silence. He warned that from this instant, anyone who dared speak would be executed. Before moving to their main operation, he declared there was a preliminary mission, so difficult it required every single member's participation. But he promised one thing. By tomorrow, the jackals would rise. He then presented 2 benefactors to the pack. As a gesture of thanks, he handed them guardian currency, a single note worth 1,000 points. The currency was genuine, and one benefactor accepted it eagerly. With a snap of his fingers, he hinted it was time to take their leave. Instantly, the cavern erupted in searing fire. Flames devoured the chamber, driving the jackals into a frenzied stampede toward the exit. In that moment, Jonathan tore away his mask, declaring he would exterminate the jackals himself, for they were a blight on Olympus. Kim drew his blades and joined the slaughter without hesitation. Chaos erupted as both sides clashed in brutal combat. In desperation, the pack's leader tried contacting Richard, but nothing came through. Kim knew why. The player's set sent messages through mana, and in such dense energy the signals failed. With no options left, the jackal leader hurled himself at Kim. But one glance into Kim's eyes froze his body solid, turning him into stone. He stood paralyzed, unable to move. Kim told him calmly that his end had already arrived. In the mountain, silence afterward, only echoes of the carnage remained. Kim and Jonathan had completed their grim mission, leaving 1,000 corpses behind. Jonathan panted heavily, weighed down not only by exhaustion, but also by gnawing guilt. He could not comprehend how Kim remained so composed after such a massacre. Kim explained that baseless guilt blinds one to evil, and such blindness breeds unknown consequences. His words struck Jonathan with clarity. The guilt melted and confidence returned, something Kim was glad to see. Their exchange eased, and they even shared a few jokes. True to form, Jonathan teased him with remarks that left Kim embarrassed. For his aid in battle, Jonathan earned a reward, and Kim shared with him the jackal's spoils. Once rewards were settled, Kim asked what Jonathan had gained for taking second place in the tutorial. Meanwhile, Richard tried repeatedly to contact the jackal pack, but received no response. A servant tracked their last known site and urged him to inspect it himself. When Richard arrived with his men, they were met with a horrific scene. Yet it was not the mountain of bodies that unsettled him, but the absence of the jackal's treasure. That very hoard secured Kim's survival for the foreseeable future. If it were possible, Kim would have gone straight to Asgard to trade it for points, but he knew Olympus would soon trace the attack back to him. Though the spoils were immense, they still fell short of covering all he required. Even so, the resources would form a base for the Dark Godstone's creation, the most powerful relic in his possession. In the hands of a master smith, its true potential could now awaken. Alongside it, however, came a strange egg, the purpose of which baffled him. Jonathan's second-place reward had been the Hand of Thunder, a relic fit for rankers. That suggested Kim's egg must conceal something equally precious, perhaps even surpassing the Dark Godstone. Studying it carefully, he discovered markings he had never noticed before. They bore a resemblance to depictions of the outer gods, which meant the creature inside might emerge as either his greatest ally or the world's next destroyer. Such creatures usually imprinted on the first face they saw, considering it their parent, leaving Kim with a gamble unlike any other. Later, he met the blacksmith, who summoned him to discuss forging weapons and armor. In the process of refining the Dark Godstone, a residue had formed, powder even more precious than the stone itself. The smith proposed mithril as the only suitable base metal. Roughly 1,800 grams would be required, enough for a formidable set. But Kim lacked the funds. Kaval offered to take on the project at his own expense, driven by eagerness to work with the material. He said he would not mind even if Kim disappeared, since he accepted the risk himself. After all, if Kim trusted him with something 10 times more valuable than mithril, then the smith must return that trust. As expected, the master proved to be the man Kim had always believed him to be. Kim handed him the sword, remarking that weight mattered little as long as he could wield it. Confident in his craft, the blacksmith assured him he would forge it to the highest standard. A week later, at Olympus's guildhouse, Richard awaited the outcome. The eradication of the jackals had been a tower's test, unlocking higher privileges. Soon word arrived that 200 players from floors 1 through 10 had been rounded up. Together with Olympus's army, they began the manhunt for the fugitive. Kim, meanwhile, hunted monsters ceaselessly to raise his level. While awaiting his commission gear, he suddenly received a summons from his uncle. In his hands gleamed a crystal of extraordinary hue. The sight filled Kim with a fierce longing to forge a masterpiece worthy of it. Yet he knew the time was not right. That day would eventually come, but he wished for more time before it arrived. Exiting the workshop, he found himself confronted by an entire army. His uncle understood their purpose even before voicing the question. The truth was plain. The blacksmith was none other than the wanted criminal, Hephaestus. Murmurs rippled among the soldiers. This was the very ranker who had sown chaos on the first floor. Without hesitation, the smith swung his hammer and invoked the limit of strength. Richard judged that since Hephaestus wore no equipment, he could be subdued with ease. Moreover, Olympus's highest rankers stood with them, including Apollo's envoy, Chris. The smith was startled to see Chris among them. Chris, though reluctant, followed orders, and the clash of mana began. Blinding torrents of energy filled the battlefield. Despite the command to strike, Chris respected his uncle's ideals, knowing he wielded the hammer not for dominance but conviction. Yet Koval's strike turned against him. For attacking foes far beneath his level, the system inflicted a harsh penalty. Even so, the fact that the blacksmith renounced power for principle only deepened Chris's respect. Olympus, however, had no intention of withdrawing. They unleashed the Aegis shield. Though only a replica, it was powerful enough to crush the already weakened blacksmith. His body hardened into stone, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Richard, pleased with the result, ordered that the criminal be taken into custody. Yet before the soldiers could act, Kim stepped forward. He had no intention of allowing this scene to continue unchecked. Fixing the troops with a cold stare, he posed only one question. What business did such vile men have in a place of such wonder? Richard watched in shock at this unexpected intrusion. He could not fathom who Kim believed himself to be, daring to interfere alone in such a battle. Kim's eyes fell upon Chris among the ranks, and he marveled that rankers of such stature would lower themselves to fight within the cramped alleys of the slums. It struck him that if the conflict dragged on long enough for the steward to step in, Olympus's sway over the first floor would be shattered. But Richard's army already had its orders. Kim was to be slain, and the one to succeed would be crowned manager of the floor. The prize for victory was nothing less than dominion over the first floor itself. Kim, however, was not one to surrender so easily. His enchanted sword drank in the force of the great fire, and with flawless precision he unleashed a strike into the very heart of the army. His burning eyes traced the arc of the blow, calculating its path with deadly certainty. With monoballs he cut down those who rushed against him. Even Kim himself was startled at the sheer growth of his abilities. Richard could not accept that this lone figure was defeating players who had already ascended to the tower's 10th floor. Then Kim summoned the power of the giant fire, raising a towering column of flame. He turned briefly toward his uncle, but the man remained petrified as before. At that moment, Chris entered the fight. He questioned why Kim had involved himself here, since no bond of deep loyalty tied him to his uncle. Still, he could see that before him stood a disciple of Apollo, enthroned upon flames, radiating a presence impossible to ignore. Kim knew he could not afford defeat. He had survived Certra's inferno, and so he believed this foe was within his reach. Yet he gravely misjudged Chris's might. Kim's gigantization collided with the sun shard, and brute force alone could not withstand such an assault. Desperate, he invoked the Manhwa technique. To his astonishment, the clusters of mana pierced through Chris's blazing strikes. But the fire left his flesh scorched, burning him with second-degree wounds. At this rate, the flames might consume him entirely. Chris, too, was bloodied, pressing on at the edge of his endurance. Kim knew that if he could just endure a little longer, victory would be his. But Chris suddenly closed the distance, seized him, and smashed him violently against a wall. Caught off guard, Kim now found himself in dire peril. From the corner of his vision, he glimpsed a brilliant blue light. It was the crystal forged by his uncle. Chris sensed at once the overwhelming force contained within the tower itself. The crystal's mechanisms stored surplus energy, preventing the fragile balance of the lower floors from collapse. Thus, whenever excessive power was unleashed, the tower manifested something capable of suppressing it. Richard, satisfied with events, ordered his soldiers to seize the blacksmith, secure the wounded, and march the criminal away. Kim, he decided, was of little consequence and could be ignored. Yet in that instant, Kim rose again, newly armed and brimming with strength. Chris immediately recognized the danger he now posed. The emergence of darkness-suspected mana was rare indeed, capable of altering any battle's course. Richard resolved to strike Kim down himself, but Kim instead moved toward his petrified uncle. Realizing the stone curse was fading, Richard ordered the soldiers to attack before matters spiraled beyond control. Kim steadied himself, bracing for the coming storm. At the moment their blades fell, he released a surge of power so blinding that it staggered all who faced him. Chris sensed something uncanny unfolding. Then the tower itself responded, summoning forth a monster. Chris held back, choosing to observe the outcome rather than intervene at once. Amid the roaring fire, Kim approached. To wield 2 mana attributes at once was unheard of. Such a gift was both rare and dangerously potent. Chris sought to sway him, offering rewards greater than anything he had lost. But Kim rejected the offer. Angered, Chris's patience snapped. He resolved to kill Kim outright, yet Kim pressed on, determined to save his uncle and hold back catastrophe. The clash that followed shook the first floor with its sheer magnitude. To wield such overwhelming force here could only bring disaster. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the battle ceased. Kim collapsed unconscious. Richard seized the chance, raising his weapon to finish him. But before the strike fell, Hephaestus broke free and struck Richard down with a single blow. With his full might unleashed, Hephaestus prepared to end Richard's life. Yet before the killing blow landed, the manager of the first floor appeared and halted him. The administrator had been watching the Olympians' chaos unfold across the floor. Their reckless campaign had caused grievous disruption, and the steward warned them that harsher punishment awaited should it ever happen again. Olympus's faction lay broken, its influence stripped away for a time. Meanwhile, faint teeth marks appeared upon Kim's mysterious egg, as though the creature within sought to defend itself. Soon after, Kim's strength failed him, and he blacked out. When he awoke, the first sight before him was his savior, his uncle. The blacksmith mused at how long Kim intended to keep calling him uncle, but in truth it hardly mattered. He owed his life to him. In thanks, he revealed his true identity, Hephaestus, the legendary smith of Olympus. Kim, however, showed no surprise. This baffled Hephaestus, who wondered how the boy had known his name beforehand. At first he suspected Kim of ties to Olympus, but now he realized the youth was no ordinary player. Hephaestus chose to stay hidden, renting a proper forge, knowing the Olympians would be unable to move openly for now. As repayment, he promised Kim a blade beyond compare, one that would aid him in his climb through the tower. But first he insisted Kim seek treatment, for his wounds were severe. The following day, Kim pressed on, hunting massive apes to gather points. Though Olympus's grip on the first floor had been weakened, its shadow still lingered. These events might well shape the course of the second Gigantomachy to come. Kim, meanwhile, strove to master his newfound source of strength. Controlling the stone was grueling, yet he observed vital changes in it. The most striking was the awakening of the power known as the Call of Hell. Hell itself embodied the dominion of Hades and the font of his might. Yet restrictions prevented Kim from wielding its full strength. The stone was a conduit, not a vessel. Even so, step by step, he was learning to command it. Later, he visited Hephaestus's new workshop, far grander than the one before. Here, fine artifacts were crafted, fetching prices of tens of thousands of gold, with Olympus claiming a share of the profits. As soon as Kim entered, the smith wasted no time. He presented him with a small box that at first seemed empty. On closer inspection, it contained translucent gloves built for unmatched mana conduction. Hephaestus admitted that time and materials were scarce, so they were only partially refined. Next, he offered a blade wrapped in cloth. When unveiled, a flawless sword gleamed in Kim's hands, wrought with perfect care. Merely holding it sent power coursing through his body. Hephaestus granted him the honor of naming the weapon himself. After reflection, Kim christened it the Sword of the Dark Knight. The name carried layered meaning, tied not only to its look but to unique effects that amplified his abilities in shadow and by night. With such a weapon, he could fight endlessly without weariness. It made him an ideal warrior, and for Kim, that was enough. Resolute, he set his sights upward, ready to continue his climb through the tower. Hephaestus inquired about Kim's intentions toward Olympus, and the reply came firm. He meant to cast it down from its lofty height to the depths below. Their talk concluded, Kim departed the forge. Memories lingered of Hephaestus setting his hands to craft a new weapon. From adamantium, he shaped a blade, designed for battles against outer forces capable of unraveling the world itself. The smith abandoned his hammer and instead used his own fists, even melting down the tool that had served him for ages. Though Kim valued their meeting, his path stretched onward. At the Coliseum, the overseer Shuri examined recordings of his deeds. She weighed his abilities, comparing him against previous participants in the tutorial. He surpassed even Jonathan, who had been regarded as exceptional, making Kim's case unlike any before. What astonished her most was that he had faced the test alone, when its design required cooperation. She doubted that anyone could conquer the Coliseum solo, not even rankers. Yet Kim had already stepped into the chamber for the first floor's trial. Here, his strength and combat mastery would be measured, and to succeed, he needed to defeat his foe. The contest began. The Coliseum delivered endless opponents, and the more one overcame, the greater the rewards. Before him appeared a hulking green orc wielding an enormous axe. Wasting no moment, Kim invoked the monosword skill and crushed the beast instantly. The system declared the first trial complete, though it was only the beginning. Without hesitation, he demanded the next round. Shuri, watching closely, was stunned. She recognized the moment as historic. He advanced faster than Tate, the all-conquering Buddha, the sage who rivaled the heavens. Conserving both mana and stamina, he avoided extravagant skills, his gaze fixed on the absolute record ahead. Round after round, he pressed forward, never losing momentum. Facing another duel, he summoned giant fire and giant sword, easily dispatching the knight, who admitted this was only his second defeat in life. None had ever risen with such tenacity, enduring wounds and stabs yet refusing to fall. By the 19th round, Kim had equaled Tate's legendary mark. Then he set foot in the 20th trial, a test none before had ever overcome. The Coliseum allowed no rest, and now he had reached the final stage. The air of the arena throbbed with wrath and ruinous energy that gnawed to the marrow. Kim instantly drew upon the might of the giant, bracing himself. But as he focused, the last boss entered. His adversary was an eight-headed, eight-tailed serpent, the ancient beast Susanoo had once sealed away. Kim had not expected to confront such a foe here. The monster, kin to dragons, radiated power beyond his giant form. At this very trial, Tate himself had been knocked out cold by a single lash of its tail. Only his miraculous vitality kept him alive. For any ordinary fighter, that strike meant certain death. The requirement was clear. The serpent's eighth head had to be destroyed. Though the target was singular, Kim sensed his current might still fall short. Without warning, the beast lunged, yet its attacks lacked the cataclysm he anticipated. Something was off. The serpent he knew of should have been stronger. Drawing the sword of the Dark Knight, he poured the energy of the Dark God stones into its edge and struck. Yet even with that infusion, the blow could not pierce its scales. The blade skittered harmlessly, failing to wound. The battle looked hopeless, but Kim knew the tower never set impossible tasks. Shuri, observing, was baffled at his sudden pause. Then he spotted it, a tiny unscaled mark near the heart, its sole weakness. Gathering every ounce of fury, he drove forward and aimed his sword at the spot. The legend proved true. Susanoo had once left a fatal scar in the serpent's heart. Kim now resolved to finish what had been begun in ancient times. His triumph was inscribed in the Coliseum's records. 31 more levels remained before the 100th. His next adversary was an elf, 6 blades at his side, with Shuri, the overseer, standing nearby. She questioned him about the serpent's weakness. Kim replied that though it was the final trial, the challenge felt excessive. Thus he had studied his foe until he discovered the flaw. Shuri noted the fire in his gaze and his power to gigantize, marking him as one whose skills rivaled peak high rankers. Yet despite knowing much, she was forbidden to share such knowledge. Instead, she presented him with an additional prize from the test administrator. The warden delivered a sword meant only for those who completed every trial of the first floor. Kim unwrapped it, only to find a broken fragment of a blade. It was a shard of the Totsuka sword, once used by Susanoo to bind the serpent. Content with this trophy, he stored it at once. The system also granted him the serpent's 8th heart, pulsing with great force. Its venom was deadly, yet if purified, it could transform into a potent healing draft. Even Shuri could not place a value upon such an item. No number sufficed. Then came a system alert. The egg cried out in hunger. Strange energy gathered around it. Kim realized that if the egg had not yet hatched, it was still maturing. Suddenly a force stirred within the serpent's corpse. Shuri was dumbstruck, for the arena was under the tower's protection. The egg began devouring the serpent's 8th head. Shuri stared in awe. This confirmed that a creature once thought non-existent was truly alive. Kim himself could not comprehend the ability. The scene was uncanny, and he could not define what the egg really was. At first, Shuri suspected him to be Tate's descendant, but after witnessing this, her certainty wavered. Before departing, she declared she would pray to hear word of Kim's rise from the upper floors. She was a warrior both strong and forthright, beautiful yet disarmingly naive. As parting, they clasped hands. Across the tower, rumors spread. A man had claimed first place in the tutorial for the first time in millennia. Many predicted Kim would become a ranker in mere decades. His next challenge lay on the ninth floor, the labyrinth. He cleared it, and a new road unfolded. Instead of seeking escape, he carved multiple routes, simplifying the trial for those who would follow. A month later, he arrived at his uncle's forge. On an errand, Kim entered the workshop, only for his uncle to ask him to wait. The heat was overwhelming, but Kim bore it calmly. The labyrinth had taken 10 days, which surprised Hephaestus. He could not fathom why it lasted so long, but Kim knew he had needed to blaze new paths. His uncle now wondered how he would fare in the next ordeal. Hephaestus readied a nameless blade for him. Its mana flow was weak, yet its balance and handling were superb. After testing, Kim agreed. The sword lacked conductivity, but was still a reliable weapon. In gratitude, he paid 10,000 points for the effort. Hephaestus had not expected such generosity, but Kim's thanks were sincere. Then a portal opened beside the forge, requiring 10 points for passage. Kim chose to ascend to the 10th floor, stepping into the realm of martial arts. That floor was Hubei, a vast continent ringed by sea, its ecosystem shaped by ancient rulers. Numerous factions dwelled there, each eager to enlist new blood. One recruiter quickly approached Kim, boasting of his order's ancient roots, its glory and traditions. Kim listened without interest, having already chosen another path. Annoyed, the recruiter flared his aura to cow the crowd of players. He used intimidation as a lure, indifferent to the shame it cast on his group. But when his eyes met Kim's, he faltered. With only a fraction of his strength, Kim cast him to the ground, making clear he was beyond even the unit's leader. Shamed before the entire crowd, he forced his way through the mass of recruits, escaping in silence. 10 days had slipped by since Kim scaled the 10th floor, and in that time, he had crossed more than 4,000 kilometers. The martial world posed countless obstacles, the greatest of which was the absence of any real transport. People here relied solely on their own legs. His long trek finally brought him to the banks of the Tian Shan River. With every moment slipping away, Kim felt pressure mounting. He could not afford delay. Yet unease crept over him, as though unseen eyes tracked his every step. Roughly 20 figures were hidden within the shadows. Their number was small, but each radiated the air of a seasoned warrior. The group that revealed itself was the Tian Machine Unit, a faction long opposed to the ruling oligarchs. They had endured together for years, admitting only those who proved themselves worthy. Among their ranks stood Muck, a native fighter who had climbed as high as the 40th floor. When his gaze fell on Kim, he instantly sensed he was no ordinary traveler. Kim's aura was unlike that of common wanderers. Muck resolved to learn what floor Kim had reached, inviting him to join their order, but only if he would disclose his attributes. Kim refused that approach, choosing instead another path, the Tian Machine's trial. This was an event few dared attempt, for no one had challenged the Protestant test in ages. On paper, a chance of success existed, but in reality, not a single player had ever completed it. Muck escorted him to the testing ground, where the ordeal was to unfold. The moment it began, the world around Kim shifted, reality itself bending. One misstep from the chosen road meant entrapment in endless illusions. The test presented a dozen distinct routes, only one of which was genuine. Muck cautioned him to tread carefully and follow his lead. But at some point, Muck realized Kim was gone. He could not be sure the boy had even been present the entire time. Meanwhile, Kim unleashed the Flaming Eyes skill to discern the true way. After traversing more than 10 paths, he still had no sense of how long the ordeal would last. Then two diverging roads revealed themselves before him. Activating Fire Eyes once more, he found both to be authentic. Feeling the subtle current of wind drifting from the left, he chose that direction. In the distance appeared a small chamber with a lone lamp glowing inside. Within, Kim discovered a living chronicler of the martial realm. At that instant, the system declared he had cleared the first devil's test. Yet although indoors, he still felt wine upon his skin, proof he was not truly inside a closet. The devil seated before him inquired how early Kim had grasped the test's essence. Kim answered that he had known from the start. The figure before him thus recognized one who could chart his own road and follow it without wavering. Suddenly, a flood of blue light engulfed the chamber, granting Kim admittance. When the glow faded, he found himself outdoors. No devil, no chamber remained. Though rumors claimed demons hid among men, in truth they dwelled openly in villages. Muck, or Mook, was astonished at how effortlessly Kim had passed. Kim also knew that Tian Mashan provided shelter to those who succeeded. No tales existed of anyone threading illusions unaided. Even Mook had to relearn the path each attempt. At last, Kim allowed himself rest, sinking into a bath for the first time in ages. Beside him materialized a curious egg, which warmed and stirred at his nearness. He remembered companions insisting that conquering the supreme cult of the heavenly demon's trial was impossible, an idea fixed firmly in all minds. But the sky demon had manifested before Kronos bent time, leaving Kim forced into confrontation. Elsewhere, Tate fumed with frustration. Outraged at being left uninformed, he was reminded that he had refused the trial by advancing directly upward. Knowing Tate's hot temper, Kim was hardly surprised. A month passed since the coliseum of the second floor had been cleared, and in that span the egg grew dramatically. Even unhatched, it displayed behaviors of a giant serpent. Kim began to suspect it belonged to an outer god. Creatures with shifting forms, bristling with eyes and teeth, feeding on fear and despair. Long he debated whether to keep such a being at his side. The egg seemed to answer with a subtle nod. He then realized it had been communicating all along, though he had ignored its voice. Summoning his courage, Kim raised his blade and struck the shell. As he expected, nothing broke. The egg only contracted without hostility. Unsure of the meaning, Kim chose to wait. Later, he placed it into the bathwater, where it responded with clear delight. Convinced ever more that the outer gods and heavenly demons shared a link, he resolved to walk directly into the lion's den. The following day, 4 clerics of the heavenly demon supreme cult gathered for council. Lords of Heaven Chan and Do remarked that such a test had not occurred in 30 years. God Quan corrected them, 34. God Gam pressed for more information on Kim, for the stories seemed fantastical. Rumors said the same individual triumphed on every floor, climbing ever higher in rank. Incredible though it sounded, the records held no falsehood. The assembly resolved to find him, and Chan summoned his attendants. When the doors opened, Kim stood before the gods. At once he recognized the figures on the high cult's pedestal, and he guessed the second trial would involve the deities rather than the demon. But the commander of the Black Wind Army, Yang, appeared suddenly, requesting leave to test Kim first. After deliberation, the gods consented. As Yang approached, Kim understood this was no official trial. Yet God Gam proclaimed that the victor would earn a prize, the Supreme Cult's Crimson Blood Elixir. Kim accepted without hesitation. His task, topple Chan from his stance and secure acknowledgement. The strength permitted was capped around the 30th floor, an unexpected condition. Yang doubted the leader's interest in Kim and assumed victory instantly. But Kim realized Yang's chatter would never have gained true recognition the way he had. The leader lunged without warning. Kim slipped aside in an instant. They clashed at breakneck speed, each striving to land a decisive strike. Yang had dedicated his life to the supreme cult, pouring years into mastering martial techniques. For him, this contest was life itself. Kim, however, soon wearied of the bout and drew his sword. Meeting Yang's attack with ease, he invoked giant strength and drove him to the ground. The gods, long starved of such excitement, watched with delight. Thus Kim cleared the test, claiming the Crimson Blood Capsule, one of the Supreme Cult's greatest medicines. Even the gods found themselves astonished by his swordplay. His next trial was scheduled 3 months ahead, pitting him against God Quan, master of the Iron Fist cult. Kim resolved to devote the time to deeper study of martial arts. He assumed Quan stood below the 4 lords of the heavenly cult and would not waste time idle. But such casual remarks carried disrespect toward the heavenly demon's supreme cult. Gam reminded him that only the demon could alter the nature of trials. He allotted Kim 3 months to prepare and master counters to the Iron Fist's 3 core techniques. As they walked through the halls, Kim caught whispers trailing behind him. Many were speaking of his triumphs and rising might. Lord Gam himself grew intrigued, choosing to oversee Kim's training. Rarely had a newcomer caught his attention, and now he placed high hopes upon him. At last they reached the designated training grounds. The gods supplied Kim with everything he asked for, though he suspected they would regret their generosity soon enough. Kim then visited Chin, chief physician of the Supreme Cult, intent on purchasing all his stock. The physician balked at the staggering order, hundreds of kilograms of medicine. He could not fathom how Kim intended to make use of it all. The agreement was rigid. After 3 months, any unused medicine had to be returned, and any that was spoiled required repayment. Once negotiations ended, Kim bid farewell, leaving the physician still in disbelief. Laden with a mountain of remedies, he made his way toward the secluded training cave of the Supreme Cult. The cave had been designed so that its gate could only be opened from within, unless one resorted to brute force from outside. Inside, Kim discovered a fertile plot where countless healing herbs thrived, and he began making use of them straight away. Consuming antler grass heightened his resistance to toxins, yet the act of swallowing such a variety of drugs was torturous. The substances mingled within him, creating poisonous mixtures. His purpose was to cleanse himself and purge the snake venoms that still lingered. Kim believed the ordeal wouldn't prove fatal. The worst consequence would be violent stomach trouble. Suddenly, his egg opened a gaping mouth, eager to devour the poisons for itself. Kim scolded it harshly, warning he would roast and eat it like a snack if it interfered. Determined, he pressed on, swallowing the heart of an 8th serpent. The venom spread fast, twisting his gut and sending waves of dizziness through him. To withstand it, he realized he had to consume even more medicines. Strangely, while enduring the torment, his mana surged at a remarkable pace. The detoxification stretched on endlessly, and Kim braced for a grueling trial. A month crawled by. The gods lingered at the mountain, puzzled by Kim's absence from classes or martial instruction. Meanwhile, Iron Fist stretched his weary frame, dedicating every moment to his own training. But Kim remained entombed in silence within the cave, giving the impression of one long dead. Then at last the stone gate creaked open. Kim stepped out, his altered appearance leaving the gods speechless. Together they went to a cafe where Kim devoured food with ravenous hunger. The gods sought to make sense of his disappearance and odd conduct. One speculated that Kim must have exhausted every detoxifying remedy. Rare elixirs produced astonishing results, though their toxicity made them agonizing to endure. Finishing his meal, Kim bowed deeply and voiced his gratitude. His next destination was the martial arts library. The library was tightly guarded, its halls under constant watch. When Kim arrived, the guards promptly announced him and assigned a guide. Inside the vast chamber, he was granted permission to choose from the books. Yet certain sealed rooms contained forbidden volumes beyond his reach. Kim combed through the shelves until he discovered a text perfectly aligned with his current needs, one he resolved to master within a month. But then his attention snagged on a brown-bound book. This volume spoke of the heavenly demon supreme cult's origins and the dawn of martial arts itself. The gods quietly debated Kim's habits, spending a full month buried in martial texts, then 3 more in relentless training. Such a pace seemed inhuman. Even the strongest required years to digest so much lore. Yet Kim sought to do it in a mere 3 months, bewildering them with his resolve. At noon, he declared he had found exactly what he needed in the library. The overseer god judged him carefully, determined not to strike him down prematurely while weighing his talents. Within the Supreme Cult's training hall, servants whispered among themselves. They seldom had the chance to witness the might of the Heavenly Kings firsthand. Soon Iron Fist entered, a man whose very presence commanded dread. He scoffed at the state of the cult, doubting it had fallen so low that only weaklings remained. Over the murmurs, he thundered for silence. This next trial, tied to the heavenly demon, demanded solemn respect. Then Kim stepped into the arena. Iron Fist's eyes narrowed, eager to gauge how much Kim had sharpened in recent months. The test commenced. He had to withstand or deflect Iron Fist's threefold strike. The opening blow, Divine Thunder, slammed into Kim with overwhelming power. He staggered but managed to remain standing. He quickly realized, if the first attack was this ferocious, the following strikes would be far deadlier. Iron Fist warned him that blocking head-on was suicide. His body would be shattered to pieces. This was only Kim's second duel with a rancor, and the gulf between them was immense. The second assault began. Iron Fist accelerated, unleashing the 100 Thunder Fist strikes. Kim triggered Flaming Eyes, granting foresight into his opponent's movements. With it, he slipped past the flurry of blows, astonishing the audience. Iron Fist reminded him that martial arts were no mere supplements. Under the same sky, he vowed Kim would not dodge again. The gods foresaw the next strike's devastation, stretching beyond the arena itself. To protect the crowd, they raised a barrier. Seeing this, Kim realized the blast's reach would be enormous, leaving no space to evade. But he reasoned that a wider range might mean a weaker core of power. Iron Fist unleashed the third move, sky-splitting lightning. Divine power flooded the space as Kim endured the 3 godly strikes. Thus he passed the second trial of the heavenly demon supreme cult. Yet the battle still raged. Quan was stunned that his crushing fists had been repelled. Kim not only held firm but stood eager for more. Intrigued, Quan pressed on to test him further. Watching closely, Gom recognized that the essence of the heavenly demon spirit was materialized mana. He saw Kim advancing into realms far beyond comprehension, his strength extraordinary. Kim seized the initiative, launching his own offensive. He weathered the pressure, blocking 47 strikes in succession. Even a god found it hard to believe. Clashing against the heavenly demon spirit proved far harsher than imagined. Their powers roared against each other on a grand scale. Minutes stretched into hours, but Kim refused to falter. He had already turned aside 59 blows, his spirit recovering each time. Quan miscalculated, assuming Kim would collapse much earlier. The duel only grew fiercer as restrictions tightened. Kim countered with the Gigantomachy technique. Quan realized the youth before him had only just reached the 10th floor, yet already fought a god as an equal. Still, he relished the combat, having long lacked such an adversary. Unleashing his full spirit, he urged Kim to attack. Kim responded instantly, darting right and deflecting 89 strikes. A fist suddenly flashed before his eyes at terrifying speed, but he narrowly slipped aside. His heavenly demon spirit now nearly spent, he knew striking rashly could spell doom. Only by closing in and binding Quan's movements could he win, so Kim reignited Gigantomachy. With fists clenched, he hurled himself forward, pouring every shred of strength into the assault. Even at close quarters, Quan managed to block. But in that instant, Kim drew his sword and drove a precise thrust straight into the god's chest. It was unthinkable, but Quan's single mistake left him defeated. The watching gods did not intervene. Their duty was only to observe. Even the heavenly demon remained a distant witness. Thus the second trial was finished, and Kim inherited a new skill, command of the heavenly demon spirit. None of the gods could fathom why a text of such power had been shelved among low-tier manuals. On the surface, it resembled ordinary training, its true might invisible to most eyes. For the first time in ages, Quan felt genuine curiosity, predicting Kim might ascend to a rank surpassing even the current leader. Gom concluded that the cult's head would soon demand to meet Kim for the ultimate trial. Meanwhile, Kim checked his attributes. His magical energy reached 98, regretfully capped short of triple digits. He could still feel the strike against Quan's chest, certain that without surrender, he himself might have lost. But the ordeal was complete, and he calculated 2 days for full recovery. The skill he gained was priceless, sought after by every ranker. A sudden knock echoed against the door. Kim was being summoned by the heavenly demon himself. He made his way to the founder's palace, stepping inside only to feel an eerie void. Not a single presence stirred within. At that instant, the system declared that the egg had bared its fangs. In the darkness ahead, a man waited. It was Kion, the heavenly demon. Chung inquired about the condition of Kim's arm, to which Kim calmly answered that it was fine. Just then, the Black Knight's blade roared to life. Shiyong immediately recognized the weapon, pointing out that it was the handiwork of Hephaestus. After a few curt words, the demon wasted no time and initiated the final trial. Terror gripped Kim. Though he could still move, he felt powerless to fight. Around him rose a barrier of pure suppression, unlike anything he had endured before. He tried to awaken his flaming eyes, but the skill failed. Suddenly, an unseen hand seized him and dragged him deeper into the heavenly demon hall. The ultimate test of the doctrine had begun. Kim found himself wandering in a land veiled in heavy mist. A demon figure walked ahead, motioning for him to follow. Lighting the path with his fire skill, Kim advanced cautiously, scanning every shadow. The demon, impressed by Kim's past battles, acknowledged his effort, but warned that greater trials lay ahead. Then the system pulsed strangely. The egg stirred, baring its teeth as though hungering. It was reacting to a distant power, faint to Kim but of immense importance to the egg. The demon identified it as the divine flame. He explained that when the flame first appeared on the mountain, prophecy had decreed that the school existed solely to guard it until its rightful bearer arrived. From the first heavenly demon to his master before him, all had lived with this one mission, and so did he. Before it became a school, this place was a faith, and wherever faith begins, a foundation arises to shape it. Over time, stronger forces appeared, eclipsing the school itself. Yet the demon admitted that as a mere guardian, all he could do was protect the flame, powerless to wield it. For entry into the school, each aspirant had to undergo a unique test to prove their worth. This trial served as both tribute to the flame and shield against intruders. The demon revealed that others had tried before. Among them, sword god Thomas, who failed miserably. Now Kim faced the final ordeal, to endure the fire until it acknowledged him. It was not simply difficult, it was survival itself. Kim's victories over the sword god and mastery of the heavenly demon spirit offered no advantage here. The flame's power nullified them. The fire thrived on fear, shaping itself to consume those who trembled. The only defense was self-deception, to believe the fire had no heat. The egg shrieked, straining to swallow the flames, but Kim restrained it. If the egg consumed everything, he would gain nothing. For the first time in ages, Kim felt a terror deeper than death itself. Once he had survived with only a frail body and a sword, clinging to life amid ruin. But after returning to the past, he climbed the tower step by step, growing stronger. Not for himself, but for his brothers. Now, no matter what, he stood his ground within the fire, and at last he prevailed. The system acknowledged him, granting the title of the school's founding firebearer. He lived, and a new skill shimmered into existence: divine flame. The demon watching was stunned. Never had he thought a human could endure this. Days later, he reflected that the flame had chosen Kim as its vessel. With that, the demon realized he no longer had a purpose here. Only the worthy were ever chosen, and Kim had earned it through trial and suffering. In ancient times, such an event might have provoked outrage, but now greatness justified power. The only question was how Kim would wield the gift. Kim turned to leave, promising to return when the great war erupted. Should fate allow, they would meet on the battlefield. The demon felt hollow. His task was complete, leaving him directionless. Accepting this truth, he resolved it was time to return to Muram. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of Toshlin Tower, player Michael knelt in prayer. He had finally joined his friends on a team, though strangers and even blacklisted players filled the ranks as well. By contrast, the opposing team boasted the strongest fighters with rare abilities and overwhelming might. Scanning his group, Michael spotted Kim and knew his luck was grim. Kim, too, saw that the gifted players had been placed on the other side, leaving him as their opponent. The examiner for the 11th floor was none other than Hypnos, a ranker from Olympus. Seeking a room at the inn, Kim found only one left, the topmost costing 100 points. Price meant little, so he exchanged his Asgardian notes. When he drew, he rolled a 6. He then chose to access the store. Among the items, adamantium caught his eye, an ingredient he lacked for forging the divine dark crystal. This metal was priceless. Fewer than 10 smiths alive could refine it. 6, the broker, guessed Kim was close to Hephaestus, offering him 1.5 kilograms for 1.5 million points. Kim lacked the funds, so 6 suggested a loan. Refusing debt, Kim decided to search elsewhere. 6 pressed him, sensing immense profit. But Kim's decision was final. He would not buy from him. Instead, he bargained fiercely, securing the adamantium for 850,000 points. Realizing no better buyer would come, 6 conceded. After sealing the deal, she departed, leaving the door open for future business. Knowing adamantium demanded long, grueling refinement, Kim resolved to postpone working it until after the trial. With a week remaining before the test, he chose to spend time walking the city. Elsewhere on the 11th floor, in Agria's labyrinth, another squad trained under their leader Gun, famed for his charisma and skill. The party fought monsters as Gun urged them to sharpen themselves before the coming test. His companions dismissed the warning, certain their foes would be weak, even with Kim present. Gun himself had never met Kim, but the name was known by all. Suddenly, a strange energy rippled through the air. News spread, the dungeon's cold depths boss was dead. The corpse was charred, yet no fire had touched the surroundings. Gun noticed a faint sword cut across its body, realizing the boss had been felled in a single flaming strike. Only a ranker could have done this in such a low-level dungeon. Seeing no purpose in staying, the team withdrew. Meanwhile, Kim slew the Spider Queen, earning the thread of Agria, a material of great durability and mana conductivity. As he expected, the divine flame proved devastating. Testing it before the major battle had been a wise move. Yet its power was so vast it even threatened his sanity. Absolute focus was required. No technique in his arsenal rivaled it, and the stronger he grew, the more catastrophic the flame became. Later at a tavern, Michael caught sight of Kim. He explained bitterly that their team had shrunk. Half had abandoned the trial before it began. Those remaining pinned their hopes on Kim, whose name carried both awe and expectation. Yet the cost of entry ranged from 100 to 1,000 points, sums far beyond most low-level players. They sought his guidance for survival strategy, but he urged them to quit, warning that for them, the trial meant certain death. The words left the group stunned. Realizing their odds were hopeless, many saw wisdom in surrender rather than dying pointlessly. Michael, however, heard differently. His heart burned with fury and resentment. Examiner Hypnos knew well how vast the gap was between the two teams. It was insurmountable. Yet Olympus itself had issued orders. Kim must be destroyed. A hefty bounty was promised for his head, spurring the competitors on. With all participants gathered, Hypnos prepared to declare the trial's start. But before he could speak, a message arrived from Hera, wife of Zeus. It announced that the players had assembled in Elalum's dark forest. Kim noticed that far more players had withdrawn from the trial than he had expected. Once everyone remaining had taken their seats, the examiner stepped forward with a formal greeting. Despite one side being badly outnumbered, the rules stayed unchanged. The match would begin right after the terms were revealed. The challenge was simple in description. Capture the flags scattered throughout the arena. Each team had to gather them and pair them with its own standard. The scoreboard would update directly on the banners themselves. These flags had been hidden across the forest, a place crawling with monsters. Victory went to whichever side collected the most flags before time expired. One unusual twist: each team would have a king, chosen at random, and any flags he captured would count double. His death wouldn't end the trial outright, but would cripple his side severely. Kim instantly recognized the risk, that fate would assign the weakest member as king. His suspicion proved true. Michael was given that role. Bewildered, Michael looked lost, while Kim muttered in frustration, questioning how he'd even reached the 11th floor. The 24-hour contest began. The rival squad took the initiative, certain of an easy victory. Among their ranks stood Roll, nicknamed the Angel, one of the finest support fighters. Her healing powers were so rare that people often compared her to a saint. On Kim's side, no one revealed who had become their king. If it wasn't publicized, it clearly wasn't one of the renowned players. Still, Gong glimpsed a faint golden glow from one participant. He had sharp memory but not enough time to match glow to face. Kim's team realized their only path to victory lay in seizing the enemy king's flag. Only Kim himself had the ability to attempt it. Yet he hesitated. His team couldn't manage without him, and he kept his choice hidden. Before they could plan further, they were discovered. The opposition closed in on their king, forcing his protection to take priority. At first, Kim's presence unnerved the attackers, but soon they realized that if the king fell, even Kim's power wouldn't matter. They pressed with numbers, trying to overwhelm by sheer force. Suddenly, one of their fighters was cut down, dropping their count to 9. The battle roared back to life. Faced with defeat, the enemies begged for their lives. At that moment, Kim entered the fray, cutting down threats with his blade to shield his comrades. Michael breathed in relief at his arrival. The opposing group tried to retreat, but Kim refused to let them escape. One enemy lunged toward him, realized too late his mistake, and fell to the ground in an instant. Desperate, he surrendered all his flags in exchange for his life. Kim collected 2, earning his team 20 points. He then demanded the others hand over theirs or face the same fate. More flags were gathered as a result. Kim asked Michael where the rest of their squad had gone. Michael explained they had split up to search more efficiently. Kim revealed the 67 flags he had personally secured in 4 hours of hunting. But when counted, only 64 remained, proof the enemy had begun raiding his allies. He told Michael it was wiser to seize flags from players rather than waste time killing monsters. The enemy knew the same truth, so now they would surely target the king. From that moment, he ordered Michael not to leave his side. If the king fell, their fate was sealed. The trial had entered its critical phase. Survivors from the other team returned with news. They had surrendered their flags out of sheer terror of Kim. Roll deduced that Kim was guarding only the king, leaving his defense thin. She urged the strongest members, including herself and Gong, to mount an organized strike. With her signal, the assault began. Half a day into the test, the flag hunt had transformed into a manhunt. 200 players now joined forces, determined to kill Kim and Michael. Meanwhile, Kim's haul reached 100 flags worth 10,000 points. He held them back, knowing if the king died, all would be wasted. He noticed strange behavior among enemies. When he appeared, they dropped flags and ran. He deduced they understood their numerical advantage. Likely those who had escaped already informed them that the king's guard numbered only 1. It was a chessboard scenario. Suddenly, Kim sensed danger and intercepted an arrow aimed straight at Michael. His suspicions were confirmed. They had stalled their assault only to amass overwhelming force. Then the white web of heaven enclosed the area, sealing every exit. Kim drew a circle around Michael with his sword, ordering him not to leave it under any circumstances. Certain his command was understood, he stepped away. Michael tried to follow, unwilling to stay alone. But Kim instantly aimed his blade at him, warning he must not cross the line. The enemy squad concluded their only chance was to kill the king, who appeared unprotected. Yet when they saw Kim approaching, their focus shifted back to him. Alongside Roland Gong, another stepped forward to display his power. Var seized the moment, eager to shine before watching guilds. He hurled a colossal sword at Kim, convinced that striking him down would win glory. But the weapon froze midair, reversed course, and impaled one of Var's own allies. An instant later, Kim stood face to face with Var, asking only one question. Where was Gong? Some tried to follow Kim's movements, but he was too fast, vanishing from sight. He suddenly reappeared above another fighter before the man could react. In the crowd, Kim spotted Gong and Roll. Gong smirked, remarking that Kim had drawn the short straw with such a feeble team. He advised surrender, claiming he did not wish needless bloodshed. Kim dismissed the words as hollow. With no other choice, Gong engaged. He launched the first attack, which Kim parried with ease. Gong then unleashed his clan's imperial blade style. His ancestral sword carried enchantments that weighted the blade, amplifying each strike. But even such crushing blows failed to harm Kim, and Gong began to sense the gulf in their power. As the fight dragged on, Roll stepped in. Suddenly, a violet-pink flame erupted around Kim. It matched the fiery traces seen earlier in the labyrinth. The truth was clear. He had slain the dungeon boss. Gong couldn't fathom how. Even at his level, a single strike would not suffice. He speculated that Kim had not revealed his full strength, leaving many questions unanswered. Through sound telepathy, Gong ordered Roll to withdraw. To him, continuing was futile. Others, however, could not understand his surrender. The foe was strong, yes, but why give up completely? Roll even thought him a coward, but Gong valued the lives of his comrades over his own pride. Roll, unwilling to yield, pressed on. Kim preferred not to waste lives unnecessarily. Someday these same opponents might become allies against the outer gods. If Hercules had stood here, he too would have sought to minimize needless death, and Kim respected that approach. Roll invoked divine blessing. Kim judged that obstinate minds sometimes required harsh lessons. Energy surged, saturating the entire battlefield. The apparition of a true devil emerged, the divine flame that fed on fear itself. All attacks against it failed, yet Roll stood defiant. She unleashed Angel Wing and giant strength, but even bolstered, her allies fled in terror from the fire. She realized grimly that they could not even approach Kim, let alone wound him. In a last-ditch effort to shift the battle's course, she unleashed the executioner's sword. Kim sliced through it effortlessly with his own blade. At that moment, her team accepted the truth. Resistance was futile. Yet Kim had no intention of letting them simply walk away. First, every flag had to be surrendered. If they refused, he would take them by force. 8 more flags fell into his hands, strengthening his advantage. Roll knew countless guilds had courted him before, only to be rejected. But she still tried, inviting him to join Zion. She admitted he would be valued there even above herself, yet once more he declined. Roll concluded that no matter how powerful he was, relying solely on his own strength was reckless. But Kim saw the guilds for what they were, machines of pride, greed, and endless rivalry for control of the tower. He didn't want to compete with them. His vision was larger. One day he would unite the tower under a single banner. The road alone was brutal, but it was his chosen path, and he would endure it. Just then, a blazing sphere of fire hurtled toward the king. The enemy team surged forward, aiming to finish the battle quickly. Michael remembered Kim's command. Survival meant never stepping outside the circle. His only hope was to buy time, clinging to that boundary. One enemy crossed the line, jeering that Michael's life was over. A moment later, his body was flung into the air, hurled back by an unseen force. It was the protection of the heavenly demon spirit shielding Michael. After parting with Roll, Kim trusted that Michael would obey his instructions. Movement rustled in the bushes. Someone was spying on him. Without hesitation, Kim called the intruder out. From the shadows stepped a hooded figure, startled at being discovered so easily. Kim studied him and recognized the examiner. Even his crafted illusions had failed to mask his presence. It was Hypnos, a ranker famed for weaving illusions. Kim wondered why such a man had come to a simple trial, and realized he had angered powerful enemies. This time, illusions proved useless. Hypnos admitted that dispatching rankers after Kim was overkill, but he was no ordinary foe. Suddenly, the Dark Knight's deep sleep illusion activated. Kim collapsed as if unconscious. Hypnos drew his dagger and pressed it against the helpless figure. But in the same instant, Kim rolled away, dodging with lightning reflexes. He had only feigned sleep all along. Steel glinted in his grip. The Black Knight's sword was no longer Olympus's alone. Hypnos' illusions worked only at close range, yet Kim still managed to wound him. The fight with an Olympian ranker had begun. Kim had faced warriors of this caliber before, and felt no dread. Hypnos struck first. Kim met the blows without difficulty, parrying with precision. Then his foe vanished, leaving only a phantom. A strike came suddenly from the opposite side. Kim's fire ignited fiercely, scorching the air. But then the heat abruptly faded. At first, Hypnos thought it an illusion, until he realized the flames were born from fear. The more terror gripped him, the hotter they burned. Yet Hypnos was no novice. With a casual gesture, he scattered the divine fire. Kim was surprised but pressed on. He attacked relentlessly, probing his opponent's strength. Soon Hypnos understood. Kim was far beyond a common player. If allowed to climb to ranker level, he would be nearly unstoppable. That could not be permitted. Hypnos cast Moonsleep, attempting to twist the tide. Kim knew this interference would anger the steward, but Hypnos cared only for Olympus. His loyalty was fixed on a higher cause Kim could not share. Yet the one who altered time itself now held the fate of the tower, and countless lives in his hands. Hypnos knew he had broken the tower's rules and would face punishment, but in Olympus's name, he was willing to die. Kim wasted no time, slipping behind him and plunging a blade in. Moonlight sought to magnify his fears, but he remained composed. The battle neared its end. Kim saw clearly that Hypnos was finished. Suddenly, the steward appeared, halting the strike. The manager, bewildered, demanded an explanation. Hypnos insisted he acted under Hera's command, but the steward saw through the lie. It was an excuse to shield Olympus. Attacking a participant mid-trial was unforgivable. Hypnos was stripped of his role, and Olympus lost authority over the 11th floor. His sentence was 1,000 years of torment, trapped between life and death. In his fading moments, the last thing Hypnos saw was Kim's face. The steward turned to Kim, admitting that the tower's highest powers far outstripped Olympus, and often ignored what transpired below. He confessed the trial had been rigged against Kim's side, partly his own failing. He promised compensation for the injustice. Before leaving, he warned that great upheaval was approaching the tower. Members of the opposing team overheard and realized Olympus had fixed the trial. The revelation stirred an uproar among them. Corruption had surfaced before, but this case was unique. A single player had defeated a ranker. The news would echo across the tower. When Gong heard Kim's vow to oppose Zeus, he was stunned. He understood now. Kim had helped a blacksmith craft a weapon Olympus had banned, enraging them. The pieces aligned, the smith was Hephaestus. Gong had heard rumors but never expected the culprit before him. He warned Kim that even with his strength, Olympus was not to be taken lightly. The Great Morim tournament was approaching, and Gong prepared to return to his clan. Later, Kim visited Michael, who burst into tears on seeing him. Relief washed over him. Though the ordeal was past, the emotions still clung. Kim commended his resilience. Together, they had secured 600 flags. Michael felt pride at contributing to their triumph. When the challenge ended, Kim handed every flag to the king. The test was complete, their team victorious. The 11th floor was cleared, unlocking the next ascent. Kim now ranked first with 20,000 points. Jonathan placed 6th, growing stronger with each level. Kim wondered whether the first floor events had changed him. Perhaps Jonathan had surpassed him, but Kim remained certain of his own strength. The Gong clan, second only to the heavenly demon cult, was one of the Morim Guild's ruling forces. Its dynasty of rankers owed their rise to their patriarch Jun. It was Jun who had guided them into greatness. Now faced with the unfolding crisis, Gong decided to confront it directly, arriving earlier than planned. Olympus once again plotted a clash between Olympian gods and titans, but Kim had disrupted their scheme. On Gong's team was his loyal supporter, Gibbons. Jun realized that the brighter Kim's star blazed, the harder others would try to snuff it out. Meanwhile, Kim pressed on with training, striking targets at blistering speed. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. He felt 1,000 marks, 10 times the requirement. Yet the reward proved meager, leaving him dissatisfied. Even so, with his accumulated points, he could purchase all he needed, though he sensed he had already reached a visible limit. To claim a prize worthy of his efforts, Kim had to enter contests spread across at least 20 floors. He realized that if he wished to advance further, his priority had to be amplifying his magical strength. The fastest path was through an elixir, a rare pill said to heal any wound. Such a chance appeared only once every 3 years, and the sole venue to acquire it was the Great Morim tournament. With only a few days remaining before its opening, Kim vowed he would not miss it. On the appointed day, vast crowds surged in, the air thick with anticipation for Morim's greatest spectacle. Many placed wagers on Gong's victory, though most doubted he could stand against the colossal guilds. Others predicted Jonathan, who had already ascended to the 25th floor, would seize the crown. Then a surprise spread like fire. Kim himself would compete. Guild representatives hurried over with offers of alliance, but Kim turned them all away. Soon Brunel, a dragon-blooded ranker and leader of the 12 Earth Abodes Guild, approached with proposals. Kim showed no interest and dismissed him. Moments later, Suriel the Angel appeared, also trying to recruit him, but Kim refused once more. Just then, Jonathan strode in, snatched Suriel's card and burned it before congratulating Kim. Kim's response startled everyone. He ordered them all out. Only Jonathan was permitted to remain. The guild envoys departed. Their business here was over. Once inside Kim's quarters, Jonathan was shocked at the Spartan conditions. It was not what he expected on such a floor. Likely, he thought, it had to do with the tournament. He had come unannounced, hoping to surprise Kim. Rumors swirled that Kim had denied Olympus access to Hephaestus. This revelation unsettled Jonathan. How could Kim dare defy Olympus so openly? He realized Kim was treading dangerously. Hera's agents lurked everywhere, waiting to strike. Regarding Zeus, Jonathan explained that the god cared only for conquering the tower's summit and no longer meddled with Olympus. No one had ever conquered the tower's highest floor. Those who reached it were granted ranker status instead. The discussion shifted back to Hephaestus. Kim announced he was going to visit him and invited Jonathan along. Hephaestus toiled endlessly at his forge. For 4 days straight, he stood over the furnace, hands trembling with exhaustion, yet he worked on. Much was accomplished, but without the satisfaction that weapon forging once gave him. He knew Kim would arrive soon and prepared himself. The door creaked open. Kim entered. Jonathan followed close behind. Hephaestus immediately noticed Jonathan's uncanny resemblance to Zeus. Thinking Zeus's kin had come for vengeance, he readied his strength for combat. But Jonathan meant no harm. His trust in Olympus had eroded, and he only wished to speak. Raised to believe Hephaestus a traitor, Jonathan now sought to hear the truth with his own ears after speaking with Kim. More of Zeus's blood ran through Jonathan than in any other descendant. He asked the question that haunted him. Why had Hephaestus abandoned his craft? The smith answered that he renounced weapon forging after the Gigantomachy. Long ago, giants of immense power and stature ruled the tower. Some revered them, others feared them. Only the Olympians could challenge their might, yet the giants had never seen the Olympians as foes. They welcomed them as allies and friends. Hephaestus too counted them as friends, until he watched their hearts pierced by blades of his own making. The Gigantomachy was nothing more than a war staged by Olympus to tighten its political grip, unwilling to share power. Soon the giants of Asgard joined the conflict, opposed by armies from every realm and the strongest guilds. The battlefield became a graveyard, littered with the fallen at the tower's base. Every friend Hephaestus had among the giants was slaughtered so Olympus could erase the shame of their former alliance. From that day he swore to sever ties with Olympus and abandoned his forge. Though his resolve never wavered, sorrow burned in his eyes. Olympus failed to wipe out the giants completely, and decades later returned, demanding his weapons once again. Finishing his tale, he led Kim into the storeroom, summoning him to follow. Realizing Jonathan needed time to reflect, Kim went after his uncle. Hephaestus understood Jonathan was no enemy, and Kim would never bring just anyone. If even an old cynic like him could recognize Jonathan, then perhaps he had the potential to climb beside Kim. Still, Hephaestus sensed his doubts. He was young, inexperienced, and naive, requiring guidance. He unfastened the storeroom's chains and swung the door open. Before Kim lay Canaan's black gauntlet. The name once belonged to a helmet Hephaestus had forged for Hades. He was startled to see it reborn. Every scrap of adamantium and dark crystal had gone into this relic. Kim slipped it on. It was thin, weightless. But Hephaestus knew its true right of use still had to be earned. Suddenly, dark smoke filled the chamber. From it emerged a rainbow-hued creature. Kim froze, bewildered by its presence. He quickly understood that claiming the gauntlet would not be simple. The glowing being, shaped like an eye, spoke with difficulty. Kim realized conversing with it would not be easy. Little was known of the 3 sacred Olympus artifacts forged from dark stone. Lost during the outer gods' invasion, only scattered fragments remained, guarded by Kronos. Once, Canaan had been Hades' helmet. Now it had transformed into a gauntlet with equal might. The eye asked about the egg. At that instant, the egg awoke, shrieking. Dark mana surged around Kim, pressing down as though to crush him. Dodging was useless. His only option was to summon the divine flame. Yet he noticed he was not being struck directly. Meanwhile, the egg's hatching progress ticked upward. Kim asked Oku about it, but silence was his only reply. The creature merely declared it was watching him, then vanished. Strange mana wrapped around Kim, alarming Hephaestus, who shook him to break the trance. Perhaps it was needless worry, or perhaps he had saved Kim from true peril. Kim longed to test the gauntlet in combat, but the vision of the eye lingered. It was clear this artifact concealed mysteries still undiscovered. The dark stone had been split into 3. To grasp its nature, Kim needed the other 2 fragments. Nearby, Jonathan felt the ground tremble, baffled by the disturbance. He suspected Kim had fought with Hephaestus, yet his thoughts shifted to what mattered most, meeting his siblings Apollo and Artemis. These children of Zeus, supreme rankers, had been pivotal in the Gigantomachy. For now, Jonathan fixed his gaze on the great marine tournament, a chance to make his name and prove Olympus's might. The tournament promised clashes of extraordinary scale. More than half the tower's rankers came to witness the battles firsthand. Jonathan felt both eager and anxious. Whispers spread that the lord of the celestial demon cult himself might appear. Jonathan had no idea that Kim was that very lord. For generations, the cult had hidden the divine flame in the mountains. Now freed, they could step into the world. The elder of the cult chose to appear at the tournament, though his purpose was unclear. Jonathan realized that the lord of the heavenly demon cult was far more than just another player. When Kim confirmed his identity, Jonathan was taken aback. The reward of his ordeal had been the divine flame, along with the title it conferred. If the great clans discovered this, they would stop at nothing to claim him. The tournament was shaping up to be unforgettable. The following day, the grand opening ceremony began, the stage where tens of thousands would vie for supremacy. Whoever triumphed would secure a place in history. From the stands, the most renowned players of the tower observed, watching each duel with keen eyes. The first round of selection was announced and competitors flooded into the arena. Among the contestants stood Woon, despised by many as filth, yet he relished the fact that people still recognized his name. Entry to the tournament was granted only to those who had climbed past the 25th floor of the tower. Then his eyes caught a flash of crimson fabric, Kim's cloak. Fortune betrayed him. Fate placed him in Kim's very group from the outset. The horn sounded, marking the start, and Woon charged forward recklessly. A heartbeat later, Kim's fist slammed straight into his jaw. Sean of the Siaman clan noticed Kim's dark hair, black eyes and the fire-imbued cloak swirling around him. Unlike the rest, Kim had no interest in prolonging the spectacle. His opponents faltered, unsettled by his aura and relentless presence. Moving like a phantom, Kim dispatched them one after another with ease. Each strike came so unpredictably that none could guard against it. Suddenly, he stood directly before Chan. Even with overwhelming strength, he never ended lives. He only rendered foes unable to fight, a choice born of intent, not weakness. At last, the victor of the first group was declared Kim. The next match began, and Kim knew Jonathan would be fighting in it. True to form, Jonathan advanced with confidence and skill, achieving a decisive victory. Watching his technique, Kim understood his support could be invaluable later. Unexpectedly, emissaries of the Sapphire Blade clan appeared before him. At their head stood Moon, ranker and clan master, extending a personal invitation for Kim to join them. Everyone anticipated his refusal. Moon had already heard the tales. Kim turned away every guild, no matter how mighty. Though not a formal guild, the Sapphire Blade clan still wielded great sway. Their prestige endured through years of victories and influence, placing them among the elite. Yet Kim declined once again, unmoved by the offer despite Moon's insistence. The ranker bristled at rejection, unwilling to be dismissed so easily. Kim knew sooner or later someone would attempt to force him into service. Moon disregarded the organizer's rules, emboldened by his brother's position as head of the Chagall clan. He was convinced the Sapphire Blade was Kim's rightful home, but Kim had no use for such ties. He trusted only his own strength and calmly brushed Moon's hand off his shoulder. But words alone would not end the confrontation. Moon's sword gleamed, half-drawn. Before he could strike, Fun appeared, fist of the celestial demon cult. Calling Kim Lord, he declared that no harm would come to him under his watch. Moon hesitated, realizing a clash with the celestial demon cult would be disastrous, and quickly apologized to defuse the moment. Recognizing his blunder, he retreated in haste. Kim then ordered Fwang to manage dealings with the Shigel clan. Once the tournament concluded, a banquet with the Gong family awaited, where crucial matters would be discussed. Later, Kim entered the chamber of the cult leader. He held no doubt he would prevail in the trials of the tournament. Pouring tea, the leader infused the cup with heavenly demon's mana. The vessel grew unbearably heavy, yet Kim endured and held it firm. The gauntlet upon his hand stirred, assisting him through the crushing weight. The leader questioned why Kim wasted effort on the tournament at all. For Kim, the prize, a rare elixir, was reason enough. His purpose was not fame, but to secure strength. Talk shifted to his suitability as Lord, and doubts about his ability to bear such burdens. Yet the cult leader was unwavering. His will was set, and Kim was chosen. Though Kim had not witnessed the Gigantomachy, the scars of that war lingered in all who had. Now he sought to prevent Olympus from igniting another. Facing them would be perilous, even with the cult's might. Still, the doctrine of the celestial demon cult did not bend. From that day, Kim was recognized as one of their own. Meanwhile, guild leaders assembled to deliberate over the tournament's course. One in particular fixed his attention on Kim, eager to bring him under their banner. They knew he had cleared the trials and carried the title of Lord, making him a dangerous rival. The celestial demon cult itself threatened their authority. If its champion won, the balance of power in Merim could shatter. To prevent that, a guildmaster proposed altering the tournament's design. Days later, an announcement declared the main tournament delayed, replaced by a battle royale. Kim and Jonathan exchanged words, both realizing the manipulation behind it. Hearing Kim would fight, many withdrew, unwilling to face him. But those who remained stood firm, prepared for war. As the opening drew near, Kim and Jonathan walked together toward the arena. The Great Merim tournament swelled with participants and a sea of spectators. Yet suspicion and disdain followed Kim and Jonathan, eyes burning into their backs. Both knew their presence provoked unease. Jonathan stayed silent, mind sharp and holy for battle. Soon a delegate of the Gong clan greeted Kim with formal courtesy. He acknowledged Jonathan, but his respect was aimed at the Lord of Heavenly Demons. Whispers spread that the cult sought outright victory here. Gong admitted that though their reputation was stained, their strength demanded respect. Not everyone agreed. Hong of the Chigel clan sneered at Gong, condemning his sympathy for enemies. Bolstered by powerful allies, Hong carried himself with arrogance. Gong quietly cautioned Kim, though he knew warnings might change little. Still, he urged vigilance, for surprises lurked ahead. At last, the organizers summoned fighters into the arena. The crowd's gaze locked on Kim, impossible to ignore. Jonathan reminded himself that only he could offer Kim a true contest, hoping destiny would pair them. Clan chiefs began discussing keeping the battle royale as the main stage. The Chigall Patriarch had been pivotal in the format change, though it would not have happened without Moon. Moon saw corruption festering in Merim, where deceit was treasured above valor. This tournament, he believed, would spark reform and cleanse the rot. When the combat began, the audience gasped. No one could withstand Kim, Lord of the Heavenly Demons. Tension heightened when Cheyenne, head of the cult, arrived at Gong's invitation. He appeared before the gathered leaders, commanding instant respect. One clan chief thanked him for attending, eager to hear his words. But others greeted him with drawn blades. Cheyenne warned such folly would be their last act. His sheer confidence froze the room with dread. He remarked that had the original rules remained, their victory would have been certain. The clans, uneasy, realized their scheme might crumble. He declared their plotting already doomed. Meanwhile, Kim pressed the fight, noting that one Murim technique summoned weapons through Cheyenne's energy. Witnessing his dominance, the competitors banded together against him. Thousands charged, rallying to overwhelm. To Kim, they were nothing but insects swarming. He unsheathed his shadow blade and channeled mana. Just as the mob surged, Jonathan appeared, his energy blasting them back as he sided with Kim. The clans hoped Olympus would ally with them, expecting Jonathan to oppose Kim. But he shattered their hopes, declaring Olympus had no such intent. Outraged, the Chigal leader lunged at him. Jonathan's power dwarfed his. He struck effortlessly, rendering the foe helpless. It ended in a swift, decisive victory. Kim continued cutting through the rest without pause. Witnessing Jonathan destroy the Chigal chief with ease, many fighters dropped their weapons, surrendering outright. The arena soon stood nearly empty, leaving only two, Kim and Jonathan, destined to clash. Kim raised a hand, asking for a pause, for he wished to pose a question. Jonathan, untroubled by Olympus' disapproval, felt no regret for the path he had chosen. Kim reminded him of the time when he had been floored by a single strike. Jonathan remembered it vividly, the day he fell to a mere novice. He asked if the change in his physique was visible, but Kim remarked only that he appeared thinner. Tension surged between them, and at last the duel began. A storm of energy engulfed the entire arena. Kim's shadows clashed with Jonathan's radiant force, spiraling into a violent vortex. Jonathan burned with curiosity to measure Kim's current strength. Spectators watched in awe, recognizing Jonathan's might, yet sensing even he could falter. Jonathan darted swiftly, but Kim matched him step for step. As Jonathan prepared his finishing blow, Kim's hand materialized before his face. With deceptive ease, Kim's strike hurled him backward. A fresh wound marked Jonathan's arm, though he had no idea when Kim had slipped past. Kim admitted Jonathan surpassed him in raw power, yet the shadows tipped the balance in his favor. Their struggle reignited, fiercer than before. Jonathan fixed his aim on Kim's blade, intent on shattering it. Blow after blow rained down until cracks spread and the sword collapsed. Triumph filled Jonathan until a torrent of mana surged, deflecting his lightning arts. Kim's counterstrike came instantly, slamming him into the ground with brutal force. The system proclaimed the champion of the Murim Grand Tournament, Kim. He reflected that the nameless sword had been a good tool for honing mana control, though it had broken too soon. The six offered their congratulations on his victory. Speaking into the microphone, Kim admitted the tournament had been engaging, but said little more. The announcer then revealed the prize, a crimson elixir, painstakingly crafted by shamans. Kim's sights shifted toward a new objective, the 20th floor, but he knew much training still lay ahead. The clan leaders had watched closely, weighing every outcome. They had long denounced the celestial demon cult as dangerous, yet now their tune had changed. Admiration for their lord rang through the hall, exposing their hypocrisy in full. Han, however, could not fathom why so many were eager to kneel before the cult. Vun saw clearly that alliance with demons promised more gain than servitude to Olympus. Han, in secret, had schemed to deliver Murim into Olympus's hands. Hong was stunned that these plots had come to light. Vun, who had known from the start, ordered him never to stain his name. Realizing exposure sealed his fate, Hong knew his end had come. Chen turned to the crowd, asking plainly, "Who was Moon?" The question rattled Moon, dread settling in. Days later, within the Gong clan's training hall, Kim was given a vast platform to refine his abilities. The effect of the great elixir, however, depended wholly on the user. In Murim, people often spoke of energy flow and breathing methods, yet true mastery lay in focus. Kim's greatest trial was drawing in and holding the maximum mana within his body. When he drank the elixir, pure currents of energy flooded his veins. Controlling them, though, proved a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, on the tower's 20th floor, in the Sea Kingdom upon one of Portugal's 12 isles, unrest stirred. A band of men had captured child giants, already 4 meters tall, though only a decade old. Alex of the Crimson Wolves Guild interrogated the captives. He sought the Stone of All Seas, a relic said to command every ocean. Though dismissed as legend, whispers claimed the giants safeguarded it. Pressing a blade to one prisoner's throat, Alex demanded its hiding place. In that instant, Kim appeared before him, Employing his sensory field, he perceived every being and object within 50 meters. Grasping the situation, he launched into combat to prove his might. The raiders faltered, shaken by his overwhelming power. Their certainty crumbled as Alex recognized the Lord of the Heavenly Demons himself. Even Titans Varg and Noir, renowned for their strength, recoiled in fear. Seeing fortune turn against them, the intruders withdrew. Alex realized he must warn the entire 20th floor of Kim's presence. The Titans, saved by his hand, offered gratitude. Yet they suspected his aid was not without purpose. Kim's true aim was to find Urfa, the elder Titan who shunned outsiders. Young Titans still dwarfed humans in might, and with so few left, another war could not be risked. Varg contacted Urfa, telling him of the man who had rescued them, leaving the choice of meeting to him. The elder agreed, and they departed astride enormous wolves. The Titans marveled that Kim could tame such wild beasts, whispering he might be a druid. At their arrival, one wolf licked Kim, and for a moment the Titans thought he would be devoured. Before them towered the great Adam Tree, impervious to wind, blade, or fire, revered as the world's strongest refuge. Kim alone knew it had burned to ash in the gigantomachy of his past life. As they descended, Varg urged him to look below. A Titan village sprawled across the land. The inhabitants gaped at the sight of a human among them. Noir hurried to assure Kim he was under the Elder's protection and none would dare harm him. At Urfa's dwelling, they were welcomed inside. There stood one of the mightiest Titans, an ancient warrior and living symbol of the gigantomachy. Urfa greeted Kim with warmth. Peering closely, the Elder asked him to repeat his name, his memory weakened by years. Kim gave his name, and Urfa recalled hearing it often from the young Hephaestus. He knew Kim waged war against Olympus and deemed it folly. To the gods, Kim was no more than a gnat, easily crushed. Kim regarded him coldly. To him, the elder who posed as a peacemaker was nothing but a coward. Stung by the insult, Urfa ordered him to mind his tongue. Yet Kim pressed. Would he simply watch Olympus return, letting Titans fade into extinction? Urfa's mana washed over Kim, but it left him untouched, unafraid. The elder saw the truth. Their extinction was imminent, not centuries away, but perhaps tomorrow. Hephaestus had told him Kim sought the Stone of All Seas. The Titans did not hold it, yet Urfa revealed its rumored location. He was certain Kim had no ties to Olympus. With this knowledge, Kim left, resolved to seek the stone. Urfa remarked that Kim might be the strongest player of his age. He added that perhaps the elder only wished to judge if Kim was worthy of the relic. Kim advanced toward his destination. The tree described by the Titans loomed vast before him. The only path was to climb its colossal trunk. He dared not call upon divine fire. One misstep and the world around would burn. Instead, he awakened the fire eyes. Now every living thing within 50 meters glowed in his awareness. He scaled upwards swiftly and precisely, though the strain of high-level skills threatened to overwhelm him. The flood of perception burdened his thoughts, forcing him to adapt. Soon Titan Quant caught sight of him. Though told never to lend power to this man, he cared little. Quant resolved not to let him pass unchallenged. Meanwhile, memories stirred within the elder's mind. He recalled a titanic wave in the arrival of the sea god himself. That vision plagued him endlessly, returning in dream after dream. His thoughts were broken by shouts outside. Quant had engaged Kim in battle. Kim smiled, fully aware of the edge he held over the Titans. His calm assurance infuriated Quant, who could not accept anyone daring to act so boldly before them. Yet in the blink of an eye, Kim sent him crashing to the ground, proving that his power was no illusion. The Titans, unwilling to accept such disgrace, prepared to strike back. Kim resolved to give them a harsh lesson. Though they outnumbered him, their combined might could not bring him down. He weaved through their strikes with ease, countering each with surgical precision. Soon his body pulsed with giant energy, activating a partial gigantomachy. Still, Kim had no desire for senseless fighting and urged them to come at him together rather than singly. Noir and Varg accepted his challenge without hesitation. Kim studied their movements, doubting they could endure for long. Varg, however, stood firm, brimming with confidence. The young Titan lunged forward to attack first. Kim instantly triggered his blazing eyes and sensory field. With these abilities, he foresaw their strikes and slipped easily out of harm's way. Noir tried to seize the opportunity, lunging from behind, but Kim had anticipated it. He knew the fight would be difficult without mana, which was exactly why he used them for practice, honing vital skills. Noir's strength, he noticed, far surpassed her brother's. Just as her blow neared, Kim vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, he reappeared above them, clad in Hermes' divine sandals. These relics, infused with godly power, granted him the gift of double flight. Activating Skystep, he descended with blinding speed before the Titans. As he landed, he barely grazed Noir, leaving only a thin mark across her arm. Enraged, the siblings coordinated their strikes, hoping together they could wound him. Their blows closed in from both sides, offering him no escape. Yet Kim glided through the air, evading every strike while reading their movements in advance. No matter what they tried, their attacks cut only empty space, and suspicion grew that Kim could predict them. His refusal to retaliate only deepened their frustration. Realizing brute strength alone was futile, Varg summoned his mana. A raging tempest of power tore at the battlefield. Kim's blazing eyes guided him, letting him slip past even this devastating strike. Though Varg poured his all into it, Kim walked unharmed through the storm. Their strength was immense but still fell short. When the clash ended, they clasped hands in mutual respect. 10 days passed, spent on relentless training and shared meals. Varg yearned for a rematch against Kim, yet Kim declined. Tomorrow, the trial of the 20th floor awaited, and he needed to preserve his strength. At first, the Titans believed that with full effort, they could overcome him. But even 5-on-1, they were helpless. In those 10 days, Kim sharpened his abilities even further. His next objective was clear: secure the stone before advancing upward. Urfa was not the only one aware of it. All divine titans carried ties to the artifact. None could fathom why the Elder had revealed its whereabouts to Kim. To them, he had become the strongest contender of his age. Quant, however, refused to accept it. Because of the stone's legend, the Titans had suffered endless attacks. Kim remarked that if the relic had remained in their village, they would have been wiped out long ago. These words stoked Quant's fury, and in rage he charged. Kim suppressed the outburst with ease. He realized the Elder had been careless. If the knowledge had spread further, it could have doomed the Titans. Choosing not to waste energy, Kim ended the discussion and left. With the trial before him, he decided a full night's rest was wiser. Meanwhile, Kanan continued draining the essence of dark mana. All signs pointed to Poseidon's weapon, for the Stone of All Seas had once formed part of his trident. Its aura mirrored that of the glove imbued with the dark crystal. Kim speculated the glove was crafted as a tracker to locate the stone. He sensed Kanan yearning to reunite with its missing half. To empower it further, he infused the weapon with divine flame. Focusing intently, he summoned the eye. The trial site of the 20th floor was Triton Island. Though small in size, it swarmed with sea beasts, making the ordeal a true war zone. The Titans escorted Kim to the trial's starting point. For them, this was momentous. Ever since the Gigantomachy, they had been forced into hiding. Kim had kept the stone secret long, but now it was exposed, and Olympus would learn of it soon. He could not afford to let the Titans down. The system declared the trial would begin in 10 minutes. Before departing, Kim warned them to remain vigilant. Suddenly, a group blocked his path, intent on stopping him from entering the arena. But the Titans, unwilling to skulk in the shadows any longer, stood by his side. Their cold, unyielding stares showed they would not retreat. From afar, the examiner of the 20th floor, Theseus, observed. He already knew Kim had allied with the Titans, and that they had escorted him to the island. The examiner's men barred Kim's progress. Theseus recalled his commission. When appointed, he had been ordered to find the Stone of All Seas. His father's obsession with the relic had even led him to defy Zeus. Now Kim's arrival had brought the Titans into the open once again. They failed to halt him, and the trial commenced. The island and waters teemed with monstrous sea life. Slaying them earned sea hearts with 12 hours on the clock. The challenge reminded Kim of the flag battle on the 11th floor, though he knew only he could triumph here. Recalling Orpha's lessons, he plunged deeper into the sea. The waters writhed with hostile creatures, but defeating them was only the beginning. The true test was whether he was worthy of claiming the Stone of All Seas. Meanwhile, another team also entered the trial. Within half the allotted time, they had collected 15 hearts, nearly 2 apiece. But then Olympus ordered them to hunt down Kim and stop him. They realized he could not be allowed to gather more hearts and had to be intercepted. Suddenly, Kim burst from the waves. His eyes fell upon the group immediately. He recognized their ties to Olympus. They could not comprehend how he knew so much and dreaded what he might do next. Yet he calmly told them he had no wish to fight. At that moment, vast whirlpools tore open, spewing enormous sea serpents. Their numbers multiplied swiftly. From the opposite side, another horde of beasts emerged. The ordeal spiraled into chaos, and the team blamed Kim for the upheaval. He had altered the trial by destroying the sun and moon sigils, lifting the seal and raising the difficulty. With the seal broken, a colossal sea turtle awakened, the beast that carried the Stone of All Seas. From then on, the trial's control shifted fully to the steward, beyond Olympus's reach. Long ago, Titan Urfa had raised this turtle, forced it to swallow the stone, and cast it into slumber. Now that it stirred, Olympus would inevitably seek the relic, but that could not be allowed. The stone must never fall into Poseidon's hands. It had to be protected at all costs. The turtle rose, and the nature of the ordeal transformed. Because of Kim's interference, the examiner lost his authority, unable to enforce the rules. The new mission was clear: defeat the sea turtle and seize the stone of all seas. The sea turtle reigned as the sovereign of the 20th floor, the mightiest ocean beast, its power beyond comprehension. Theseus quickly realized Kim had caused this chaos, and he resolved to inform his father, hoping for his intervention. Out of nowhere, the blood wolves appeared, beings unseen since the days of the Gigantomachy. Alongside them arrived Sutar, a Titan ranker and the 21st son of the fire giant Certra. He had come because the blood wolves had attacked two young Titans, forcing him to step in. Yet Theseus was firm. No one was permitted to meddle with the trial's proceedings, regardless of who they were. But Sutar followed Urfa's will and had no intention of allowing Theseus to lay a finger on Kim. While cutting down sea serpents, Kim spotted Sutar in the distance, proof that Urfa had escalated the stakes. He knew he had to honor the Titan's faith in him. Olympus must leave empty-handed, and the stone of all seas had to be his. Breaking through the swarm of serpents, Kim reached the turtle's enormous maw. Drawing his shadowed blade, he forced his way toward the artifact. New monstrosities barred his path inside, but he would not abandon his resolve. Legend spoke that whoever claimed the stone of all seas would ascend as god of the oceans. The turtle itself embodied this myth as ruler of the abyss. Once inside the colossal beast, creatures followed, eager to tear him apart. But he dispatched them with little effort. The turtle's interior was no mere stomach, but an immense dungeon brimming with life. Its size suggested vast reservoirs of water sustaining entire ecosystems, now crowding around Kim. Without hesitation, he invoked the shadowed blade, drawing on the power of darkness. His strikes blurred with impossible speed, sweeping aside foes with ease. Still, the beast soon detected his presence, regarding him as an intruding parasite that had to be purged. Their numbers were overwhelming. Avoiding pointless battles was the wisest course. Kim reasoned that the stone lay hidden at the most protected part of this creature. The turtle's mana heart, the organ sustaining its titanic form, would be guarded with everything the ecosystem could muster. Aware of the coming clash, Kim chose to relinquish his fiery eyes, amplifying other senses instead. Enveloped in darkness, he relied on his sensory field to guide him. Instead of a direct path, however, he stumbled into a pit writhing with serpents. The sheer quantity of monsters was staggering, more than he had faced across all 20 floors combined. Though the shadowed blade boosted his stamina and mana recovery, doubt gnawed at him that he might lack the reserves for the final battle. An hour passed as he roamed the turtle's depths, his mana steadily dwindling. Yet he pressed onward, until at last he beheld what he sought. The mana heart pulsed before him, encircled by countless guardians. The stone of all seas lay within. There was no time for hesitation. He had one chance to unleash Canaan's full might. He released devastation on par with Zeus's own fury. His mana reserves neared exhaustion, but restraint was pointless. The stone had to be his. Hephaestus had once forged divine relics, Hermes' sandals, Athena's aegis, and Apollo's chariot of the sun. Yet his crowning creation was Zeus's thunderbolt, a weapon that commanded the skies. Now Canaan stood as its true rival. The guardians hissed defiantly before the mana heart, ready to fight though certain of their doom. Kim recognized their wills were enslaved by the stone's influence. Canaan's strength reflected the mastery of its maker, and in this form, it eclipsed even the weapon crafted for Hades. The monsters hurled themselves at him in relentless waves. Kim summoned Inferno, disgorging torrents of mana that consumed them in fire, leaving nothing but ash. Agony ripped through his arm, as though it were tearing apart from within. But he endured. Calling upon Hermes' sandals, he leapt skyward. Then he triggered Heavenly Step, doubling his velocity. For 5 seconds he lingered, suspended in air. Igniting his fiery eyes again, he scanned for the path to his goal. Soon Canaan resonated with the sea crystal's immense aura. Kim launched his assault. A searing flash blinded the guardians, driving them into panic. The mana heart ruptured, torrents of blood sprang outward. In that instant, Kim vanished from sight, disorienting his enemies. They realized his presence only when one of their number collapsed, cleaved apart by his hand. Canaan warped his senses, shrouding his vision in haze while his right arm went numb. He knew he had to master dark magic and endurance, or his body would collapse. Even so, he seized the stone of all seas, absorbing its vast power and gaining a surge of mana unlike anything before. Meanwhile, Theseus wavered, uncertain whether Suitor truly believed Kim could return with the artifact. Their thoughts were cut short by the turtle's anguished roar, echoing through the domain. At that moment, the system declared Kim had cleared the 20th floor trial. Theseus, consumed by disbelief, ordered Kim captured at once. But Sutar and his allies barred the way, unwilling to allow him near. They resolved to settle the matter then and there. Theseus, preparing to strike, summoned the trident and the blazing chariot. Suitor sneered, disgusted at the son of Poseidon's arrogance. History seemed poised to repeat. blood staining the battlefield again. Conflict erupted, fiercer than ever before. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble silenced all, a sound like approaching tidal waves. At first it seemed a tsunami, but it was the march of countless beasts. They advanced in swarms, undeterred by level or size. At their forefront loomed Leviathan, king of sea monsters. Kim appeared before them, holding aloft the stone of all seas, the emblem of ultimate dominion. This proclaimed him its master. He commanded all to withdraw, yet Theseus erupted in fury. Unwilling to yield, he demanded the stone back and lunged before an answer came. Kim countered, wielding the sea's waters to halt his charge, though Theseus pressed on. With the trident, he summoned a massive torrent and hurled it forward. Kim quickly discerned Theseus drew strength from the sea itself. Deprived of water, he was nothing. But Kim too was nearing exhaustion, his strength waning with each clash. Spending his final reserves, he dashed forward. Their weapons met, sword against trident. Theseus, consumed by ambition, sought his father's approval and dreamed of inheriting the seas. Their struggle unleashed catastrophic bursts of mana, tearing the battlefield apart. Kim realized the stakes had reached their peak. Theseus, heir of Poseidon, vowed to kill him first before turning on the Titans. At last, Kim revealed Canaan in its full might. Determined to end it swiftly, he pushed to raise his strength further. Around them, rival factions clashed in brutal combat. Steel rang out as sword and trident collided, filling the air with echoes of war. Using Hermes' sandals, Kim narrowly evaded a deadly strike. Theseus could not grasp why his opponent was so elusive. Kim anticipated every move, slipping past each blow. Suddenly, Kim's eyes flared crimson, his agility tied to this transformation. Massive stone fragments flew about as the fight raged on. Kim sensed Theseus' desperation, fearing the approach of the sea beasts. At that instant, Theseus' contractor appeared, warning the situation was lost and urging retreat. Meanwhile, Suitor fought savagely, refusing to spare a single foe. Their enemies knew survival was impossible if the sea monsters reached them. Retreat was their only hope. Yet Theseus could not bear to abandon his prize, so close at hand. He recognized the dire peril, but still commanded his troops to withdraw. His warriors scrambled onto the fiery chariot. Suitor refused to let him escape so easily, demanding he face the battle's end. But the chariot soared skyward, carrying Theseus and his men away. For Kim, it signified one thing: victory was his. And so the day came when the Titans triumphed, rising at last above Olympus's mountain. They rejoiced in triumph, fully aware that the battle's outcome would echo far into the future. Kim realized that if not for the Ocean Stone, his fate would have been sealed in defeat. Even Suktar's might would not have been enough to shift the struggle without the sudden intervention of the sea beasts. Without them, many Titans would have perished. Still, the clash with Olympus had not yet taken place. Even so, Kim's progress toward his greater aim was advancing more quickly than he had anticipated. With the Ocean Stone now in his possession, each step he took carried greater certainty. Yet the path before him remained unclear, and he had not decided what course to follow next. At the forge, Hephaestus suddenly shivered and sneezed, awed in the heat that poured from the flames. Though he expected no messages at such an hour, an unexpected missive arrived from Kim. For a millennium, Hephaestus had scoured creation, seeking the Ocean Stone, always in vain. That a mere challenger like Kim had seized it left him stunned and bewildered. Olympus forfeited its chance at Hephaestus' service, for Theseus had failed, squandering the stone. Kim felt satisfied, knowing he finally had the luxury of a brief respite. Hephaestus foresaw the fury Zeus and Poseidon would unleash once they learned of this loss. Though the Ocean Stone's essence differed from the thunderbolts forged for Zeus, it radiated a comparable magnitude of force. To refine it, he would require rarest elements, adamantium foremost among them, yet such metal was nearly unobtainable. If Kim could somehow secure it, Hephaestus estimated the reforging would take 10 days. Kim, unwilling to waste precious time, resolved instead to strengthen his rank. He knew his road stood in opposition to Olympus, and all bound to it. Before departing, he asked Hephaestus to guard the Ocean Stone, refusing any discussion of payment. An egg emerged, and Kim promised it would one day meet its kin. Odin had mentioned a place where the egg could be honored with a true banquet, and Kim could only hope Hercules' foresight would prove correct. Yet Odin reminded him grimly that theft of the stone would bring retribution of overwhelming scale. Hercules, however, was convinced Olympus could not attack Kim openly. For if a major guild moved against him, others would rise in response. Even Zeus, despite his rage, would be compelled to restrain Poseidon from rash acts. Among the three high gods of Olympus, kinship never silenced their rivalry, and tension remained unbroken. Once Zeus had wielded the sky crystal and mastered his lightning, half of Olympus bent before him. He vowed then never to let his brothers seize either the sea crystal or the dark crystal. Kim's only task was to hold the ocean stone long enough for Zeus and Poseidon to turn their fury on one another. Far away, Orion, Poseidon's third son, sensed his father's wrath would soon crash down upon him. Poseidon, one of Olympus's triad of might, felt Kim's hand behind this calamity. Unlike Zeus, who gambled recklessly, Poseidon believed Olympus must crush the gambler at once. In anger, he smashed furnishings and cursed bitterly at the unfolding disaster. In Asgard's great guild hall, leaders debated how such a relic had ended in the grasp of a mortal player. Many wagered that Olympus itself was now flailing in frenzy. At that moment, Asura, the three-faced, six-armed deity, sensed a chance to test his strength against Kim. In the Marble Mountains, Tate observed, dismissing Kim as nothing more than a naive newcomer. Yet even he felt eager to witness what events would follow. Harnessing the solar chariot, Kim returned to the tower's first floor. Though only an imitation of the true chariot once driven by Theseus, it carried him swiftly to the boundary of the first floor, the radiant wall called the Edge of Light. No challenger had ever pierced that barrier, but now it began to dissolve of its own accord. Kim ignited his blazing gaze, sweeping the surroundings for the correct route. In his grip lay a shard of the Susanoo blade, purchased from the merchant's stall. In the distance, flames flickered, marking the dungeon's hidden entrance. He plunged the fragment into the fire, willing the weapon to mend itself. When the conditions aligned, the gateway to the dungeon yawned open. His task was clear: ascend the tower and recover Susanoo's scattered relics. Yet before him prowled creatures from the 40th floor, blood-drinking hyenas. Their presence, though dangerous, served his growth, granting him more chances to rise in strength. Cutting them down with ease, he advanced toward the towering gates within. Beyond lay an endless corridor leading toward the 100th floor, where his ordeal awaited. Kim had never seen Susanoo in life, but tales of the warrior's might were legendary. Abruptly, his inventory flickered open of its own accord. A strange figure emerged, a six, bearing Susanoo's sword in hand. Kim realized then he faced Susanoo's very spirit, master of blades, conjurer of phantoms, and necromancer, one of the three sacred children. Long ago he had perished fighting an eight-tailed serpent. Though Kim knew who stood before him, he refused to bow with reverence. The spirit proved overly talkative, drowning him in questions until Kim grew irritated. Yet Susanoo's presence offered guidance Kim could not dismiss. He explained the path forward: walk in circles until the next gate revealed itself. The maze's twists could have trapped him indefinitely without such counsel. Hearing that Kim had won the sword by defeating the eight-tailed serpent on the first floor astonished Susanoo. Suddenly, spirits manifested, chilling the tower's halls with spectral energy. Kim found himself hemmed in by the undead, climbing not stairs but a mountain of corpses. He recognized deep inside that each had once lived as a person. Susanoo's necromancy had bound them into death's service, a reminder of his power as one of the tower's most feared spirit callers. On reaching the 10th floor, Kim faced the trial of clearing its chamber of fiends before passing onward. Calling upon divine fire, he burned the phantoms to ash, watching them fade away. Some dissolved with tears glistening in their eyes, sorrowful even in their last moments. Sight troubled him, yet he pressed forward without pause. Susanoo remarked that the oldest spirit in the tower was over 5 millennia old, and by destroying them, Kim was, in truth, granting release. Greater trials lay ahead, especially within the 6th chamber, but Kim braced himself for all obstacles. With each stride, he carved through masses of undead, their cries for help echoing in his ears. The system warned that he had absorbed the grievances of the slain, though its meaning eluded him. Upon conquering the 50th floor, he uncovered Susanoo's first relic, a robe of the 4 elements that shielded him against fire, water, wind, and lightning. The gift exceeded his expectations, but he knew it marked only the beginning of his journey. 42 days had passed since his entry into the tower, and with every kill, disembodied whispers pursued him, chilling his resolve. Susanoo soon noticed the strange glove on Kim's hand, puzzled that he did not employ it to its full power. Kim had worn it since his arrival, but seemed blind to its true potential. Susanoo conceded Kim had improved, though he still lagged far behind the stature of a ranker. At last they approached a vast gate, and Susanoo warned of the formidable trial awaiting beyond. When Kim pushed it open, the chamber seemed barren, until a surge of mana roared through. The air thickened with killing intent. Standing before him was the Death Knight Arthur. In Merlin's youth, he had once met this man, whom he hailed as the greatest swordsman alive. Revered by comrades, loyal to friends, Arthur had embodied the truest ideals of knighthood. His name was spoken with honor, Arthur. Though he never achieved ranker status, had fate not cut him down, he would have surely ascended. Now bound to Susanoo's will, he bore still the legendary blade Excalibur. With a flash of ice magic, Arthur lunged forward. Kim reacted instantly, slipping behind him with practiced skill. In life, Arthur would have been unbeatable for him, but as Susanu's thrall, he was diminished. Kim swung his weapon, only for an ice wall to spring up, an impeccable defense forged in a heartbeat. At last, Kim grasped why Arthur was hailed as king of knights and master of the sword. Every motion was exact, flawless. Shards of ice rained upon him, chilling him to his core. His body temperature plummeted, frostbite beginning to seize his limbs. The elemental robe resisted the cold, yet it felt as though he had swallowed solid ice. Arthur's strikes were both foreseeable and yet terrifyingly precise, stripped of any waste. Their duel pressed on, taut and relentless. Kim unleashed a titan's skill, turning the tide at last. At the critical instant, his blade cleaved through, severing Arthur's hand. Darkness fell, and the struggle was over. No further battle was required. The system declared that Arthur's resentment had been absorbed into Kim. Even after emerging victorious, a heaviness settled on him. Merlin would never again reunite with the companion he once cherished. Yet when Merlin's name was spoken, the knight, even in his broken state, seemed willing to endure anything for the chance of seeing him once more. He still carried a crucial revelation. Lancelot had betrayed the kingdom of Britain. Once a pillar of the Round Table, Lancelot had stood among its foremost leaders, helping elevate the guild into a formidable power. But Arthur's destiny remained unresolved. Though Kim could still hear his lingering voice, reviving him lay beyond his ability. Nevertheless, Kim resolved to meet Merlin, hoping that some method might exist to alter this grim reality. Arthur expressed gratitude for Kim's acceptance of his request, which in turn initiated the quest entitled Cleansing Britain. Kim, however, demanded to know why Susanoo had slain Arthur. The answer came only in the form of a condition. He would learn the truth upon reaching the tower's summit. Kim grasped that the sole path forward was to continue climbing, to bring his mission to completion. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor within the ratings management office, Sun's duplicate acted rudely while attempting to extract Kim's location. The administrators reprimanded him for his manners, and citing confidentiality, refused to reveal anything. Frustrated, the double stormed out, slamming the door. Even among those with intimate knowledge of the tower, Kim remained an enigma. The head of the office pondered what Kim might be plotting, considering he had lingered on the 21st floor for 3 months. In the meantime, Kim had scaled to the 99th floor, a single step from the pinnacle. He could not yet imagine what trial awaited him above. Susanoo admitted that he never would have believed someone from the 21st floor could ascend so far had he not seen it himself. Now came the final ordeal. Success would earn Kim the ultimate Susanoo relic. Susanoo materialized directly before him. Kim realized the spirit had gone mad, turning himself into a dungeon overlord. Activating his blazing eyes, Kim sought to pierce the enemy's essence. He then proposed a wager. The loser would be compelled to answer any question posed by the victor. Susanoo accepted the terms. Kim sensed the gathering of countless tormented shades, the very souls Susanoo had slaughtered. He then understood the dungeon's true origin. It was Susanoo's means of existing beyond death, continuing his endless slaughter. Thus began the trial to defeat the so-called King of Death. A dense cloud of smoke rose, concealing his adversary from sight. The environment shifted, oppressive with a murderous intensity he had never encountered. From the gloom, Susanoo emerged, a sinister grin betraying his satisfaction that someone had climbed this far. His craving for battle reignited, and he charged with anticipation. Kim parried desperately, struggling to stay afloat against the onslaught. He fought with composure, yet recognized that his foe's strength remained terrifying, though his body had decayed into ruin. A single lapse in vigilance would spell his end. Channeling Giant's energy into his arm, he triggered partial gigantification. But Susanoo proved faster, seizing Kim as though he were a fragile toy. Kim countered by unleashing divine flames that engulfed his enemy. Yet the disparity was enormous. Kim lacked the speed, the mana, and even the flame itself left Susanoo untouched. The undead warrior only grew more exhilarated, recalling the thrill he once knew in life. Memories stirred. He had once been ordered to kill Arthur before Arthur ever became a ranker. At that time, the client's name was irrelevant. Only the thrill of the act mattered. He longed for battlefields soaked in blood, for chaos unfettered by rules or the tower's overseers. That unrestrained joy of combat, this youth had awakened it in him once again. Kim realized that a strike from Susanoo's blade would bring more than blood loss. It would seal his doom. The moment his foe tired of the game, a single blow would finish him. His only chance was to retreat, searching for a weakness. Then a violent sound split the air, followed by a blinding flare. Kim had finally activated the dark crystal gauntlet. Just as the sea crystal granted dominion over water and the sky crystal command of the heavens, the dark crystal embodied sovereignty over the infernal realms. By invoking Hell's might, Kim bent even Susanoo's will. Black mana flooded the chamber, saturating it with dreadful energy. The tension was suffocating, heralding the onset of a true clash. Suzunu's phantoms faltered, their power siphoned away, bound by another's command. Kim then grasped the glove's hidden truth, absolute mastery of the dead. Yet even armed with this knowledge, it was foolish to think Suzunu would fall easily. Still, the power surging through him seemed inexhaustible, granting him confidence no other had possessed against this tyrant. The shades quivered as the abyss swallowed them, denying Susanoo his dominion. The corpse of the once mighty warrior writhed in agony. Kim's flames ignited something Susanoo had forgotten: fear. Whatever he had been in life, he now lingered only as a phantom, fated like all who crossed death's threshold. The fight ended at last. Susanoo was vanquished. Kim had triumphed, completing the harshest ordeal of all. His reward was Susanoo's soul itself, along with the title King of the Dead, granting him the ability to exit the dungeon at will. The first tangible prize was the legendary Kusanagi, one of the 3 sacred treasures. His new title also unlocked Kanane's potential, though Kim had yet to understand how to wield it. One truth was clear: he now possessed the ability to bind departed souls into corporeal vessels. Already Arthur the Knightly King rested within the gauntlet. Now Kim summoned him as his first phantom, naming him anew. Testing further, he conjured the spirit of Susanoo as well. Kim demanded to know who had commissioned Arthur's death, but even Susanoo claimed ignorance. Instead, Susanoo revealed his memories. Flickering visions unfolded. The moment a man had ordered Arthur's murder. Kim recognized the face instantly. It belonged to an otherworldly being, capable of assuming any form and bending reality, known as the Tower's oldest god. One of the outside gods, embodiment of mindless chaos. Arthur's death was intended as a seed of war, one that would eventually consume the tower. Susanoo never learned the man's true name, only that the Gigantomachy began soon after. Kim, however, knew the truth. This was the murderer of his friend, and vengeance was now his only goal. Looking back, Kim realized the gods had always moved several steps ahead. Arthur's death millennia ago had already borne fruit. Lancelot, current ruler of Britain, had taken part in his downfall. That betrayal had shifted the course of history. Kim resolved to rewrite the game itself, whatever the cost. He returned to the era of Merlin and Arthur's deaths. Only he survived the massacre. The outer gods launched their assault, plunging the world into war. If he had foreseen it all, countless lives might have been spared. But now, no matter how often he must rewind time, he would kill and kill again for those sacrificed to the gods. Awakening, he understood their schemes were already in motion, though defeat was not yet sealed. While he reflected, his phantoms continued to wage their battles. Hephaestus, spotting Kim after his long absence, seethed with anger. In his fury, he hurled a massive hammer at him. Kim did not flinch, knowing that if Hephaestus ever wounded him, guilt would soften his temper. He explained that he had been trapped in a hidden dungeon, far more arduous and time-consuming than expected. During this time, Hephaestus had busied himself with commissions left by Kim. The result was a flawless, divine sea crystal, forged from living waters and brimming with their mana. Its difference from the dark crystal was negligible, only the attribute varied. Hephaestus recommended embedding a chamber within the gauntlet so Kim could slot the crystal whenever needed. This would allow Kainane to channel 2 attributes, though never simultaneously. Kim wondered aloud whether Kainane could be enhanced further, perhaps with added essences or raw mana. Hephaestus admitted that Kim occasionally surprised him with useful ideas, and this time the proposal genuinely caught his interest. Though he insisted such a permanent enhancement could never be achieved, his instincts as a smith whispered that no impossibility was absolute. His train of thought was cut short by a sudden knock. Guests at this hour were rare, and he assumed someone from Olympus had come. Instead, standing at the doorway was none other than Sun's duplicate. Hephaestus could not fathom what reason had brought the copy here. When the doppelganger casually mentioned discarding the weapon Hephaestus had forged in favor of the Dragon King's staff, the smith's temper flared. Yet before his anger fully broke, Sun abruptly asked if he was acquainted with Kim. The reaction gave him away, and Sun, with his pale golden eyes that could pierce through deceit, knew immediately he had cornered the truth. Still, Hephaestus stood firm, denying any knowledge of Kim. Sun warned him coldly that he would not hesitate to extract the truth by force if necessary. Even so, the god of the forge did not waver. Meanwhile, Kim had arrived at the trial site, where all attention shifted toward him, whispers and speculation filling the ranks. Rainer of the Elves concluded that Kim was not a man of idle chatter, but of decisive action. The ordeal of the 21st floor began. A crystal appeared in the dungeon, and every team had to defend it against relentless swarms of intangible beasts. Hidden among each team lurked a traitor whose purpose was to destroy the very crystal they guarded. Panic erupted instantly, and some voiced fears that Kim himself might be a doppelganger. Kim found their dread of ordinary doubles rather puzzling. Without hesitation, he cut down one suspect, and the corpse revealed itself as a traitor on the spot. His mission became clear: root out all the imposters and stop them from sabotaging the crystal while the others fought back the monsters. As the dungeon unleashed its creatures, every squad leapt into defense. Their morale burned brightly at the start. Raynor accidentally crossed Kim's path, and a glance into his eyes made him uneasy, as though a secret had been uncovered. Still, doubt gnawed at him. Only one double had been discovered, and that seemed almost too convenient. But given how near impossible it was to expose a shapeshifter so fast, even a single success was remarkable. And as long as Kim stood at their side, neither monsters nor traitors could reach the crystal. Many wondered just how far this mysterious ally might carry them. Hours dragged on, and exhaustion set in. Only 25 hours remained in the endless trial. Kim never left the crystal's side, denying all who approached. He recognized that the imposters, rattled by the earlier execution, had shifted tactics, now hoping to wear the defenders down. Kim urged the group to single out those they found most suspicious. The idea sparked panic. Killing by mere suspicion risked disastrous mistakes. Yet several participants spoke up anyway, believing suspicion might be their best weapon. Soon Kim spotted another pretender and raised his blade. At that instant, he was confronted by a perfect copy of himself. The implication was undeniable. His own doubles had entered the fray. Kim unleashed his blazing vision, instantly piercing the disguise. With the truth revealed, the imposter was dispatched with ease. Terrified, others rushed to declare their innocence, insisting they were nothing more than ordinary challengers. Finally, Kim found himself facing Raynor directly. Suspicion pointed toward him as well, but his comrades swore he had been with them since the start. Kim chose to test the claim regardless, seizing Raynor by the throat. The mask shattered, revealing Raynor as yet another imposter. Summoning the heavenly demon's aura, Kim swept the area and exposed every last doppelganger. The trial was decided. When his surviving double regained awareness, he bore Kim's appearance down to the smallest detail. Trembling, he stammered a name for himself: Mamos. Unlike the others, he was not a trickster, but a genuine player, albeit of pure demonic lineage. His ancestry traced back to Belial, Lord of Hypocrisy, one of the high demon sovereigns. Kim's fiery gaze confirmed that Mamos spoke no lies. Belonging to the Chaos Lords Guild, a faction with strength rivaling Olympus, he carried danger equal to Jonathan himself. Yet Mamos revealed his true motive. He was Kim's most ardent admirer. He had followed Kim's journey step by step, awed by his relentless ascent. Realizing his misjudgment, Mamos repented and vowed never to repeat it. This time, Kim granted forgiveness. Grateful, Mamos pledged loyalty, and Kim asked for his assistance in return. A month later, Kim contemplated his advancement, predicting he could clear the 24th floor within 10 days. Though interference from Olympus was always a possibility, he foresaw no critical obstacles. Then a summons arrived from Jonathan, requesting a meeting. When Kim came, Jonathan was calmly finishing his tea, already waiting. He revealed he had reached the 34th floor, where each step forward was growing harsher. He had also discovered that Kim now possessed the Stone of All Seas, a revelation that sent Olympus into uproar. Kim speculated this might ignite rivalry between Zeus and Poseidon, currently consumed by their own disputes. Still, he knew such respite was temporary. Sooner or later, Olympus would turn its gaze on him again. Jonathan outlined two paths: surrender the stone and yield to Olympus, or seek shelter in Asgard or the heavenly realm beyond their reach. His own choice was made, but Kim's obstinacy threatened to complicate matters. Especially reckless, Jonathan warned, was Kim's advance toward Britain's heart, the very snare laid for him. After their meeting, Jonathan contacted Apollo through a crystal sphere. Apollo explained that Poseidon remained hesitant, the matter being of too grave consequence. Jonathan, meanwhile, had to dedicate himself wholly to becoming a ranker and refining his strength. Perhaps it was a naive dream, but he still believed this time events might unfold differently. Soon the trial of the 24th floor commenced, centered on halting the charge of colossal bulls. Each squad was assigned its own territory, and leaving it meant immediate disqualification. Mamos rejoiced at being placed with Kim, but Kim warned that from the next floor onward, their paths would part. The other teammates were relieved to have Kim with them, his presence alone steadying their nerves. Kim only hoped they would not regret it later. The first herd of massive bulls thundered forth, merely the opening phase. Soon it became clear. Rival teams had allied, steering all beasts toward Kim's squad in hopes of eliminating the strongest first. Kim instantly unleashed the monosurge technique, hurling its power against the beasts. In moments, their section stood cleared, not a single bull left. Turning to his companions, he urged them to endure as long as they could. Standing idle would only make them burdens and easy prey for the others. The squad's spirits wavered, torn between fear and determination. The third team felt secure, convinced no bulls would be directed at them, and grew complacent. The fifth team, however, resolved first to crush Kim's squad before moving on. The ninth team shared that same intention, believing the true battle would only begin once Kim was gone. Meanwhile, Kim's group braced for the critical stage, an onslaught of 1,000 bulls at once. This spectacle drew the eyes of every contender, and soon all herds were being funneled their way. Kim, unshaken, remained certain they could endure through the 10th stage. Then the ground thundered louder as even greater numbers approached. His allies were stunned, bewildered at how so many could even exist. Seeing their panic, Kim assumed full control, ordering them to rest while he handled the threat alone. With each new stampede, he gathered larger currents of mana, layering strength upon strength. Thanks to the Mana Lord's skill, channeling those torrents grew steadily smoother, though he knew it still wasn't enough. As the 9th stage began, he decided the time for real action had come. Drawing on his arts, he swept aside the bulls with terrifying ease, forging a path forward. At the 13th stage, he invoked Heaven's fate, realizing that control itself was now the deciding factor. He ordered Mamos to spend every point he had amassed, summoning a herd against one of the enemy teams. This ploy was meant to provoke retaliation, ensuring more beasts would be redirected at them. Wearied though he was, Kim was determined to see it through. The others stood in awe, unable to fathom why someone so powerful had not yet secured rank or status. Even Mamos, who had already glimpsed Kim's abilities, could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. As Kim continued slaughtering the herds, the final requirements for Heaven's fate were fulfilled. At that instant, Kim sensed a profound shift within his body. His flesh had taken on a demonic aspect, granting him mastery over a new force, the manipulation of infernal energy. The metamorphosis astonished him. Though this power resembled mana in essence, it was far more volatile and destructive, normally restricted to demons alone. Even Mamos could not fathom how Kim had bent such power to his will. But the truth was undeniable. Kim had succeeded. Their trial was finished, and the team had amassed an extraordinary number of points. Wasting no time, Kim used his reward to unleash the bulls against another group advancing to the next stage. When the targeted team received the warning about the incoming beasts, confusion seized them. They searched desperately for an escape, but no path remained. Terror overtook them as the thunderous bellows of the summoned bulls echoed through the arena. One by one, teams fell apart. Unable to withstand the endless tide of monstrous charges, Kim kept directing their way. Even powerful squads collapsed quickly, as he never ceased summoning new waves until every ounce of their strength had been consumed. Those fortunate enough to stand at his side felt nothing but gratitude and awe, relieved to fight under his protection. Together they cleared the 24th floor ordeal, earning an astonishing 50,000 points. His companions realized that without him, they would have been doomed, and they openly voiced their thanks. Kim's reward included a fresh ability, Cloud Step, which allowed him to move unseen, leaving behind no sound or trace. With Mamos beside him, he teleported directly to the 25th floor. The new level revealed the realm of Britain, a land of striking beauty. At its heart towered the grand statue of King Arthur, symbol of the nation. Yet Arthur's spirit was consumed with bitterness, yearning to recover his true body instead of being trapped in the shell of an orc. Though he had once forged the kingdom itself, power now rested in Lancelot's hands. At Britain's border, they encountered Percival, 31st Knight of the Round Table. With haughty pride, he welcomed those who had survived the previous ordeal. The Round Table Guild was rising faster than any other, and Kim believed they would hold dominance for years. Percival noticed the calm self-assurance of Kim and Mamos, which made them stand out from the rest of the arrivals. He explained that the guild sought to recruit fresh talent and urged them to accompany him to Camelot, the capital. Mamos whispered his suspicion that the invitation reeked of a trap. Still, after exchanging quick words with Kim, he knew they had no choice but to follow, masking their doubts for now. Britain enforced strict laws. Demons and beings of shadow were despised, barred from welcome in its capital. As the offspring of a demon lord, Mamos bristled with indignation at such prejudice. But the knights avoided open conflict, brushing aside his protest, knowing the quarrel was pointless. Soon they reached Arthur's palace, a breathtaking structure. The egg Kim carried stirred with strange life, rocking, shivering, sometimes even emitting pitiful sobs. Kim recognized its link to the outer gods and knew he had to hasten its hatching to uncover its true purpose. He was unsure whether the creature would oppose those gods or one day turn against him. One thing was certain. The closer it came to hatching, the more restless and talkative it became, and the chatter frayed his patience. Since arriving in Camelot, Arthur himself had remained silent. Though centuries had passed, this place seemed unchanged to him. He could not grasp why Kim had come, knowing Olympus had already cast its warning. Kim revealed that Sir Lancelot personally wished to meet him. His intention was to arrange for Arthur to speak with Merlin. The suggestion caught Arthur off guard. He had always regarded Kim as a calculating strategist who never acted without clear purpose. Yet this gesture carried no logic. Was Arthur somehow disrupting his calculations? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Kim's eyes, as though even he did not fully grasp his own motives. Arthur understood that if Kim allowed sentiment to sway him, he would never ascend to the rank of a true ranker. Meanwhile, Camelot braced for turmoil, for the ruins hidden beneath it threatened to shake Britain to its core. At that moment, a knight cursed furiously when a branch struck his head, threatening to break a maid's arms in anger. A stranger intervened, stopping him, and the grateful maid bowed to her protector. He advised her to stay cautious, warning that many at the round table possessed harsh temperaments best avoided. Having only recently entered service, the maid noticed how the other knights treated this man differently. She guessed he held great authority, but he only smiled, saying if she wished to repay him, she should tend the garden instead. Often he strolled there, finding peace among the blossoms that quieted his mind. Times had shifted, he lamented. The essence of true knighthood had been forgotten. Once, the round table embodied honor and virtue. Now those ideals were lost. Kim found himself agreeing entirely. The man was none other than Merlin, the legendary sorcerer and one of Britain's founders. He asked Kim his purpose. Kim replied that he had arrived as a challenger, summoned by Lancelot's request. Then he drew forth the blade Excalibur from his inventory. Merlin's eyes widened in shock, unable to imagine how the sacred weapon had ended up in Kim's possession. They had much to discuss, so Kim suggested sharing tea to keep unwanted ears away. As they drank, he explained he had stumbled upon the relic by sheer chance. Realization struck Merlin like a hammer. Arthur was gone. A millennium had passed without news, and grief crushed the wizard's heart, though he knew he must release the past. Kim then revealed that he had encountered Arthur only months earlier. He called forth Arthur's spirit, which appeared inhabiting the orc's form. Merlin recognized the voice instantly, and tears welled in his eyes. Arthur delivered grim tidings. The one who slew his son still dwelled within the castle. The words pierced Merlin's soul. Arthur revealed the killer's name, Lancelot. Kim restrained himself, careful not to let emotion expose them, for Merlin's aura of power was impossible to miss. Lancelot now ruled Britain, and reckless moves could plunge the kingdom into ruin. What Britain needed was a true sovereign, Arthur himself. Kim asked when the next roundtable gathering would take place and whether an outsider might attend. Merlin replied it was set for 10 days hence, and that Kim could enter if he requested the floor. Kim resolved to use that day to overturn the round table entirely. Meanwhile, King Lancelot issued orders, proclaiming every decree as service to his people. That was his creed, all for the people. 2 nights later, Lawlet and Toll approached him, asking about a challenger named Kim. Lancelot declared he intended to meet this man himself. Whispers had reached him that major guilds sought to recruit Kim, while Asgard watched warily. Kim remained a cipher, little known yet highly intriguing. Yet darker gossip circulated. Some claimed Kim had slain Arthur. Proof was absent, but Lancelot, as ruler, could not ignore such claims from Asgard. He feared the chaos rumors might spark. To do nothing would be dangerous, and his aides understood what path he leaned toward. They swore to eradicate Kim, for anyone accused of striking Arthur down must not escape justice. Lancelot merely smiled, savoring the control he held over Britain and its rankers. The throne was his, and soon he believed the Stone of All Seas would be as well. Less than a day after Kim's arrival at the castle, Britain made its first move. Through his blazing eyes, Kim saw armored figures hammering at his door in the dead of night. The intruders insisted on a conversation, and before long they confronted him in the courtyard. Tall, one of the knights, announced his intent to interrogate him. If Kim lied or remained silent, they would sever his limbs one by one. The first question thundered out, "Who killed King Arthur?" Kim was baffled by the accusation. He barely had time to think before a ranker lunged, but he evaded the strike. Tall pressed the question again. Kim immediately discerned the hand behind this scheme. It was Lancelot's doing. Swiftly, he drew a dagger from his arsenal, parrying the ranker's attack. He knew Lancelot had fanned the flames of hatred, yet kept his own hands clean. In this moment, Kim understood he had to deal with the rankers first. The instant one knight met his gaze, terror froze him in place. But the glove imbued with Arthur's spirit cautioned Kim against killing, reminding him that deception had clouded their judgment. Though he could have summoned Arthur then and there, Kim held back. The revelation had to wait for the Round Table assembly. At last, the 42nd night of the Round Table challenged him. By dual law, all restraints were lifted if a third party intervened. The second knight refused to join, for his honor forbade ganging up on a lone opponent. He declared that the Round Table stood upon the foundation of knightly virtue, claiming that honor alone guided their actions. Kim, however, knew better. That circle had been forged long before Britain even existed, on rivers of blood. The knights hid behind the mask of honor, scorning the deeds of those whose sacrifices had truly built their world. Someone had to open their eyes. He had no intention of slaughtering the rankers, merely to pierce their fragile illusions. Lawlet raised the Round Table's enchanted shield, meeting Kim's opening strike head-on. He quickly realized his foe was far from an ordinary challenger and would demand caution. Built on defensive tactics, Lawlet turned his shield into his weapon of choice. His very presence was like a fortress, capable of withstanding even the most catastrophic blows. Kim recognized the strength in his hands. For the first time, he unleashed his full gigantification, driving his assault forward. The adamantium gauntlet, hammered by a master smith, proved its worth. Lawlet perceived that Kim's strike bore no refined technique, only raw, overwhelming might. Desperate to endure, he braced behind the shield, but Kim's furious charge crushed against it with relentless energy. The barrier gave way, broken by someone deemed an unranked player, a nobody. Before the clash could reach its end, an unexpected figure intervened. Tall appeared beside Lawlet, ready to stand in defense of his comrade. Though unwilling to admit their miscalculation, both knights believed that together they could still overcome this foe. Tall called forth his greatest ability, a gigantic blade, vowing Kim would regret his audacity. Kim did not falter. Drawing his sword, he surged forward with immediate ferocity. Employing the heavenly step, he accelerated beyond sight, forcing his opponent to strain against the speed. Tall deflected the strike, yet Kim's attacks only grew faster, pushing him past his limits. He realized his stamina was slipping and searched for even the smallest crack in Kim's guard. The instant for a decisive strike finally arrived. Answering his ally's call, Lawlet manifested the sword of protection, forming a barrier between Kim and their line. The knights threw themselves entirely into the struggle, aware that the price could be their very lives. Kim grasped that reckless moves would only see him pulverized. His demonic reserves drained quickly. Barely a minute remained, but he resolved that was enough to end it. He believed the wall of mana could indeed be shattered. One perfect strike, focused with all his strength, would bring his enemies down. The resulting blast thundered across the land, visible from far away. When the smoke dispersed, Tall lay drained of power, yet his life still clung to him. Watching, the knights whispered that Kim must have bargained with a demon to wield such force. Behind Kim, a man appeared, remarking coldly that nothing within these ruins had been left untouched. It was Lancelot. His presence froze the company in dread, and the knights quickly muttered apologies, sensing their fault. Yet Lancelot replied icily that their shame had stained Britain and the Round Table itself, leaving death as their sentence. Without hesitation, his blade struck, executing them instantly. Rage burned within Kim, though he restrained himself. If he slew Lancelot here, the truth would vanish, and the world would see only a murderer. Meeting his gaze, Kim caught an unsettling detail. Lancelot's eyes glowed violet, proof that foreign gods now lent him power. Lancelot spoke with unnatural calm, excusing his rashness and apologizing for drawing Kim into needless strife. As a gesture of peace, he extended an invitation to join the Round Table. Kim replied that when the time was right, Lancelot need only summon him. The following day he was offered a banquet, but the dishes turned his stomach. Lancelot chuckled, advising him to swallow his distaste and savor the region's specialties. He remarked that the commotion of yesterday had already reached Merlin's ears. Kim, unconvinced, cut the small talk short, declaring the meal a pretext. Silencing all mana signals so their words remained private, Lancelot finally spoke his true intent. He confessed he intended to seize the Stone of All Seas through force. Initially, he had planned to brand Kim a traitor allied with Momus, but on learning of his lineage as Belial's son, the plan shifted. Since the Lord of the Seas had shown Kim favor, Lancelot proposed a bargain: surrender the stone and swear fealty, and Britain would shelter him forever. Yet Kim knew that Poseidon had never ceased hunting him, and Britain's promise was nothing but deceit. Outraged, Lancelot demanded how a mere mortal dared address Britain's sovereign as an equal. But Kim saw clearly that Lancelot himself no longer understood what he had become. Kim recognized that the feud between Zeus and Poseidon could serve his advantage. His greatest weapon remained the gauntlet sealing Arthur's spirit. At that moment, a summons arrived. Tomorrow he was expected at an audience. The next day, the Round Table convened in Camelot. Kim sat in one of the seats, baffling many knights who questioned why he had been admitted. Gawain, once Arthur's closest aide, spoke with the knight Gidrak, unsettled by Kim's restless demeanor. Lancelot reminded them that only the worthy were permitted there, yet Merlin himself had insisted, so no objection could stand. Still, he made clear that despite permission, Kim remained a stranger. Kim ignored such distinctions, but suspected he sat in the place of Tola or Lolith. The meeting was broken by the revelation that Lancelot had slain his fellow knights, leaving the hall shaken. He justified himself, insisting necessity had forced his hand. Kim despised this twisting of words, knowing this gathering was less counsel than trial for Lancelot's crimes. Soon another figure was expected, one who deserved a far warmer welcome than he. King Arthur himself entered the chamber. Gasps and cries swept the hall. Some knights wept openly at the sight. Merlin remained watchful, reading the emotions around him. Terror flickered in Lancelot's eyes, betraying his panic. Arthur greeted the company, and the knights crowded toward him with a flood of questions. Lancelot, unable to grasp what Arthur and Kim plotted, scrambled for an escape. In fury, he leapt up, accusing Kim of bringing a demon within the castle, insisting this was no true Arthur, but a counterfeit. Drawing his sword, he threw the knights into chaos. They stared bewildered as he lunged, intent on ripping away the disguise. Merlin intervened at once, halting the strike in an instant. Arthur's image dissolved, revealing Malmus in his stead. To Merlin it was clear, Lancelot had acted boldly only because he was convinced Arthur was gone forever. Kim lifted his gauntlet, and from it emerged Arthur, housed in the body of an orc. Lancelot froze, overwhelmed at the sight of the man he had believed long dead. Arthur's energy shook him to his core, leaving him trembling with disbelief. Arthur recalled the Pendragon ring, a symbol of kingship, which he had supposedly entrusted to Lancelot. But the ring remained his. Only 2 such rings existed, and Arthur knew the origin of the second. It belonged to his son, whom Lancelot had slain without mercy. The Round Table's members recoiled in revulsion as the truth was laid bare. Drowning in shame, Lancelot could imagine no option but flight. But as he sprinted for the city gates, an unseen force hurled him back. Merlin had long since woven a mighty barrier around Camelot. The sorcerer himself appeared before him, chains of magic snapping shut. Without pause, he demanded confession for every treachery. What he craved most was the truth behind the betrayal. The answer cut like a blade. No higher purpose, no noble excuse. Lancelot had only desired power. His ambition was singular. He sought the crown. As soon as the words left his lips, a monstrous energy burst forth. Arthur's own betrayed essence ignited, birthing an abomination not of this world. The earth quaked, and buildings crumbled, walls split beneath the surge. Merlin vowed Lancelot would never escape Camelot, but the traitor did not strike at him. Instead, he turned his wrath upon the city. The wards strained under the assault. Even Merlin's might faltered against such darkness. Lancelot was overwhelming, but blind to one fact. Arthur had awaited this moment, the day to finally end the betrayer. He and Kim closed in, hemming Lancelot on both sides. Kim then unleashed the infernal power, calling forth the flames of hell to consume the battlefield. Any hope of escape had vanished. Lancelot's flesh and spirit were destined to be devoured. The egg consumed him gradually, enclosing the treacherous knight within its shell. He hurled curses at Kim, but his fury had no power to halt the inevitable. At last his form melted away, absorbed entirely into the egg's dark surface. In that instant, Merlin invoked Forest of Swords, unleashing hundreds of radiant blades that filled the air in a spectacle of annihilation. Considering the countless lives Lancelot had stolen, such an end was nothing more than justice. With his downfall, the British throne stood vacant, and only 10 days remained before a successor would be chosen. Meanwhile, the egg's growth neared 70%, though the rate of absorption slowed more with each passing moment. Merlin sensed a familiar energy, one reminiscent of Lancelot, yet vastly more overwhelming. Kim's attention turned skyward, certain that the heavens themselves were preparing to strike. At that same time, Poseidon informed Zeus of Lancelot's demise. Yet Zeus already knew. He refused to begin an outright war, but equally he could not permit witnesses to remain. His only solution was Britain's total destruction. A handful of thunderbolts would have been enough to erase Camelot and the lands around it. Poseidon questioned whether the tower's administrators would sanction such interference, but Zeus had already secured permission. They allowed him a single bolt of lightning. This restriction stirred Poseidon's suspicion of Zeus's hidden motives. Kim, watching the sky, realized the ruler of Olympus had already chosen his course. The trial had begun. The destruction of Camelot loomed. Only 10 minutes remained to act before the lightning descended. Merlin knew Zeus was no fool. Should he dare obliterate Camelot, Olympus itself would be endangered by Asgard's wrath. So the wizard immediately cast protective wards to shield Britain. Still, he was aware that without Kim's aid, his defenses would fail. Kim opened his fire eyes, perceiving the gaze of the 12th celestial eye of the sage, fixed upon him from above. He pleaded for assistance, but the eye remained detached, unmoved by their peril. Refusing to surrender, Kim proposed a bargain, help in exchange for a future debt. This time the eye accepted, and so the Monkey King himself descended to earth. It was his first and only intervention, and Kim vowed never to seek it again. The ordeal commenced. Camelot's destruction was at hand. Zeus's assault was unleashed. Merlin's barrier shattered at once beneath the ferocity of the lightning. Yet the Monkey King's strength blunted part of the devastation. The staff he wielded, a mere conjured replica, absorbed some force but could not contain it fully. Kanan grew anxious, and Kim realized his fears had been justified. He begged the Monkey King to endure a little longer as he devised a plan. Racing upward, he climbed the great staff directly into the storm's heart. Suddenly, the thunder began to weaken. The divine dark crystal in his possession resonated with the strike. Zeus's bolt, forged by Hephaestus from heavenly crystal, was linked to the Sinian, originally fragments of the same whole. The gauntlet on Kim's hand drank in the thunderbolt, consuming its energy completely. Even lessened by the staff, the strike remained immensely destructive. But Kim held firm. His long struggles had made him strong, but still not strong enough to face Zeus openly. When at last the bolt was fully absorbed, the skies cleared and the storm dissolved. Exhausted, Kim plummeted toward the earth. The Monkey King spotted him and caught him in the final moment. Meanwhile, Zeus told Poseidon their scheme had failed. The Monkey King's interference had altered everything. Declaring him their enemy would bring only loss, even for Olympus. But the greatest revelation was Kim himself. He proved a far more dangerous variable than expected. What unfolded in Britain would echo into Asgard, troubling the gods. Yet Zeus nurtured another design, sending out fresh bolts of lightning. All was done for Olympus's rebirth. 5 days later, Kim finally awoke from his deep slumber. Throughout that time, Merlin feared he might never open his eyes again. As soon as he had collapsed, the storm ceased. Now at his awakening, sparks filled the chamber anew. Kim had acquired a new skill, but did not yet know how to wield it. At that moment, Hephaestus stormed in, furious at Kim's reckless stunt. As always, the fiery god grew insistent and overbearing, true to his nature. Merlin, however, remained certain. These stones were meant to be united. At first, Kim thought Hephaestus had come in concern for him, but the smith admitted he cared only for Camelot's relics. He had already gathered his tools and selected a workspace, and Merlin promised him comfortable quarters. The craftsman demanded $1.5 million for the task. Hoping to bargain, Kim attempted to charm him down to $1.4 million. Grudgingly, Hephaestus consented, estimating 4 days of labor. Yet beyond these dealings, the nation stood on unstable ground, its king gone. Merlin foresaw that none would stay idle. Soon, word of betrayal would spread throughout the tower. The round table had fractured, its unity forever broken. It had been doomed, and now its end was accepted. Despite all, Merlin felt indebted to Kim, for without him, nothing could have been salvaged. He urged Kim to accompany him to the site where he would summon Arthur. After Lancelot's death, Merlin had scoured his holdings and uncovered a crucial secret. In a chamber reserved solely for the king, he discovered Arthur Pendragon's son. When Arthur beheld him, tears filled his eyes. Kim suggested transferring Arthur's soul into the boy's body, though the choice weighed heavily. Arthur's heart ached with guilt, for his son had perished because of him. The thought of subjecting his child to an undead existence was unbearable. But Kim reminded him that Britain's rebirth depended upon sacrifice, and one day he might see his son anew if he acted now. After long hesitation, Arthur resolved to take this painful step for his kingdom's sake. Kim vowed he would never regret it. Using necromancy, Kim bound Arthur's soul into his son's body, gaining his unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, the Monkey King pondered. Had Kim known of him before? If so, for how long? Arthur required time to adapt to his new vessel. Still, it shocked all to see the once great king now serving Kim. Yet even more astonishing was the Monkey King himself, baffled by Kim's bold faith in him. Piece by piece, clarity came. He realized Kim had known him long before they crossed paths. Kim assumed the king was not watching through his fiery eyes. In modern times, such sight was rare, though once it belonged only to the monkey clan of Flower Fruit Mountain. Kim gave little explanation, remarking only that few alive had never heard of the Monkey King. But the king pressed further, insisting Kim truly recognized him. His eyes discerned what even the king himself could not perceive. They revealed his authentic form, proving that Kim understood the real King Tate. Seeing no reason to hide, Kim confessed the truth. In his own world, they had indeed met before. They were not strangers but rivals, bound by countless duels. The Monkey King was shaken by the admission. Memories returned of their old battles, alive with competition. He recalled even their quarrels over trivial matters. Kim had lost once, his life spared only through the Monkey King's mercy. Their clashes had been more than fights. They were training, sharpening one another into stronger warriors. Kim had never resigned himself to defeat. With fluid movement and firm resolve, he struck decisively, knocking the king down. Though the struggle was fierce, victory was his. Accepting another presence at his side proved difficult, but he had no choice. For the adversary before him was immortal, and acceptance was the only path. Just as the last barriers fell away between them, grim tidings arrived. The outer gods, never before glimpsed by the tower, surged in from the void, bringing ruin and endless war. Every clash ended in bitter defeat. Loss followed loss, and it became undeniable that their course had to be reversed. Someone had to be chosen to return to the past and reshape the future. The burden was placed on Kim, for he had slain more outer gods than any other. Thus he was sent to Britain, where confronting Lancelot, destined to become a great menace, awaited him. To Kim, the progress of events felt painfully slow, yet he knew he was edging steadily toward his purpose. Considering Tate's power, Kim judged his own chance of victory at no more than 1 in 100. Tate himself struggled to grasp why everything was so arduous. He longed for his body's return, but alone he lacked the strength. Kim, aware of the difficulty, offered his aid, provided Tate agreed to grant him a favor in return. Suddenly the sky dimmed, a vast crater opening above them. From it descended Valkyries, heralds of Asgard. Kim remarked that they had come to observe events firsthand. Arthur's restoration to the throne had ignited conflict with Olympus, provoking Asgard's intervention. With Lancelot defeated, Kim could at last breathe freely. He prepared to depart, knowing that Asgard's warriors lived by a strict code. They raised arms only when assured of victory. He told Tate that war would not truly begin until Olympus struck first. Tate shivered at the calm certainty in Kim's words. Could someone, even from the future, really bend destiny at will? Kim still felt far from invincible, yet he had no doubt he could endure the path ahead. Standing at Britain's border, he gazed out upon a realm that seemed to stretch to the world's edge. The administrator explained that the trial's difficulty had risen steeply, and if Kim wished to tackle it alone, he would need to pay dearly. Yet the duties of an administrator remained immutable. His role had to be fulfilled, or the entire system would falter. Kim was given 1 year to traverse the uncharted forest, and the challenge began the instant he crossed the castle's threshold. Tate offered assistance, warning that accepting it could mean penalty and disqualification. Kim, however, refused to waste a year. He resolved to conquer the trial within a month. Crossing into the 25th floor, he entered a forest unknown to all. The other contenders could not fathom how he had arrived so swiftly. What took most 3 days he had done almost at once. Among them was Warlock, third sergeant of the research squad, a seasoned player who saw Kim's value as indispensable. The expedition normally required a year to cross the forest, yet Kim meant to finish in a single month. He hoped no disaster would block their way. Fatigue weighed on him, yet his body brimmed with vitality. Warlock, unlike Kim, hesitated often, endangering his comrades. Without pause, Kim summoned the divine Skystone's power. A colossal spear of dark mana formed in his grip. With one throw, he obliterated the monsters before them. Only then did the others believe his claim that he could finish within a month. Kim urged them to keep moving, wasting no time. By the 4th day, the researchers were utterly drained. They tried desperately to match Kim's pace, but his endurance outstripped theirs. Still, they knew they had to give their all. Their mission and survival depended on it. Warlock realized that even Kim could not hope to finish so quickly without peril. Just then, a massive serpent appeared before him, its gaze cold and paralyzing. He froze, unable to act. In that instant, another figure intervened, shielding him from the strike. It was Fun, the Heavenly Fist, lord of the demon divine cult. He had come at the bidding of the young bishop, searching for him. Warlock stood bewildered. Among their group, no bishop existed. But soon he understood. Fun had meant Kim all along. Nor was Fun alone. He brought with him an army of loyal followers to carry out his mission. Though Kim's test was meant to be solitary with only the research team's support, Fun's powers as a cult master were not forbidden. He commanded his disciples to aid the team, clearing their path through the forest. The researchers focused on slaying the lesser beasts, paving the way forward. Kim battled the greater horrors, emerging victorious each time. After days of fighting, they halted briefly to recover their strength. At that pause, Kim received a message from Merlin, asking where he had gone during Britain's crisis, yet promising aid when possible. Another week of hardship passed. In the 2nd week, Kim at last completed the World Explorer Challenge and gained access to the 26th floor. He clasped hands with the lords, passing them his points in gratitude for their assistance. But he knew it was time to return to Camelot, where Hephaestus was likely already awaiting him impatiently. Before he left, Fun offered thanks, yet asked not for payment, but for a duel with Kim, fought as equals. Kim agreed readily, granting his request at once. He commanded that none interfere, ensuring a fair contest. Fun, the heavenly fist and one of the four cult lords, embodied martial mastery itself, a formidable rival. Kim restrained himself, choosing not to unleash the heavenly demon's might to preserve fairness. The duel commenced. Fun struck first, fist crashing forward with brutal force. Kim evaded with flawless precision, deflecting attacks beyond his opponent's expectations. Fun knew Kim had grown stronger, but not to this degree. Then Kim advanced, showing the depth of his true power. His strike landed with such force it nearly shattered Fun's bones. Years of training had prepared him for this chance, to measure how far Vladika's strength had come. His thirst for victory burned bright. He could not squander the chance for vengeance. But Fun countered with the thousand-step lightning fists, and a strange vision flashed before him. In it, the great demon called out, though Fun could not grasp why or what the vision meant. He sensed it was bound to the Lord's power, yet its meaning eluded him. At last, Fun admitted defeat, realizing his defiance had been reckless. He apologized, conceding his loss to Kim. Merlin was astonished at Kim's swift return from the forest. He rode back on the Monkey King's cloud, someone explained. Merlin then revealed Asgard's unrest, knights questioning their right to remain at the round table, some ready to depart. Tension filled the air, though Kim insisted balance would soon return. Merlin placed his hopes in him, believing Kim's promise to resolve the turmoil. As thanks, Merlin bestowed a fragment of his power, urging Kim to carry it to the next floor. It was a gift tied to Hephaestus Triane, brother to the Sinian gauntlet. With the Stone of All Seas, Hephaestus forged special armor for Kim. Lightweight yet strong, it shielded nearly his entire body. To test it, Kim drew his blade and sliced at the cloak. He wanted to see if it would truly protect him. Though plain in appearance, it was wrought from adamantium, near impossible to pierce. Yet Kim felt another presence safeguarding him still. Leaving Merlin aside, he attuned himself to that sensation. Within the blue mana, he detected an unfamiliar essence. It resembled what he had once sensed in Canaan, but unlike any conscious artifact aura. When Kim demanded to know its identity, the being replied it was the second. A familiar face appeared, though Kim could not place it. The entity hinted a third existed, sharing the same bond of vision. Kim then told Merlin he would set out alone once more. Merlin wished him well, adding that before his return, Camelot would raise a statue in his honor. Months rolled by as Kim ascended tirelessly, climbing floor after floor. 6 months vanished unnoticed. He now stood on the 40th floor of the trials. In that time, Kim succeeded in gathering 50 draft stones. Yet his movements had not gone unnoticed. A band cloaked under a silent spell observed him, hidden from his senses. Their plan was simple: ambush him and seize his collection. Just then, 2 of the stones in Kim's grasp fused into one. The enemies struck, closing in from every direction. But suddenly, countless summoning stones appeared above his head, far more than he had possessed before. Calling upon divine flame, he obliterated the attackers in an instant, claiming their stones as his own. Kim realized that splitting the stones altered how the system counted them. This discovery unlocked new possibilities for him. Without hesitation, he moved to the next phase of the trial and activated the stones. Before him rose Diablo, the Demon Lord, one of the top 20 rankers and a guild master of immense influence. Diablo looked on in disbelief, wondering what kind of lunatic would burn 1,000 stones to summon him. Kim had no interest in stalling. He lifted his weapon, intent on taking the demon's head and claiming the bounty of points. Entering Diablo's vile temple, Kim felt the oppressive weight of dark energy. A monstrous voice roared, vowing to reduce his very bones to ash. Feeling the suffocating curse pressing on him, Kim resolved first to annihilate the temple itself. Summoning his strength, he unleashed divine flame against the structure's walls. The temple trembled as if collapsing. Then Diablo's hand appeared, halting the destruction. The demon watched closely, intrigued, as though daring Kim to press forward. Kim did not falter. He launched into the assault. His strikes were fast and unrelenting, but Diablo parried with formidable defenses. The demon's eyes narrowed at the sight of Kim's divine flame. It offended him deeply. Kim knew fire alone would not suffice. Diablo's will was as unyielding as his body, immune to simple flame. Then he recalled the scars left by Canaan's lightning. They proved Diablo could still be hurt. But before he struck, Diablo sensed danger and spewed a torrent of fire, scorching everything ahead. Kim dodged in time, now certain which powers could wound the demon. He stepped through the heavens themselves, shifting position, and summoned the lightning he had gained from Zeus. Diablo halted in shock. Before him stood a mortal who had endured his flames and retaliated. The real battle was only beginning. Kim's next strike severed the demon's arm. Diablo froze, staggered that a human could deal such a blow. He had assumed Kim was just another reckless challenger, and the truth unsettled him. Trying another tactic, he offered Kim a place in his guild, even promising the title of Lord once he ranked. He argued that though Kim was human, the essence of a demon flowed within, making him fit to rule. Kim answered firmly, he was human and would never bow to a guild. Hearing this, Diablo recognized who truly stood before him. Kim himself. The trial concluded, and victory was Kim's. His prize was the horn of Diablo. Ascending to the 42nd floor, Kim was immediately repulsed by the place. Jonathan appeared soon after, greeting him with visible delight. His voice carried a childlike joy. He was genuinely glad. Kim recalled that he had once loathed this floor as well. Even breathing here felt oppressive. Word of his arrival spread quickly, boosting his rank alongside many Olympic rankers. He realized Jonathan had reached this level before Zeus. Together they traveled toward a hidden location. As they descended, Kim noticed there was no doorway at all. They walked 10 minutes, the path seeming endlessly deep. A sinister aura pervaded. Kim felt unseen eyes watching. Unsure of what lay ahead, he resolved to face it regardless. From the shadows emerged Cerberus, three heads snarling. Kim wasted no time, summoning his allies at once to conserve strength. The beast lunged, fury in every movement. Kim met it head-on, parrying and countering with overwhelming force. Drawing on the might of giants, he struck terror into the creature. The memory of Hercules' ancient punishment stirred in Cerberus's instincts, making them tremble before Kim. Soon the guardian beast was vanquished. Then before him appeared Hades, the Lord of Darkness, second only to Zeus and Olympus's greatest intellect. They sat at a table to converse. Hades poured him a drink that restored mana and rebalanced body with spirit. He marveled at the youth who had stood against Zeus's lightning. Turning to Jonathan, he advised him to stay near Kim. Jonathan agreed, convinced Kim could be trusted. Yet suspicion lingered in Hades' mind. Kim and his companions concealed something. He distrusted those who kept secrets. Hephaestus's name entered the talk, the smith having vouched for Kim before. Now with Kim as head of the divine demon sect, Hades asked his judgment. Kim replied that his authority was high enough that no one dared oppose him. If needed, his sect would back him. The conversation shifted to war. Olympus might win against Britain's king, but one battle would not end it. Should the divine demon sect join, open war with Olympus would follow. The Gigantomachy, the war of giants, was drawing near. Kim admitted he was not yet strong enough to face Zeus outright, but had no other path. Nor was he the only one undermining the Thunderlord's throne. Poseidon's maneuvers had shifted the balance, and Zeus feared his brothers plotted to seal him in the underworld. Hercules too leaned their way. Kim suggested an alliance to Hades, asking his stance. Kim estimated Hercules had a 70% chance of siding with them, a number that astonished Jonathan. He then asked Hades what their odds would be if Hercules fought beside them. Hades listened carefully, impressed by Kim's certainty, and began to consider it. Kim planned to revisit the 40th floor to resolve unfinished matters, which might also draw Hercules to their cause. Hades observed that Kim's powers, seen against Cerberus, could repel Olympus, but not destroy it entirely. Still, he agreed to the alliance, sensing Kim's ambition could change the future. Thanks to Kim, Zeus's schemes to unleash titans and demons upon Asgard had been thwarted. This opened the way for Odin to step into the conflict. Hades advised Jonathan to meet someone who carried Apollo's bloodline. Kim often wondered why his Canonian ability was named Hell. To uncover the truth, he tested it within the cavern. When summoned, he found himself beneath water, yet he could breathe with ease. For the first time, he saw this world with his own eyes, his own kingdom. It was not water but boundless mana, stretching into eternity. Souls of the dead drifted toward him, bowing in reverence. Returning to the 40th floor, he was awestruck by its vistas. There he encountered Arthur's son, whom Susnu had bound in the liminal realm between life and death. Before him lay what seemed an endless ocean, astonishing Kim. Preparations were nearly finished. Only the Lord's word was awaited. Then a brutal assault struck the castle. Steel clashed everywhere, fists and blades striking, cries of the fallen echoing. The stench of blood thickened the air, saturating the hall. Amid the chaos, word spread. Kim had challenged the god of war, Ares. The mighty warrior smiled faintly, unsurprised, awaiting his daring challenger. Just then, a servant burst into the hall, breathless, announcing Kim's arrival. Ares wondered how far this mortal's audacity would reach. Suddenly, Arthur appeared, clad in frost-lined armor and holding the legendary blade Excalibur. Ares needed only a glance to recognize him as a revenant. No pact could be struck with the dead, for the living could not accept such an ally. Then Kim entered, the challenger who had come to defy the god of war. Guards filled the hall, rankers ready to strike him down, yet Kim stood fearless. He had not come to fight aimlessly, he declared, and his words drew a smile from Ares. Kim wielded the mana of the Stone of All Seas, an artifact whose power eclipsed all reason. The rankers faltered, uncertain. But before they moved, Ares raised his hand, forbidding them. No one was to act without his command. If Kim was prepared to wager such an artifact, then he clearly trusted in victory. Ares accepted. He would not simply kill Kim, he would claim his strength, for that was the creed of a warrior, to fight not in vain, but for glory and power. Kim ordered Arthur not to intervene. It would be a duel between a mere player and the god of war himself. There was no reason to delay, the fight had already begun. Kim ignited his flaming eyes, striving to read the arc of Ares' blade. The war god unleashed his full skill, pressing the assault with relentless ferocity. Kim answered by invoking gigantization, landing a strike that forced Ares to feel genuine pain. Instantly, Ares recognized the power, akin to what he had once expected from Jonathan. Annoyance twisted into seething rage. Kim countered with lightning, hoping to change the flow of combat. But it failed. No thunderbolt could harm a direct heir of Zeus. Condensed mana spread outward, engulfing all witnesses. This was no ordinary duel. It had risen to the realm of the highest rankers. Ares' aura exuded slaughter, a storm of bloodlust and violence. Still, Kim carved out several advantages. Ares realized if he killed Kim, he could rise above Zeus himself. Arthur, watching intently, muttered that one strike of his blade could end it. Hatred for the god of war swelled within him. Ares' very presence was repulsive to a knight's nature. Kim longed for clarity, but there was no time left to think. A sudden vision of his father overwhelmed Ares' mind. In that instant, Kim struck, reminding him that lightning belonged to Zeus. But did Ares truly know who that power served? Kim resolved to unleash the full force of Kinanon. Ares sensed the final blow was coming. He knew prolonging the duel meant defeat. As the patron of war's honor, he could not drag it out. He had to finish Kim swiftly. Yet a single moment sealed his fate. Kim's sword cleaved and Ares' body fell still. Kim had deliberately drawn close to the dark mana's source, exposing himself to strike. A surge of power tore through the tower's roof. The war god's servants were stunned. Ares had fallen. Arthur barred them from approaching, guarding Kim. Then the Lord of the Dead summoned Ares' soul. Such a force, capable of incinerating high rankers, became a priceless gain. The hall trembled violently. The air thickened with dread as Olympus's rankers appeared. Athena, supreme among them, stared in disbelief at Ares' death. From that moment, Kim became her younger brother's sworn enemy. A shrill cry echoed. The Gorgons had arrived, their call paralyzing all around. The Gorgon shield, Olympus's greatest defense, could numb with a single command. The danger mounted, but Kim bided his time. Then Tate appeared, remarking that the hero always arrives at the final moment. Athena assumed Kim was his ally. Tate denied it. Kim was far too unruly to be his companion. Athena ordered the enemies of Olympus destroyed, but Tate refused to yield. His staff slammed into the Gorgon shield, but it did not crack. The confrontation grew ever more fascinating. Tate told Kim to handle the rest while he engaged their main foe. Kim wasted no words. He told Arthur to clear the way and withdraw. The tension thickened, heralding a fiercer battle still to come. The divine shield of the Gorgons activated fully. Athena, seizing her moment, lunged forward. She shot toward Tate with blinding speed. Reading her intent, he shortened his staff and countered. Athena responded by soaring skyward on a nimbus. Meanwhile, Kim staggered with exhaustion from his duel with Ares. His strength waned, yet with Arthur at his side, he pressed the fight. Their only objective was survival. They had to escape. Knowing a drawn-out clash meant certain loss, Kim gathered his last reserves. He invoked Holy Fire, effective against all but the highest rankers, seizing a narrow chance to flee with Arthur. Once they had been prey to Olympus, but now the world itself stood on the verge of ruin. They escaped without looking back, leaving Athena without reason to pursue further. From above, the divine fire consumed the city, reducing it to ash. Athena could not fathom why the Monkey King aided a traitor of the heavens. But Tate laughed, unwilling to explain. Amusement was reason enough. Soon after, Kim reached the 38th floor of the tower. Heat scorched the land, volcanoes exhaling suffocating steam. Though quiet, the place seethed like a buried weapon waiting to ignite. He followed fresh footprints pressed into the ground. After a while, he found their owner. Before him stood a man chopping trees with steady rhythm. It was Hercules. Time had not dulled his aura in the least. Hercules was the key to Olympus's downfall, and Kim knew he must draw him into his cause. But patience was needed. Hercules worked at gathering wood, and Kim chose to wait. It was difficult to imagine how this quiet man had earned the name Titan Slayer. In time, they reached Hercules' hut, unchanged despite the passing years. The place radiated solitude and withdrawal from the world. Hercules suggested Kim rest while he prepared the food. Kim refused and took up the task himself, believing a guest should honor his host. That night they dined beneath the open sky, seated by the fire. Hercules finally asked for his guest's name. Kim answered readily, but Hercules admitted he had never heard it. No wonder, he had lived apart, cut off from the world for ages. Still, he knew better than to sever all ties with reality. The next day, Kim again aided Hercules in hauling wood. The labor was grueling, yet he bore it without complaint. That evening, beneath the stars, they shared another meal by the fire. The mood was calm, though something deeper seemed to stir beyond mere acquaintance. Day after day, Hercules trained, lifting immense weights without tools, proof of his unmatched strength. Yet despite this, he faced troubles of his own. He asked Kim why he lingered, since he had once said he would soon depart. Hercules pressed him to leave before sunset, regardless of the circumstances. Kim, perplexed, asked the reason, suspecting Hercules feared for his safety. Hercules gave no detail, only a warning. Danger was coming. Kim reflected that perhaps Hercules did not want him to witness the coming fight. He also wondered why Hercules bore such hatred for the Titans, when in the past he had maintained good relations with Certra and their kind. Then the air around Hercules grew unbearably heavy, his mana pressing down like a crushing weight. Hercules answered curtly, they were not close enough to share such truths. This floor, he added, was unlike the others and required careful attention. Kim felt slighted and warned that Hercules might regret his secrecy. By then, the 16th day of the pact between humans and Titans had arrived. The balance of power shifted. The Titans now ruled. Remaining composed, Hercules told Kim to stay still, lest he be dragged into the conflict. Channeling mana into his wooden blocks, Hercules defended himself against the Titans' assaults. He believed weapons should only ever be wielded with just cause. Fighting without reason was mere butchery. And that was precisely what Hercules now endured. A savage struggle against Titans, where survival and strength alone mattered. In the first month after the pact, the world was divided. Half the lunar cycle belonged to humans, the other half to Titans, ruled jointly by Gigant, king of the Titans, and Zeus, king of Olympus, who swore to honor the boundary. Though peace seemed firm, Kim sensed hidden truths within this world that could overturn everything. Music joined. For now the place was safe, but Kim knew survival required shelter. Yet survival was not his true aim. Hercules needed to meet one of the three great Titans, a peer of his race. The giant's whereabouts were hidden, and Kim's own safety was uncertain. Kim offered to lead the way, startling Hercules. He could not fathom how Kim knew where to go, yet he followed regardless. Their path took them to the base of a volcano, where Hercules asked Kim to don a lion's headpiece as part of his training. Then with brute force, Hercules struck the ground, leaving a deep dent. Yet it was not enough. He struck 3 more times, until at last a hidden dungeon revealed itself. They descended, though Hercules puzzled over Kim's knowledge of this place. He sensed secrets but kept silent. He had never expected to meet someone with whom he felt both comfort and unease. Was this a trap? They stopped and Kim told him to strike the stone. Without hesitation, Hercules obeyed. The blow released vibrations, and Hercules recognized the energy instantly. It was the aura of the giant he had long sought. The giant manifested in his true colossal form, power radiating in waves. Kim remembered the original tale. Hercules was destined to slay this being, sparking the second gigantomachy. But he resolved to prevent that fate. The giant, aware of his doom, roared in fury, knowing why Hercules had come. The earth had been drenched with Titan blood, and he vowed to avenge it by severing Hercules' head to lay before Zeus. Kim intervened, demanding they ask themselves why they fought at all. The giant sought vengeance for his fallen kin, while Hercules carried wrath for his murdered mother. Kim knew such hatred would only perpetuate tragedy. They had to stop. He handed Hercules the amulet he had claimed from Ares. As Hercules gripped it, memories overwhelmed him. He saw his mother, Alcmena, apologizing for bringing him into a cruel world. She urged him to live kindly and not misuse his strength. In his recollections, they shared fleeting happiness despite hardships. But the world denied them peace. Hercules was forged into a weapon before he was born. Son of Zeus, one among many children sired on countless women. Once he shattered the tower's ceiling, others like him would arise. Alcmene had been slain by Ares, though the Titans were wrongly blamed. Despite the cruelty, she loved her son without fail. Even as she died, she thanked him for being her child. Kim had risked his life to mend the rift between Hercules and the Titans. The giant revealed a scar, still unhealed from Zeus's weapon, proof of Olympus's crimes. Preparing for war, the Titans had already seen their guilds destroyed by Zeus's hand. Realizing Kim opposed Olympus, they began to see him as an ally. Hercules, meanwhile, mourned deeply for his mother. In anguish, he struck himself, weighed down by guilt. Ares had died by Syme's hand, leaving Hercules without his original target for vengeance. He now turned his wrath towards Zeus, determined to avenge his family. He apologized to the giant, realizing he too had been deceived, and vowed to make amends. The giant, seeing him as another victim of Zeus, spared him punishment. But he warned, if Hercules wished for true redemption, he must bring down Olympus. With that, the giant vanished, the stone ceiling behind him. Hercules acknowledged his mistake and thanked Syme for preventing needless slaughter. Now he steeled himself for the assault on Olympus. Kim, recognizing the gravity of Hercules' resolve, decided to give him strength for the path ahead. Then the Lord of the Dead summoned Hell itself, where Ares had fallen. Kim urged Hercules to strike Ares with all the fury he carried. This chance could free his soul from torment. Ares, battered and weary, admitted his guilt at last. Hercules accepted his words but declared Ares would still face judgment. Broken and bloodied, Ares lay defeated beneath Hercules' blows. Kim then revealed the truth. Who had conspired in Alcmaeon's death? Who were foes and who were allies? Hearing this, Hercules resolved to unleash his fury upon Olympus itself. Yet after Hercules left, Ares revived, seething with anger toward his master. Kim warned he could summon Hercules again, should Ares resist. The threat worked. Ares offered apology. Kim had plans. He wanted Ares' spirit as an undead, bound but with free will, to fight Olympus. Ares balked, unwilling to raise arms against his kin. Kim offered a compromise. Ares could aid him without battling Olympus' citizens. A rare and powerful spirit like his was priceless, and Kim valued consent over coercion. Thus they struck a pact. Ares would serve him, but never harm Olympus' people. Meanwhile, on the 88th floor within Hera's temple, the high rankers Hector and Antaeus discussed the turmoil. Suddenly, a tremendous crash shook the ground. Hercules had arrived, demanding Hera's presence. Her soldiers claimed she was absent, but Hercules refused to wait. He resolved to draw her out by razing her temples one by one. The soldiers defended her honor, but fell quickly. Soon they realized their resistance was futile. Hercules commanded all surviving warriors, even rankers, to gather. At that moment, Kim received Jonathan's message. Hercules was attacking Hera's temple. Kim ignored it. He longed only to sleep. But then came word from Hades that all was ready, jolting Kim awake. The plan was unfolding. Soon Zeus's foundation would crumble. On the 42nd floor, Jonathan met Kim, who proposed he face his father. Though swifter than most, Jonathan's power was nothing compared to Zeus's. Kim pointed out that Zeus cherished only one child, Jonathan himself. To Jonathan, this notion was absurd. He could not understand why, since his mother alone had raised him. Yet everything Kim had said so far had proven true, as though he foresaw the future. Jonathan fell silent, shaken by the revelation. Suddenly a message arrived. Zeus had commanded Apollo to strike the celestial demon sect. Kim and Jonathan soared through the skies in a blazing chariot. Though preparations were incomplete, Jonathan refused to stand idle while countless lives were at stake. Kim alerted the sect, warning them to brace for the attack. Though he anticipated no disaster, a persistent unease lingered in his chest. He weighed the possible choices Zeus might make. Hades and Apollo seemed unlikely to step in, yet Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus remained uncertain elements. All at once, Kim grasped that Zeus still had a hidden weapon he might unleash. He explained to Jonathan about a dreadful rancor, long confined within Olympus's prison, its true identity shrouded, its strength legendary. With Hercules abandoning allegiance, the once united triad of Olympus fractured. Hephaestus refused to forge arms for Zeus, forcing the thunder god toward reckless extremes even if that endangered him. Jonathan, however, could not accept the idea that his father would hazard his own safety, even with such a secret card. At the gates of the celestial demon sect on Olympus's frontier, Athena received her directive: obliterate the cult. To assist her, Zeus dispatched Odysseus, Hermes, and another rancor. Hermes, famed as the master of liberty and theft, usually shunned combat, but this time chose to lend his hand. Yet chaos erupted swiftly. Their vessel drifted into perilous territory and began to fall apart. The calamity was the doing of the demon chief of the heavenly demon sect. He commanded his followers to shield both the sacred mountain and their order. Confronted with this menace, Athena ordered Hermes to handle the celestial rulers. She summoned the forces of Olympus to crush their adversaries. Thus commenced the collision of two mighty powers. Away from the clash, a woman lay sealed inside a colossal container. Though her loyalty was with Olympus, uncertainty paralyzed her. Athena instructed her to wait, but doubt gnawed at her spirit. She pleaded with Zeus for absolution, unintentionally releasing a surge of green mana. Kim's mysterious egg immediately resonated with this energy, behaving in strange ways. From within the container, the woman glimpsed a searing flash through a fissure. Memories flooded back. The day her parents were slain by an enemy who left her an uncanny box that must never be opened. The radiance spilling forth now was identical to that fateful light. From the vessel emerged a woman, Pandora. Her sudden appearance bewildered all nearby. No Olympian soldier remembered such a goddess, yet dread seeped into their bones as her gaze fell upon them. The moment her eyes met theirs, warriors contorted in pain, perishing one after another. Should Pandora step onto the battlefield, devastation would engulf both cult and Olympus alike. In the most favorable outcome, only Athena, Hermes, and the demon lord might endure. Just then, Kim burst onto the scene, driving a flaming chariot. He sensed the egg reacting strangely to Pandora's nearness. Alighting, he sought to divert her, insisting there was nothing here of interest and warning her away. Jonathan, meanwhile, felt a troubling haze cloud his mind, with anxiety swelling. Kim ordered him to ascend Heavenly Mountain and lend aid to the Lord. Pandora magnified every trace of darkness in the heart, plunging it into despair. Kim had never been seized by such a sensation. It sickened his very mind. He struck, lightning tearing through the sky toward Pandora. Yet she withstood it. To prevail, he realized he must maintain ceaseless assault without pause. But his strength faltered. He collapsed before Pandora, who wept. Turmoil churned in his thoughts, yet he refused surrender, searching for escape. Slowly regaining his footing, he advanced toward her. He knew hand-to-hand combat was hopeless. Her agility was unmatched. With his blazing eyes awakened, he discerned that Pandora's rank now exceeded even Athena's. He searched for a solution, realizing her might hinged on negativity. Remove that fuel, and victory drew nearer. In that instant, clarity struck him. There was a countermeasure. Elsewhere, Athena clashed with the celestial demon. Their struggle stretched across the mountainside. The demon lived up to its title, resisting fiercely. Athena saw clearly. Pandora's dominance was beyond Kim's ability to overcome. She proclaimed that the cult would fall today, and that all connected to Kim would pay dearly. Kim, serving as the Lord's right hand, wielded remarkable gifts, but above all, his indomitable spirit. The demon acknowledged his unstoppable resolve. Though weaker than its usual blaze, the sacred fire still scorched Pandora. Fed by fear, that fire thrived upon her own tide of negativity. So long as she lingered in that state, the sacred flames gnawed at her relentlessly. Meanwhile, the egg reached the culmination of its growth. It opened, bearing sharp teeth before Pandora. A rapid process of absorption began, unfolding at breathtaking speed. The meter of development hit its peak, complete evolution. Bewildered at first, it soon realized Kim had guided it to this place. A small human form emerged, only at the first stage of growth. Gazing at Kim, he uttered the word Dad. In a flash, the tiny being shot into Kim's body. With that, Pandora's existence ended. Hermes, who had borne witness, stood speechless. Unlike Athena, he despised warfare and had no will to challenge Kim. Instead, he sought an explanation for the spectacle. At that moment, Foon appeared, mistaking Hermes for a foe intending to slay Kim. But Hermes quickly yielded, realizing struggle would profit neither himself nor his sister. Soon Athena arrived, baffled by how Kim had convinced Hercules, Olympus's champion, to abandon Zeus. Kim simply replied that he had revealed the truth of Zeus' deeds. Curious whether Athena knew of the rift with Hercules, he probed with his fiery sight. She truly was ignorant. Hermes cared little even with Olympus imperiled. Kim commanded the cult's followers to seize both Athena and Hermes. Brother and sister recognized their defeat. Abruptly, Pandora stirred back to life. Elsewhere, Artemis and Apollo, top Olympians, learned of Jonathan's bond with Kim. Zeus realized Olympus would require another 3 millennia to recover its strength. He summoned Apollo and Artemis to remain with him. But they had already plotted escape, intent on fleeing with the sun chariot, which even Zeus could not catch. Choosing their moment carefully, they called for the chariot. Yet Zeus uncovered their intent, demanding clarity about their allegiance. Jonathan, meanwhile, was disoriented, wondering why Kim had brought Pandora along. Unable to endure the shock, he chose to depart. The newborn reached for Kim, expressing affection. Kim instructed Arthur to secure the barracks, ensuring no one entered. He then gave his child a name, Dampen. The boy's eyes gleamed with intricate snowflake-like patterns. As Kim gazed into them, his mind drifted into unfamiliar realms. The infant flashed his tiny teeth, earning Kim's praise as a good boy. The sharp little fangs caused Kim no harm, passing harmlessly through him. This was thanks to a newfound gift, Predator, imbued with Titan power, granting the ability to summon a monster that hunts alien beings. To grow stronger, his son would need to prey upon such outsiders. Where once Kim thought his odds slim, now the balance had shifted. His talisman, Dampen, would remain at his side. Jonathan, upon seeing Kim's child, was overcome with joy. Together, they sat and spoke of Jonathan's mother. Kim recognized that Zeus would intervene soon, compelling him to uncover every secret weapon of his foe. Jonathan carried within him the other half of Zeus' strength, He recounted his mother's story, a woman of beauty and purity, faithful to a single love. Once Zeus himself approached the fountain of truth, seeking to behold his true self in its imprint. Yet when he gazed upon the reflection, the images of those he knew appeared warped and unnatural. Only two faces resisted the distortion: Hera's expression, forever twisted with disdain, and the countenance of the one woman who had once offered him a genuine smile. Once more, Zeus surrendered to that rare sincerity, granting her the remaining half of himself. Whether she was truly the only one remained uncertain, for Nemesis and Themis had also allied themselves with Hades. Jonathan's mother had never wished for her son to endure the same torments she had borne. At that moment, a signal arrived. Hades had begun to move. All understood that this clash would decide Olympus's fate. Jonathan recalled Kim's vow to bring down the tower's summit and realized this man shared his father's ambition. Still, Jonathan did not comprehend Kim's true purpose. The answer was not yet his to know. Meanwhile, upon the 32nd floor of the tower, Hercules confronted Orion and emerged victorious. He was certain that on the eve of Olympus' downfall, Zeus himself would stand before him. But before that confrontation, Hercules would first need to break through the host of Olympus. To delay them, he clung to the strategy Kim had devised. Soon Dionysus appeared, intent on punishing Hercules. Hercules understood then. The opening act of the final struggle for Olympus had begun. Zeus had intended to remain in his temple until the next Gigantomachy, yet events forced his hand. Facing him, Hercules endured thunderbolts without dodging or summoning any skill. Zeus marveled at the sight of his mighty creation, wondering how many strikes Hercules could withstand and how near he might advance. Suddenly, Hades emerged before Zeus. The brothers faced each other again, yet this time it was no mere skirmish. It was war. Still, its spectacle resembled less a battlefield and more a bitter family quarrel. Zeus exuded certainty, for never in history had Hades overcome him. But Hades held a new conviction. There was one more factor at play. Poseidon appeared abruptly, hurling himself into battle with lifelong determination. All unfolded precisely as Kim had foreseen. Lightning and water clashed in a storm of opposing forces. Zeus, not foolish enough to yield the advantage, sent an electric surge rippling through the waves. Poseidon, unable to match that power, was swiftly cast down. Yet even sprawled upon the ground, Poseidon only smiled. In the next instant, Hades lunged at Zeus. Their might was evenly matched, though Zeus doubted his brother could ever reach him. Light erupted, dark and radiant energy colliding. Hades barely managed to guard himself. Striking back was impossible. Despite his overwhelming strength, Zeus had not yet fought in earnest. Then he unleashed destructive force, focusing it upon Hades. From afar, even Zeus appeared to retreat beneath the weight of his own power. Yet his resolve did not falter. He was disillusioned. His brothers remained as feeble as ever. Still, Zeus would not stop. To rule as true king, he must ascend the tower's peak. Olympus was insufficient. He believed something greater awaited above, and he would claim it. Kim observed the conflict from the heights. He recognized that the destined encounter had finally arrived. Zeus demanded that Kim reveal everything he knew of the present state of affairs. In reply, Kim summoned his finest skill, erecting a barrier impenetrable even to Zeus' brothers. The knowledge Kim carried diverged sharply from Zeus's own understanding. At last it was clear how a mere unranked player had overturned Olympus and surpassed even Zeus himself. To Zeus, Kim had become the most formidable adversary. Wasting no time, Zeus hurled divine lightning against Kim's shield. At that instant, Pandora appeared, standing at Kim's side. She demanded to know why Zeus had condemned her to the box. Poseidon and Hades could not fathom why Pandora chose to defend Kim. Hades, watching intently, realized the battle's balance had shifted. Zeus' focus had turned elsewhere. The struggle resembled a chess match, ending only when the king fell, and Zeus now viewed Kim as that rival king. Combat erupted. Zeus and Pandora exchanged blows that rattled the heavens. Soon Zeus was hurled backward, crashing near Poseidon. Without delay, Poseidon countered, mounting fierce resistance. Moments later, Hades too joined in, seeking to finish Zeus. At that point, Kim began summoning the powers of the underworld. He merged oceanic force with the Stone of All Seas, forging conditions to amplify Hades and Poseidon's might. The stone magnified Hades' abilities, filling him with newfound strength. Yet even with this boost, their odds of success lingered at a mere 10%. Together, the three assailed Zeus, but still it was insufficient. From Jonathan, Kim had learned of Zeus' deadliest asset. The god's spear and shield functioned both as armament and armor. While intact, Zeus could not be harmed. Suddenly, Hercules entered the fray. At last, he faced his father directly, striking at Zeus. The conflict escalated to unprecedented heights. Rankers clashed in the sky, towering over the world below. Hercules carried immense strength, fresh from triumph over Zeus's rankers. The outcome now hinged on endurance. Who would collapse first, or whether Zeus' mana would run dry. Their chance of victory rose to 30%, yet the critical moment arrived. Jonathan had to step in. His mission was to seize a fragment of Zeus' lightning. When he appeared, the thunder god himself was taken aback. Zeus found himself hemmed in by Hercules, Hades, and Poseidon. Riding the sun chariot, Jonathan unleashed a bolt straight at its mark. Still, Kim knew Jonathan could not withstand a rancor's strength for long. Pandora rushed forward to aid her allies, but Zeus seized her by the leg and slammed her into the ground. Only then did he grasp his mistake. Granting half his strength to Jonathan had been folly. At that instant, Poseidon's spear pierced Zeus's chest. From above, Hercules descended with a crushing blow. Zeus screamed, incredulous that his own son would defy Olympus. He tried to impart memories to Jonathan through divine sight, but Kim intercepted, driving fingers into his eyes. In the next heartbeat, one of Zeus' eyes was torn away, along with the celestial crystal brimming with lightning. With the bolt extracted, their chances of victory soared to 70%. Zeus now teetered on the brink of defeat. Hercules surged forward, his fist striking Zeus with catastrophic force. The blow hurled him far, slamming him into the earth amid clouds of dust and stone. Though still immensely powerful, the once supreme god was no longer the figure Olympus had revered. Watching, Kim discerned a vital truth. Only Zeus himself could awaken the genuine, divine lightning. The realization flared within him, compelling immediate action. He instructed Pandora to hurl him into the storm clouds. She obeyed without hesitation. Kim shot skyward, bursting through the vapor until he landed upon Jonathan's chariot. There, engulfed by volatile energy, he fused Jonathan's lightning with Zeus's stolen eye. Mastering true lightning demanded impossible skill, and it was a miracle Kim could even grasp it. He had always thought Olympus could fall only once he achieved the proper rank, yet that ambition now stood within reach. But his body was too frail to endure such force. He could wield it only once. From the heavens, Kim descended. His fall resembled the thrust of a celestial lance, unleashing utter ruin as he struck the ground in a deafening blast. The earth quaked, a vast crater tearing deep into its core. Pandemonium consumed the battlefield, yet even such devastation failed to end Zeus completely. Pandora, watching the bursts of radiance, recognized the glow. It was the same she had once glimpsed within that forbidden box. Meanwhile, Poseidon realized the struggle had dragged on too long and resolved to seize the moment to finish the wounded Zeus. But before Poseidon could strike the final blow, Kim appeared silently behind him. He announced with unwavering conviction that Zeus was his foe alone, and no other hand was permitted to interfere. Without delay, Kim summoned his child to the field. The predator manifested amid the shattered battleground, fangs gleaming, exuding a bottomless hunger that seemed insatiable. Zeus attempted to resist, yet he felt the weight of Kim's binding force pressing from beyond, stripping away his will and leaving him helpless before destiny. Then the act of devouring began. Kim stood above his fallen adversary, realizing he now surpassed Zeus in might. The struggle had ended. The child had consumed its fill. Only the remaining kin needed to conclude what they had begun and close this tale. Gazing skyward, Zeus pondered how far heaven truly was from the earth. Though despised by all, he harbored no remorse for the deeds of his reign. Suddenly, Hercules, seething with fury and grief, assailed him, unleashing years of bottled anguish. The guild that had paved the way for ages toward greatness in the tower crumbled apart. At last, Asgard, who had been watching closely, entered the scene. The remnants of Zeus's mana were locked within his body, and he was cast into Asgard's deepest cell. Hercules, despite his hatred, felt only exhaustion. Though he mourned failing to slay Zeus, vengeance no longer consumed him. In his heart lay a sorrow too profound for words. A strange blend of mourning and release filled the survivors, yet hope for tomorrow soothed their spirits. Olympus would flourish anew. This certainty fortified their resolve to continue. Kim too shared this conviction. From Odin he received a token of entry, with the promise of reunion should Kim endure. For now, such thoughts could wait. His priority was to rescue Ogon. Arriving at the site, he surveyed his surroundings carefully. Then he turned to the soldiers, inquiring who among them knew of the three sacred treasures. Soon attackers lunged at Kim, intent on seizing his points, but he dispatched them swiftly. One aggressor questioned his belief that the relics were here, claiming they would have vanished long ago if so. Kim recognized this meant the man lacked knowledge of their exact whereabouts. Later, Kim bought a home for 12 points, and living within it proved unexpectedly delightful. Yet the world outside was engulfed in disorder, authority fractured and handed to three treasured children. Theft thrived everywhere, and safety was nowhere assured. Of the sacred trinity, Yasukani rested in Amadorsu's hands. Another artifact had drifted near Kim, and he knew its possession painted a target on him. When his child grew hungry, Kim gave him a trial of patience, promising reward afterward. He assured the boy that soon he would find him finer sustenance. Not long after, Kim clashed with rankers. They, drunk and reckless, charged in, but fear struck once their comrade fell from a single blow. Soon Kim encountered Amadorisu, holder of one treasure and ranked 52nd. Yet Amadorisu admitted even he did not possess the missing relic and sought it still. He asked how Kim knew the three treasures lay in this place. Kim answered that the executioners had provided this knowledge. But Amadorisu never revealed a true face, and in fact, the figure before him was not real at all. Hearing rumors that Kim had defeated Ares, Amadorisu judged him arrogant. His demeanor increasingly irked Kim, who sensed him stepping over the line. Hostility flared. Amadorisu demanded all Kim's secrets, vowing his life would be spared. Yet Kim considered the bargain untenable. Even if he destroyed the demon cult, Amadorisu would still covet the treasure. Turning the tables, Kim unveiled the Valhalla emblem, a mark rarely bestowed. Instead of yielding, he requested something that might guide him closer to the treasures. Amadorisu's reply shocked him. He vowed to slaughter hundreds, which meant one thing. He would serve as Kim's blade until the relic was secured. With his lofty rank, Amadorisu could become the mightiest weapon. Yet Kim intended his strength for salvation, not carnage. Their pact was sealed with a handshake. Susanoo realized Kim had baited Amadorisu with the treasure tale, binding him into alliance. Kim too knew that without worthy bait, no hunt could succeed. In truth, he already possessed the relic from the 44th floor that Amadorisu pursued. Watching Kim's fighting method, Susanoo grew resentful. He fought only when victory was certain. To Susanoo, this cautious perfectionism was loathsome. He despised warriors who shunned the brink of death. Kim pressed onward, knowing that uniting the three sacred treasures would elevate his strength, standing and influence immensely. But hunters pursued him. Agents of the three divine children trailed him, though they sought not to kill. He believed Amadorisu had betrayed him, fleeing alone and sending 300 soldiers to hound him. Kim loathed being the quarry, and he gave them a simple choice: life or death. They must have chosen death, for soon all lay still upon the ground. A message came from Amadorisu, baffled by Kim's actions. Kim replied that those men were mere marauders, robbers who preyed upon others. He ended the call abruptly. Susanoo listened with satisfaction to Amadorisu's agitated voice. Kim recognized that Amadorisu still postured as though he were sovereign. If he amassed all three relics, his power would rival Olympus, and Kim could not allow it. The only clue to the next treasure lay within a cave. Using Cinder's eyes, he traced the correct route and advanced. Through the thick forest, he swung his great sword, hacking branches aside. Soon he reached the mouth of the cave. Staring into the dark abyss, he knew the true trials awaited inside. The sword in his hands shuddered, sensing the nearness of its kin. Treasures once united, now stirring. The search demanded vigilance. The relic was too well hidden, and Amadorisu must not claim it. Kim turned to Susanoo, asking for aid should Amadorisu strike. Yet even with Susanoo's spirit and flesh, full control was beyond him. The decision lay with Susanoo, who agreed, but only for one occasion, a single pledge of help. Gathering his mana, Kim released a tremendous blast. Only one task remained: to navigate the labyrinth concealed within the mountain's heart.